There's something about a stranger's face that feels like a secret. The way a smile can promise everything, or nothing at all. That's where Caroline Kepnes takes you, into the quiet, terrifying space between charm and obsession. She wrote You because she wondered what it would be like to fall in love with someone's shadow and then discover the light was never real. When the novel landed in 2014, it didn't just find readers, it found its way into their private thoughts. Millions of copies later, the story had become a quiet kind of phenomenon. Kepnes had already carved her own path, sharp, witty, unflinching. But it was You that turned the key. And by 2018, the world watched as Joe Goldberg's voice slipped from the page onto the screen, bringing the book's uneasy magic to life in a new way. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. So this is not a word-for-word reading, this is a retelling. A third-person walk through the glass hallways of a mind you won't forget. And along the way, we'll talk about what really went into the adaptation, the details most people miss, and the strange truths behind how a love story became a warning. Because this story isn't just about obsession. It's about you. And how easily anyone could fall for the wrong voice at exactly the right time. The story begins. The bookstore door opens, and he watches her step inside, one hand still pressed to the wood to keep it from slamming. She smiles at herself, embarrassed to be considerate. His gaze catches on her bare nails, her beige V-neck sweater, the loose pink jeans that look soft as old cotton. He can't tell for sure about a bra, but he doesn't think she's wearing one. She murmurs her first word to him, "Hello?" when most people just pass by without a sound. She's clean in a way that reads as dirty to him, compact and classic, reminding him of Natalie Portman at the end of Closer. Fresh-faced, done with bad British guys, heading home to America. He feels like she's come home to him, delivered on a Tuesday at 10:06 a.m., after every commute from Bed-Stuy and every closing shift that turned up no one like her. He's shaken. He thinks about an Ativan, they're downstairs, but he doesn't want one. Doesn't want to come down. He wants to stay here, fully, watching her bite unpainted nails, turn her head left, then right, reject biographies, reject self-help, thank God, and slow down when she reaches fiction. Yes, she disappears into the FK stacks, and he notices she's not the type who stages Faulkner on a nightstand to impress one-night stands. No, her jeans hang loose. She's too sun-kissed for Stephen King, too untrendy for Heidi Julavits. She sneezes loudly, and he imagines how loud she must be when she climaxes. He calls out a blessing. She giggles and calls back, calling him Buddy, which he reads as flirting, horny, and playful. He imagines photographing the FK placard, if he were that kind of asshole, captioning it, "FK, yes, I found her." He tells himself to calm down. They don't like it when a guy comes on too strong. A customer appears with Salinger, and he scans it, though it's always hard to do that. He clocks the guy as maybe 36, only now reading Franny and Zoe probably as a front for the Dan Browns hidden underneath. He bags the Dan Brown first, handling it like contraband, and tells the guy the Salinger is the shit. The man nods. Through the stacks, he can still see her beige sweater, barely. If she reaches any higher, he'll see her belly, but she doesn't. She grabs a book and sits down in the aisle, and he thinks maybe she'll stay all night. The customer asks for a receipt. He apologizes, distracted. The man snatches it from his hand. Then the man starts in on him, telling him to get over himself, that he works in a bookstore, doesn't make the books, doesn't write them, and if he were any good at reading them, he probably wouldn't work there. Wipe off that judgmental look and tell him to have a nice day. He thinks that this man could say anything and still be the one shame-buying Dan Brown. Then she appears with that intimate Portman smile, having heard the whole thing. He looks at her. She looks at the man, still waiting. He delivers the required pleasantry without meaning it, and the man walks out hating that he craves platitudes from a stranger. Once the door closes, he calls out again, telling the man to enjoy the Dan Brown, using the insult. She laughs. She walks over, basket in hand, and asks if he's going to judge her too. He calls the guy an asshole. She offers a Kinder read, probably just in a mood. He thinks she's a sweetheart who sees the best in people. He knows he should shut up, but she makes him want to talk. He explains that the guy is the reason Blockbuster shouldn't have gone under. He rambles about everyone striving to be better, lose 5 pounds, read 5 books, go to museums, when what they really want is donuts and magazines. Books? Fuck books. He brings up Kindles. She laughs, shakes her head, and asks why. He tells her, "The internet put porn in your home. No more eye contact with the clerk who knows what you like, and eye contact is what keeps us civilized." Her eyes are almonds. No wedding ring. He keeps going. The Kindle takes integrity out of reading. Just like the internet did to porn, the checks and balances are gone. Read Dan Brown in public and private at once. The end of civilization. But she finishes his thought, noting there's always a but. He bets she comes from a big hugging family. He explains that with no more video stores, it's come down to books. The interaction between seller and buyer is the most important two-way street, and you can't eradicate that without fallout. She doesn't tell him to stop. She just says, He mentions record stores as the great equalizer, giving nerds power to mock Taylor Swift purchases, even though those same nerds went home and jerked it to her. He stops himself from saying Taylor Swift again. He can't tell if she's laughing at him or with him. She says anyway, wanting him to finish. He says the point is that buying stuff is one of the only honest things we do. That guy didn't come in for Dan Brown or Salinger. He came in to confess. She asks if he's a priest. No, he says he's a church. Amen. He looks in her basket. Her phone is there, cracked, in a yellow case. He interprets this to mean she only takes care of herself when beyond redemption. He picks it up, jokes about her stealing it. She reddens, calls herself a bad mommy to this phone. He notices her nipples pop, and she doesn't cover them. She points to the Twizzlers by the register, hungry. He gives permission. He's feeding her already. He picks up her first book, Impossible Vacation by Spalding Gray. He observes that most people buy his monologues. This is a great book, but not one young women buy, especially those not contemplating suicide given the author's fate. She says sometimes you just want to go where it's dark. He agrees. If they were teenagers, he thinks he could kiss her, but he's on a platform behind a counter wearing a name tag. Too old to be young. Light pours through the windows. He makes a mental note to ask Mr. Mooney for blinds, curtains, anything. He picks up her second book, Desperate Characters by Paula Fox, one of his favorites. He worries she might be buying it because she read on a blog that Fox is Courtney Love's biological grandmother. Not because she came to Fox the right way, from a Jonathan Franzen essay. She reaches into her wallet and volunteers that Fox is the best, that it kills her. Fox isn't more famous even with Franzen gushing. He smiles, mentions the Western Coast. She admits she hasn't gone there yet, puts her hands up in surrender, giggles, and he wishes her nipples were still hard. She says she's read Desperate Characters a zillion times. This copy is for a friend. He thinks red lights flash danger. For a friend. She adds that he probably won't even read it, but at least she sells a book. He stabs at the calculator. $31.51. She calls out holy money and says that's why Kindles rule. then reaches into a pink wallet and hands him a credit card, even though she has enough cash. He understands. She wants him to know her name. He swipes. The quiet between them gets louder. He wishes he put on music. He can't think of anything to say. He offers the receipt. She murmurs that it's a great shop. She signs. The name is Guinevere Beck. He thinks her name is a poem. Her parents are probably assholes. He says her name aloud. She says she just goes by Beck. Guinevere is long and ridiculous. He replies that she looks different in person and that Midnight Vultures is awesome. She takes her bag, holds eye contact, and calls him Goldberg. He says he just goes by Joe. Goldberg is kind of long and ridiculous. They're laughing, and he knows she wanted his name as much as he wanted hers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have read his name tag. He asks if she's sure she doesn't want to grab the Western Coast while she's here. She says she's saving it for her nursing home list. Then clarifies when he guesses bucket list. A nursing home list is for reading and watching in a nursing home. The Western Coast, Pulp Fiction, the latest Daft Punk album, while a bucket list is for Nigeria and skydiving. He tells her he can't picture her in a nursing home. She blushes. He thinks she's Charlotte's Web and that he could love her. She asks if he isn't going to tell her to have a nice day. He does, using her name. She smiles, thanks him, uses his name. He reflects that she didn't walk in for books. She didn't have to say his name or smile or listen or take him in, but she did. Her signature is on the receipt. This wasn't a cash transaction or coded debit. This was real. He presses his thumb into the wet ink of her name and it stains his skin. He recalls learning E. Cummings the way most sensitive men his age did. Through Hannah and her sisters, the scene where Elliot falls for his sister-in-law, stages a run-in, buys her a book of poems, and sends her to page 112. His favorite line, "Nobody, not even the rain, has such small hands, except for her, Beck." Over the past few days, he's learned so much. She puts her tiny hands to work on herself when the mood strikes, which it does often. 3 times a night, he's observed from across the street. He knows society would call him the fuck-up if anyone knew about them. Her alone, orgasming, and him across the street watching. But most people are idiots, he reasons. Most have never heard of Paula Fox or Hannah. So fuck them. He likes that she takes care of herself instead of filling her home with inadequate men. She's the answer to every reductive article about hookup culture. She has standards. She's Guinevere, a love story waiting for the one. Capital letters intended. He bets she capitalizes it when she dreams of him. Everyone wants everything right now, but she is able to wait with such small hands. Her name was a glorious place to start. There aren't many Guinevere Becks in the world, just the one. The internet was designed with love in mind. It gave him so much of her. Her Twitter profile, bios at online journals where she publishes blogs or essays or thinly veiled diary entries or short stories or poems. She's a writer from Nantucket. She jokes about island inbreeding. She isn't inbred. Sailing. She's petrified of boats. And alcoholism. She lost her father to the bottle and writes about it a lot. Her family is as tight as it is loose. She doesn't know how to be in New York, where nobody knows anybody. Even after 4 years at Brown, she got in off the wait list and remains convinced it was a mistake. She likes polenta and cherry pie Larabars. She doesn't photograph food or concerts, but does Instagram old things. Pictures of her dead father, beach days she can't remember. She has a brother, Clyde, and a sister, Anya. Her parents really were assholes about names. Real estate records show her house has been in the family forever. She hails from farmers and says she doesn't have a place on Nantucket. Her family made a home there. Anya will never leave the island, fucked in the head over their dad. Beck writes about her sister in stories, turning her into a young boy, an aging blind woman, a lost squirrel. Beck envies Anya's lack of ambition and pities her for it. Clyde runs the family taxi business, married with 2 kids, a volunteer fireman, sober, the opposite of their boozer father who had DUIs and public intoxications. Beck was the classic middle child, did well in school, labeled the hope, the one who would get away. The internet is beautiful. She sent a tweet an hour after they met. I smell cheeseburgers. # Corner Bistro is making me fat. For a moment, he was concerned she didn't mention him, their conversation. Her bio says, I talk to strangers. Children aren't supposed to talk to strangers. But she's an adult. Is their conversation nothing to her? Is she an attention whore with no standards? Was he nothing? But then he explored her more and realized she doesn't write about what really matters. She wouldn't share him with followers. Her online life is a variety show. The fact that she didn't put him in her stand-up act means she covets him. Maybe even more than he realizes, since right now her hand is heading down to her cunt yet again. The next thing the internet gave him was her address. 51 Bank Street. Not a frenzied midtown block, but Tony, sleepy, ridiculously safe and expensive West Village real estate. He can't just hang out on her block. He has to fit in. He hits thrift stores, buys a suit, carpenter pants with a tool belt, a bullshit tracksuit. He wears the suit for his first visit. He loves it there. Quintessential old New York. Princesses live on this block. Sid Vicious died here long ago, when the princesses were gestating, when Manhattan was still cool. He stands across the street. Her windows are open, no curtains. He watches her pour instant oatmeal into a Tupperware bowl. She is not a princess. Her Twitter confirms she won a real estate lottery, an essay contest for Brown graduates needing housing for grad school in New York. The apartment has stayed in the Brown family for years. She's an MFA candidate in fiction writing. Anna Kendrick is in Pitch Perfect, about college girls who sing a cappella. Beck sees herself in that girl, which makes no sense to him. Her parlor-level apartment is slightly above ground. People pass by without stopping to stare, even though she's on display. 2 windows wide open. She's lucky this isn't a well-trafficked street. That must explain her deluded sense of privacy. He returns the next evening. Same suit, can't help it. And she walks around naked in front of the open windows. Naked. He hangs out across the street on a stoop. She doesn't notice him. Nobody notices her or him. Is everyone blind? Days pass. He grows anxious. She parades too much. It's unsafe. It only takes one weirdo to spot her and decide to go get her. He wears his carpenter costume, fantasizes about putting bars on her windows. This neighborhood is safe, but there's a deathliness to the quiet. He could probably strangle an old man in the middle of the street and nobody would come outside to stop him. He returns in his suit with a Yankees cap from another thrift shop to mix it up. A man who lives in her building climbs the small 3-step staircase to an exterior door. It's not locked, so close to her apartment. If he wanted to, he could lean over the railing, rap his knuckles on her screen, and call her name. He comes in the day, in the night. Her windows are always open. It's like she's never seen the nightly news or a horror movie. He sits on the steps of the brownstone across the street, pretends to read Paula Fox's Poor George, or pretend text business associates, or loudly agree to wait another 20 minutes for a late friend. That's for the neighbor who might be hidden away, suspicious of the man on the stoop. With her open-door policy, he is allowed into her world. He smells her lean cuisines, if the wind is right, hears her vampire weekend. If he pretends to yawn and looks up, he can see her loaf, yawn, breathe. He wonders if she was always like this in Providence, parading around as if she wants rarefied neighbors to know her naked, half-naked, addicted to microwave foods, masturbating at the top of her lungs. He hopes not. There must be logic to this that she'll explain when it's time. She with her computer, as if needing to remind an imaginary audience that she's a writer, when he knows what she truly is, a performer, an exhibitionist. He has to be vigilant. He slicks his hair back one day, wears it shaggy the next. He must go unnoticed by people who don't notice people. If the average person knew about a nude girl prancing in front of an open window and a love-struck guy across the street watching discreetly, most people would call him the nut. But she's the nut. She's just not called one because her pussy is gold, whereas his whole being is abhorrent to her neighbors. He lives in a 6th-floor walk-up in Bed-Stuy. He gets paid under the table. These people don't want to touch his dick with a 10-foot pole. Her pussy, on the other hand, is gold. He sips his coffee on the stoop, grips his rolled-up Wall Street Journal, breathes, looks at her. He never wears the tracksuit because she makes him want to dress up. 2 weeks pass. A portly dowager emerges from her quarters. He stands. A gentleman offers his assistance. She accepts, remarking, "It's about time young men learned how to behave." He agrees. Her town car driver opens the door and nods to him. Brothers, he could do this forever. He settles back onto his stoop. He reflects that her world is a wonder to him. Seeing where she lounges in cotton panties bought in bulk online, he watched her tear into the package. Where she doesn't sleep, she sits on that couch reading crap online. Where she writes, sitting erect with her hair in a bun, typing at rabbit speed until she can't take it anymore and grabs a lime green pillow, the same one she props her head against for naps and mounts it like an animal. Release. Then where she sleeps, at last. Her apartment is small as hell. She was right in her tweets. She lives in a shoebox. Her brown mug is bigger than her apartment. There's no kitchen, just appliances shoved together like clearance floor samples. But there's truth buried in her tweets. She hates it here. She grew up in a big house with a yard. She likes space. That's why she leaves the windows open. She doesn't know how to be alone with herself. If she blocks out the world, there she'd be. Her neighbors go on like children. Town cars pick them up and redeposit them at day's end, while she festers in a space meant for a maid or a golden retriever. He doesn't blame her for staying. They share a love of the West Village. If he could move into this place, he would too, even if it meant slowly going insane from claustrophobia. She made the right choice. Her mother was wrong. No lady should live in a shoebox. She tweets more often than she writes. That could be why she's getting her MFA from the new school and not Columbia. Columbia rejected her. She noted that rejection is best served in a paper envelope so you can tear it up or burn it. Life went on. Though the new school isn't as prestigious, the teachers and students like her well enough. Her writing is coming along. If she spent a little less time tweeting and spanking the kitty. But honestly, if he were in her skin, he'd never even put clothes on. She likes to name things. She's attempting a Twitter contest for the name of her apartment. He wonders what she'll name him. One of her proposed hashtags trails off mid-thought. Place where you look out the window, one see the guy. From the bookstore watching you and you smile and wave. And wave and. A cabbie lays on his horn because some freshly showered asshole crawled out of a Bret Easton Ellis rough draft is crossing without looking. The man says sorry but doesn't mean it, running a hand through his blonde hair. Too much hair. He walks up the steps like they were built for him. The door opens before he's there. That's her opening the door. She guides him inside and kisses him before the door slows to a close. Her hands, such small hands, are in his hair. He can't see either of them until they're in the living room. He sits on the couch. She tears off her tank top, climbs on top of him, grinds like a stripper. This is all wrong. He tears off her cotton panties, spanks her. She yelps. He crosses the street and leans against her building door because he needs to hear it. She calls him daddy, apologizes. He calls her a bad girl. She agrees. He's in her mouth. He barks at her, slaps her. Once in a while, Truman Capote walks by, looks, reacts, looks away. Nobody reports it because nobody wants to admit to watching. This is Bank Street. Now she's fucking him. He returns to his side of the street and sees that this man isn't making love to her. She's grabbing his too much hair like it might save her. She deserves better. It can't feel good. The way he grips her with big, weak hands that never work. The way he smacks her ass when he's done. She hops off, leans against him. He pushes her away. She lets him smoke in her apartment. He ashes in her brown mug, bigger than her apartment. She watches Pitch Perfect while he smokes and texts and pushes her away when she leans in. She looks sad. Nobody in the world has such small hands except for her and him. Why is he so sure? 3 months ago, before she knew him, she tweeted an admission. Everyone knows E.E. Cummings because of Hannah and her sisters. See how she was talking to him before she even knew him? When the blonde man leaves, he isn't holding Desperate Characters by Paula Fox. He's a blonde misogynist popping his collar and blowing hair out of his eyes. He just used her, and he is not her friend. He has to leave. She needs a shower. Before her, there was Candace. She was stubborn too, so he's going to be patient. Same way he was patient with her. He doesn't hold it against her that in that old laptop she writes about everything in the world except him. He knows how to search a hard drive. He's not in there. She doesn't own anything resembling a notebook or diary. One possible theory, she writes about him in a notepad on her phone. Hope remains, but he's not going to pull away. Sure, she's uniquely sexual. She devours the casual encounter section on Craigslist, copying favorite posts into a giant file on her computer. Fortunately, she doesn't participate. Girls like to collect things. Kale soup recipes or poorly worded daddy fantasies from desperate loners. He accepts her. She lets this blonde creep do things to her that she reads about in those ads. But at least she has boundaries. That perv is not her boyfriend. She sent him into the street, where he belongs, as if disgusted with him. He's read all her recent emails. She didn't tell anyone that man was inside her. He is not her boyfriend. That's all that matters. He is ready to find her and able to find her, and he owes that to Candace. Dear Candace. He first saw Candace at Glasslands in Brooklyn. She played flute in a band with her brother and sister. They were called Martyr. He wanted to know her right away. He was patient. He followed them all over Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan. They were good, never top 40, but sometimes a song featured on a wretched CW show and their website would explode. They didn't have a label because they couldn't agree on anything. Candace was the prettiest, the lead. Her brother was a standard drummer fuck-up douchebag. Her sister was homely and talented. You can't bum rush a girl after a concert, especially when the band's music is ambient techno-electro shit and her psycho-controlling brother, who would never be in a band without his sisters, is always hanging around. He had to get Candace alone. He couldn't be some guy hitting on her. He was going to die if he didn't get to hold her, or at least make a step toward holding her. So he improvised. One night outside Glasslands, he introduced himself to Martyr as the new assistant at Stop It Records, scouting. Bands like being scouted. Minutes later, he was in a booth drinking whiskey with Candace and her irritating siblings. Her sister left, good girl, but her brother was a problem. He couldn't kiss Candace or ask for her number. She told him to email her. She could take a picture of it and put it on Instagram. They love it when labels reach out. So he did what any Elliot and Hannah would do. He staked out Stop It Records, a sad little joint, and noticed a kid they call Peters come and go every day. Before and after work, Peters would duck into an alley and smoke a little pot. Understandable given the shit he put up with at work. Peters was the assistant to all the record label pricks in tight jeans, who call their glasses eyewear and call out for Splenda and extra Parmigiano Reggiano. He camped out with a joint in the alley and asked Peters for a light. Making friends came easily. People at the bottom are hungry for connection. He told Peters about the dilemma with Candace, how he claimed to work for Stop It. Peters let him use his email account to pose as the label's assistant. Candace wrote back, giddy, and gave Asked One her number. He didn't feel bad about using Peters. If anything, the man finally felt a semblance of power. Sometimes you have to play with facts to get the girl. He'd seen enough romantic comedies to know that romantic guys like him always end up in jams like this. Candace believed he was a scout. He waited a month before telling her the truth. She was mad at first. Girls get mad sometimes. But he reminded her of the comedic, romantic truth. The world is unfair. He knows music. He's smart. Martyr deserves to be scouted. Had he gone to liberal arts college and worn vintage socks, he could have gotten a non-paying internship and parlayed it into a shitty job. But he doesn't subscribe to that antiquated notion. She understood at first, but her brother was another story, one of the reasons it didn't work out. The good news: no regrets. His troubles with Candace were training for this moment. He had to get into her place, and he knew what to do. He called the gas company to report a leak at her apartment when he knew she'd be at dance class. She always gets coffee after with a friend, the only guaranteed time she's away from her computer. He waited on his stoop for the gas man. When he arrived, he claimed to be her boyfriend, said she'd sent him to help. The law requires gas leak investigations, and a guy like him, having dropped out of high school, has a certain way with utility workers. He knew the man would buy it and let him in. The gas man leaves. First thing he does, take her computer, sit on her couch, smell her green pillow, drink water from her brown mug. He washed it. Her ashes lingered. She doesn't know how to wash a dish. He reads her story. What Wiley was thinking when he bought his Kia. It's about an old man in California buying a cheap import car, the last vestige of his cowboy life. The twist: he was never a real cowboy, just played one in westerns. But they don't make westerns anymore. He never adapted. The story ends with Wiley in his Kia, unable to remember how to start it, holding a key that's just a miniature computer. He doesn't know where to go, so he buys an e-cigarette and returns to the coffee shop alone. He's no genius MFA candidate. Her workshop doesn't understand her or her stories, but he sees it. She yearns for what was. She's a dead man's daughter, thoroughly. She understands Paula Fox and aspires to make sense of the Old West, which makes her settling in New York a self-destructive move. She's compassionate. She's a romantic searching for a Coney Island without drug dealers and gum wrappers, an innocent California where real and fake cowboys traded stories over tin cups of coffee they call Joe. She wants to go places she can't go. In her bathroom, when she sits on the toilet, she stares at a photograph of Einstein. She likes looking into his eyes while she struggles with her bowels. He thinks when they're together, her stomach issues will end, because he won't let her live on frozen shit and canned sodium water labeled soup. She likes Einstein because he saw what nobody saw. Also, not a writer, not competition. He turns on the TV. Pitch Perfect is her most watched thing. He studies her Facebook history in pictures. She did not sing a cappella or find passion or true love. She and her best friends, Channa and Lynn, got drunk a lot. There's a third friend, very tall and very thin, who dwarfs her. This outsider isn't tagged. She looks unhappy in every shot. Her non-smiling smile will haunt him. He moves on. She dated 2 guys. Charlie looked like he was always recovering from a Dave Matthews concert. When she was with him, she sat on lawns and did club kid drugs. She escaped him and fell into the thin arms of a spoiled punk named Hesher. He knows Hesher, not personally, but Hesher is a graphic novelist whose books they sell in the shop. First order of business, next shift, bury Hesher's books in the basement. She's been to Paris and Rome. He's never left the country. She left Charlie for Hesher. Charlie never got over her. She worshipped Hesher, who never reciprocated, at least not on Facebook. She posted praise. He never responded. Then one day she became single. Her friends liked her status in a way that left no doubt she was the one dumped. Pitch Perfect ends. He goes to her unmade bed. Then he hears a key in the keyhole. A blitzkrieg in his mind. The landlord earlier, bitching about the smallest unit, smallest keyhole, always sticks. She puts her key in. The door opens. The apartment is small. She is inside it. She's right. It is a fucking shoebox. He never goes to Greenpoint, where people chase whiskey with pickle juice, but he's doing this for her. Just like he hurt his back for her when he fell out her window so she wouldn't see him while he was trying to see her, trying to know her. He hates that she could see him here now and think he's some dick who overestimates the cultural value of vice and drinks whatever vice tells him to drink. He didn't go to college, so he doesn't waste adulthood trying to recapture it. He lives for living. He'd order another vodka soda, but that means speaking to the bartender in the Bukowski t-shirt, who'd ask again what kind of club soda he wants. He's in a mood. She's up there reading in yellow stockings with holes in them, trying too hard. She left Charlotte's Web, but he doesn't look so hot either. He had to climb out her window. Short fall, but a fall is a fall. His back stings. If he hears the word pickleback one more time, he swears. Her best friends are at the table next to his, loud and disloyal, F-train types, with boots and overprocessed hair. The three of them were at Brown together, now in New York together. They all hate girls and complain about it incessantly. But isn't that exactly what they're trying to do with their lives? Brooklyn boys and picklebacks? She sits with other quote-unquote writers, which lets her friends talk about her. Unfortunately, they're right. She's more invested in being a writer, accepting compliments, drinking whiskey, than in writing. Fortunately, they're also wrong. Everyone in this room is too full of pickle juice to understand her cowboy story. Her friends are jealous. Chana's the big critic, a girl version of Adam Levine with beady eyes and unwarranted confidence. She demands to know what the MFA does if she's not Lena Dunham. Lynn suggests maybe she can teach. Lynn is dead inside, Instagramming methodically, as if gathering evidence for a defense, her whole life dedicated to proving she has a life. She loudly mocks Beck's reading at Lulu's, while tweeting how psyched she is to be there. Lynn asks whether this is a one-time thing or an every-week event. Chana vents about not setting up a runway every time she finishes a design. She works until she has a collection. They wonder if Peach is coming. Chana says, don't put that in the universe. They might be talking about the unsmiling tall girl, but he can't ask. Lynn sighs that at least art openings have free wine. Chana snipes that at least art openings have art. A fucking cowboy? Lynn shrugs. They talk about her costume, how she's trying too hard. Kind of sad. What the fuck are those tights? Lynn tweets and sighs. The machine gun fire quickens. Chana snipes that no wonder she didn't get into Columbia. Lynn says she feels like this is all because of Benji. She feels bad for her. Benji? All he hears is fall for. She loves him, lies to her friends, to her computer, to herself. They know it. Benji. No, he has to stay tuned. Lynn calls Chana mean. Chana insists she's being real. Benji is a snobby little prick who gets fucked up on overpriced drugs and launches pretend businesses. Lynn asks what he majored in. Chana snaps, who cares? He cares. He wants to know more. He wants to cry. He doesn't want her falling for anyone but him. Lynn wishes Benji would be nicer to her. Chana crunches ice and disagrees. Beck is full of herself. Benji is full of himself. She doesn't feel bad for either. They both just love themselves. Lynn changes the subject, feeling fat. Chana complains about Benji's organic soda company. Says Brooklyn makes her want to move to L.A. and buy Red Bull. Lynn suggests she tweet that but not meanly. Beck is hugging the other writers about to come over. Lynn feels bad for her. Channa says she feels bad for the cowboys. They deserve better. Beck saunters over. They stop talking about her. He's happy when she arrives and hugs her two-faced friends. They make golf claps, sing false praise. She guzzles whiskey as if she can drink herself into a Pulitzer. She tells them a girl can only tolerate so many compliments and cocktails, tipsier than he realized. Channa suggests maybe no more cocktails. Beck pulls her arm away, insists she's fine. Lynn orders 3 picklebacks for liquid courage. Beck rejects the need for courage. She just read a fucking story. Channa kisses her forehead, says she read the shit out of it. Beck pushes her away, curses both of them. He's glad to see this nasty drunk side. It's good to know all sides if you're going to love someone. He hates her friends a little less now. They exchange a look. Beck glances at the bar, asks if Benji already left. Lynn asks if he was supposed to come. Beck sighs like she's been here before, picks up her cracked phone. Lynn grabs it. Beck demands it back. Channa says she invited him and he didn't show. Leave it alone. Leave him alone. Beck asks what if he got hurt. Lynn looks away. Channa snorts. What if he's an asshole? Lynn never wants to talk about this again. Of the 3, she'll leave New York for a smaller city with no fiction readings, where girls drink wine and Maroon 5 plays on Saturdays. She'll photograph her eventual babies like she photographs shot glasses and shoes. But Channa's a lifer. She tells Beck that Benji is an asshole. He wants to scream yes, but sit still. Benji? Channa rails. Some guys are assholes, and she has to accept that. She can buy him all the books in the world, and he'll still be Benji, never Benjamin or Ben. He's a permanent man baby. His club soda can fuck off, and so can his stupid-ass name. The way he says it, Ben-gi, like it's Asian or French. Just fuck off. Lynn laughs, says she never thought about it that much. He's learning things about Benji. He doesn't like it, but has to accept it. Benji is real. He orders another vodka soda. Benji. Beck crosses her arms. The waitress returns with picklebacks. The mood shifts. Beck asks if they really liked her story. Lynn says she never knew she knew so much about cowboys. Beck says she doesn't. She's in a dark place, knocks back the shot. The girls exchange another look. Channa says she needs to never speak to that fucker again. Beck agrees. Channa makes a toast. To never speaking to that fucker, his bullshit club soda, his fucking haircut, his no-show ass ever again. They clink glasses. Beck's cup is empty. He goes outside so he'll know when she leaves. Some asshole emerges, vomits, pickle juice. He swears. 3 of them wait in the Greenpoint Avenue subway station at 2:45 a.m. He wants to tie her shoelaces. They're undone. She's too drunk to be standing so close to the tracks, leaning back against a green pole, legs extended, feet planted on the yellow warning zone at the platform edge. The pole has 4 sides, but she has to stand on the side facing the tracks. Why? She has him to protect her. The only other person is a homeless man on a bench, singing the same line of a song on a loop. Engine, number 9 on the New York Transit line. If my train runs off the tracks, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Her head is buried in her phone. She can't type and stand and listen to his musical assault at once. She keeps slipping. Her shoes are old, no tread, and he keeps flinching. They don't belong in this dump. The kids she runs with live to ride the G train. Like it proves they're real. But what her friends don't realize is this line was better off without them and their cans of Miller High Life and pickle-scented vomit. Her foot slips again. She drops her phone. It lands in the yellow zone. Lucky it didn't fall onto the tracks. He gets goosebumps. He wishes he could grab her arm and escort her to the other side of that pole. She's too close to the tracks. She's lucky he's here. If she fell or if some sicko had followed her, some derelict rapist, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Too drunk, her laces are too long, too loose. The attacker would press her down, tear those already torn tights off, slash those cotton panties, cover her pink mouth with an oily hand. There'd be nothing she could do. Her life would never be the same. She would live in fear of subways, run back to Nantucket, avoid Craigslist casual encounters, get tested monthly for a year, maybe 2. The homeless man doesn't stop singing. He's urinated twice without getting up, sitting in his own piss. If some sicko followed her down, this man would just keep singing and pissing. She slips again. She narrows her eyes at the homeless man and growls, but he's on another planet. It's not his fault she's wasted. She's lucky to have him. He's a Bed-Stuy man, by birth, sober, collected, aware of his whereabouts and hers. A protector. The bullshit thing is, if someone saw the 3 of them, most people would think he's the weird one just because he followed her here. That's the problem with this world, with women. They call Elliot and Hannah romantic for scheming to be near his sister-in-law. But if she knew what he went through to get into her home, that he messed up his back trying to know her inside and out, she'd judge him for it. The world fell out of love with love. He knows what she's doing with that phone, trying to talk to Benji. The club soda, too much hair, no-show motherfucker with whom she has encounters that are not casual, at least not to her. She seeks him. She wants him. But this will pass. Part of the problem is that phone, that function that lets her know when her texts are open and ignored. Benji ignores the fuck out of her, more passionate about blowing her off than about being inside her. She stabs at her phone. Enough. He'd like to throw it on the tracks and hold her while the train runs it down. There's a reason it's cracked. Deep down, she knows she'd be better off without it. Nothing good comes from that phone. He wishes she'd throw it onto the tracks, go offline, turn her head, and ask if she knows him. He'd play along. Their song would be Engine. Engine number 9. She growls at the homeless man to stop singing. He can't hear her over his own voice. She whips her head around too fast, leans back when she shouldn't. It happens so fast. She reaches out, wobbling, drops her phone, lunges for it, missteps, slips on that damn shoelace, falls splat, rolls off the yellow danger zone down into the actual danger zone. She screams, fastest, slowest fall he's ever seen. She's just a voice on the tracks now, a shriek. The singing doesn't stop. Wrong soundtrack for what he has to do now. He runs across the platform, looks down at her. She screams for help. He tells her it's okay, give him her hand. She screams again, looks like the girl in the Silence of the Lambs. She doesn't need to look so freaked out. He's here, hand ready. She's shivering, staring down the tunnel, head filling with fear. He tells her not to look that way, just look at him. She thinks she's going to die. She takes a step forward. He tells her to stay still. Half the shit down there can electrocute her. Her teeth chatter. She screams again. He insists she's not dying. Take his hand. She says the singing made her crazy. That's why she fell. He says he's trying to help her. Her eyes pop. She looks down the tunnel, then up into his eyes. She hears a train. He says she'd feel it first. Give him her hand. She despairs that she's going to die. He commands her to take his hand. The homeless man croons louder. She covers her ears and screams. He's getting impatient. An engine will come eventually. Why is she making this so hard? He asks if she wants to get killed. Because if she stays down there, she will get run over. Take his hand. She looks up. He sees a part of her that's new to him. A part that does want to be killed. He doesn't think she's ever been loved the right way. Neither of them speaks. They both know she's testing him, testing the world. She didn't get off that stage until the last person stopped clapping. She didn't tie her shoelaces. She blamed the world when she tripped. He nods, reaches down with palms up, tells her to come on. He's got her. She wants to fight. Not easily rescued, but he's patient. When she's ready, she wraps her hands around his shoulders and lets him save her. He hoists her onto the yellow danger zone, rolls her onto the gray, danger-free concrete. She's shaken, holding her knees to her chest, scooting backward into the safe part of the green pole. She still doesn't tie her shoelaces. He scoots closer, points at her sneakers, asks, "May I?" She nods. He pulls the laces tight, ties them in double knots. When the train sounds down the way, her teeth stop chattering. She doesn't look so scared anymore. He doesn't have to tell her he saved her life. He can see in her eyes and her glistening, grimy skin that she knows. They don't get on the train when the doors open. That's a given. The cab driver was reluctant. They look crazy from the near death of it all. She's a fucking mess. He's so clean it's almost disturbing. Pimp clean to her whore dirty. A true pair. She rehashes the events again. She couldn't live if that guy wasn't going to stop singing. She had a bad night. At some point, you have to set rules. You have to say, you will not put up with this, will die, before continuing to live in a world where someone won't stop polluting a shared environment. He loves her for trying to spin this into a strike against complacency. He points out she was pretty drunk. She thinks she would have done the same thing sober. He asks, what if he'd been singing the Roger Miller version? She laughs, doesn't know who Roger Miller is. She's convinced she knows him somehow. From college, grad school, a bar in Williamsburg, a ferry. He says no to the ferry. She swears she knows him. He shrugs. He tells her she just feels close to him because she fell and he was there. She calls herself lucky. He looks away. Can't think of anything to say. She asks what he was up to tonight. He says working. She asks if he's a bartender. He says yes. She thinks that must be so fun, getting people's stories. He agrees. She asks for the best story he heard this week. He scratches his head, says hard to pick one. She admits she lied. She does know how she knows him. The bookstore. That Portman smile. She waves those small hands. They talked about Dan Brown. He says that's most days. She says Paula Fox. He adds Spalding Gray. She almost kisses him, but doesn't. Sits back. She asks if he thinks she's a lunatic, if he talks to 50 girls a day. God, no. He says at least 70. She rolls her eyes. She asks if he thinks she's stalker crazy. Not at all. He holds eye contact, counting. She asks which bar he works at, says maybe she'll come by for a drink. He says he just fills in there, mostly at the bookstore. She says that's cool. The cab stops on West 4th Street. He asks if this is her. She says she's just around the corner. Bank Street. Not too shabby. She plays along, calls herself an heiress. Bacon, she sasses. They're at her place. She looks for her phone. It's on the seat between them, closer to him. Someone raps on the car door. Benji. She reaches across him to roll down the window. He smells her, pickles and tits. She calls him the saint who saved her life. Benji says nothing good happens in Greenpoint, raises his hand for a high five. He meets it, she's sliding away. Everything is wrong. She says she lost her phone again. Benji walks away, lights a cigarette. She sighs, says he seems like a jerk, but she loses her phone all the time. He blurts out asking for her number. She looks at Benji, then back at him. Benji isn't her boyfriend, but she's acting like he is. He stays calm. He says he needs her number or email in case he finds her phone. She apologizes, says she's spaced, asks if he has a pen. No. He pulls his own phone out of his pocket. She gives him her email address. She's his now. Benji calls asking if she's coming. She sighs, thanks him. He says every time instead of any time. She likes that. It's pointed. He means it. Their first date ends. She's going upstairs to fuck the shit out of Benji. It doesn't matter. Their phones are together. She knows. He knows where she lives. He knows she knows where to find him. His thoughts fire too fast. Her tights, her phone, Benji. When he gets like this, there's only one place to go. He walks to the shop, goes to the back, and unlocks the basement door. He closes it behind him, stands in the vestibule that looks like a storage closet. He fishes for the true key, the one that unlocks the next door, the final barricade between the shop and the soundproof basement. He locks it behind him. By the time he reaches the bottom of the stairs, he's smiling. There it is, their beautiful, enormous, beastly enclosure. The cage. Cage isn't really the right word. For one thing, it's huge, almost as big as the entire fiction section upstairs. Not a clunky metal trap, more like a chapel. Frank Lloyd Wright could have had a hand in the design. Stark mahogany beams, smooth and heavy. The walls are genius acrylic, unbreakable, yet breathable, mystical. Half the time when collectors write fat checks for old books, he thinks they're under the spell of the cage. It's practical, too. A bathroom with a tiny toilet. Mr. Mooney would never go upstairs for something as banal as a bowel movement. Books on high shelves, accessible only by ladder. A small sliding drawer in the front wall, like at a gas station in a sketchy neighborhood. He unlocks the door, goes inside, looks up at the books, and greets them. He takes off his shoes, lies back on the bench, folds his hands under his head, and tells the books all about her. They listen. He knows it sounds crazy, but they do. He closes his eyes and remembers the day they got this cage. He was 15, working for Mr. Mooney a few months. Mr. Mooney told him to come in at 8 sharp to meet the truck. He was on time, but the delivery guys didn't show until 10. The driver yelled over the engine, asking if this was Mooney Books. Mr. Mooney looked at him, disgusted by Philistines who couldn't read the sign. He asked the driver if he had his cage. The driver spat that he couldn't get that cage into that shop. Everything was in parts, beams 15 feet long, walls too wide for the door. Mr. Mooney said both doors opened, and they had all the time in the world. The driver said it wasn't about time, that they usually put these babies together in backyards, mansions, big open spaces. Mr. Mooney said the basement was both big and open. The driver asked if they thought they were getting this fucking beast into a basement. Mr. Mooney told him not to swear in front of the boy. The guys made at least 24 trips, lugging beams and walls through the shop and down the stairs. Mr. Mooney said not to feel bad for them. Labor is good for people. He couldn't imagine the cage coming together until Mr. Mooney called him downstairs. He was in awe. So were the delivery guys. The sweaty driver said it was the biggest one ever, asked if they were keeping African grays. He loved those birds. They talked. Mr. Mooney didn't answer. Neither did he. The driver tried again. The shelves were wicked high. Didn't they want them moved down? Most people wanted shelves in the middle. Mr. Mooney said he and the boy had a lot of work to do. The driver nodded, said they could get a shit ton of birds in there, pardon his French. After they left, Mr. Mooney locked the shop and said the delivery dolts were no better than wealthy sadists who keep birds in cages. There's no such thing as a flying cage. The only thing crueler than a cage so small a bird can't fly is a cage so large a bird thinks it can fly. Only a monster would lock a bird in here and call himself an animal lover. Their cage was only for books. They had a lot of work to do. Workmen installed sealant that made the entire basement soundproof. More workmen built and expanded the back wall, so the door to the basement opened first into a vestibule containing the real door, a top-secret soundproof clubhouse in the earth. He woke up, excited every day. He assisted Mr. Mooney as he wrapped dust jackets in custom-fit acrylic cases. Gently, Joseph, before placing the jacketed books into acrylic boxes with air holes. Gently, Joseph, then into a slightly larger metal box with a label and a lock. Gently, Joseph. When they had 10 books, Mr. Mooney climbed the ladder, and he passed the books one at a time. He asked why they went through so much trouble. Books can't fly away. They're not birds. The next day, Mr. Mooney brought him a set of Russian nesting dolls. He told him to open them. Gently, Joseph. He popped one doll in half, got another, and another, until the final doll that couldn't be popped, the only whole one. Mr. Mooney said everything valuable must be hidden, or else. Now she pops into his head, more beautiful than a doll. She'll love it in here. A refuge for sacred books, the authors she loves. She'll be in awe of him, the keymaster. He'll show her the remote control that operates air conditioners and humidifiers. She'll want to hold it. He'll explain that if he wanted, he could jack up the heat and cook these books into mold and dust, gone forever. If there's any girl on earth who would appreciate his power, it's lovely, unpublished her in her yellow stockings, dreaming of writing something good enough to get inside this cage. She'd drop her panties to get in here, to live here forever. He drops his own drawers and comes so hard he goes deaf. He tries to stand. Dizzy. Gently, Joseph. Almost time to open. He catches his breath and goes upstairs. Only 2 of them work here now that Mr. Mooney is retired. Curtis, a high school kid, kind of like he was back in the day. When he was 16, Mr. Mooney gave him a key. One night he forgot to close the cage. Mr. Mooney told him he failed. Failed him and failed the books. He apologized, said they never shut cabinets or doors in his house. Mr. Mooney said that was because his father was a pig. Was he a pig? He said no. A few days later, he snuck into the cage and took out a signed first edition of Franny and Zoe. He decided to like it more than Catcher just to be unique. He loved it. Sometimes he flipped back just to rub his finger on Salinger's signature. You had to pay $250 to do what he did. But he didn't pay. Neither did the woman who stole it from the register desk. He'd recognize her anywhere. Reddish hair, paisley scarf, 30 or 35. She paid cash. He told Mr. Mooney he'd work extra to make up for it, promised he'd find her. He cut school, skulked streets until his toes bled. Hard to find a woman when you don't know her name or address. Mr. Mooney ordered him into the cage and told him to close his eyes. When he heard the lock, he knew he was trapped. No ladder, couldn't reach any books, no phone, no sunlight, no darkness, just his brain, the buzz of the AC, the daily slice of pizza slipped through the drawer, cold because steam is no good for old books, and lukewarm coffee from the Greek diner. Days and nights got lost. Mr. Mooney cared enough to teach him a lesson. He learned. He was let out on September 14, 2001. 3 days after September 11th. The whole world was different then. Mr. Mooney said his father had never called, probably thought he was dead. He told him he was free, told him to be wise. He didn't spend as much time at home after that. His mom left when he was in 2nd grade, so he grew up knowing it was possible to leave people, especially his dad. He doesn't feel sorry for himself. Lots of people have shitty parents and roaches and stale Pop-Tarts for dinner. He's lucky. He had the bookstore. Doesn't take a village to raise a child. Mr. Mooney was the boss now, the dad he wanted to do right by. He kept hunting for the thief. After September 11th, everyone was searching the streets. People wanted to find their families. He wanted to find the thief. Flyers for missing people all over the city. He thought about learning to draw and plastering the city with drawings of the thief, pretending she was his mother. He didn't go through with it. Sometimes he thinks the thief died in one of the towers. Karma. But most of the time, he thinks she's probably out there, alive, reading. He's in the LR fiction stacks when the doorbell chimes. He's ready. She told her girlfriend she would come by around this time. He knows this because he has her phone. She's not the kind of girl who locks her phone with a 4-digit password. He's been reading her emails. He's taken pictures of the passwords in her password folder. When she changes it, if she changes it, he'll know the possibilities. She's not the kind of girl who comes up with new passwords. She has 3 in rotation. Ackbeck 1027, 1027 meme, 1027 Beck Ale. It gets better. She didn't want to tell her mother she lost another phone. She got a new phone with a new number and a new plan. He knows all this because her old phone is still active. He reads the mass email she sent to friends announcing her new number. Chana was mortified. Tell your mother you lost your phone and get that shit shut down. Identity theft. Perverts. Tell your mom you fucked up. She'll get over it. People lose phones. Get it shut off. Not that dramatic. She wrote back, phone is probably in a gutter. So yes, not dramatic. She's a poor MFA candidate with debt. Who's stealing that identity? And if someone thinks she's pretty enough to put her selfies all over the internet, then she'll feel pretty. Just kidding. She wanted a new phone anyway. She loves her new number. Chana wouldn't relent. You get a new phone when you tell them you lost your old phone. Your mother will know because of your new number. Also, money. She was stubborn. She told Chana to calm down. She explained that she told her mother she changed numbers because she wanted a New York one. Her mother doesn't even know how to text, let alone read the bill. It's fine. And money? Whatever. One more little bill won't kill her. Chana didn't reply. He loves her mother, thanks. And he loves her, the little hypocrite. Her old but still working phone is an encyclopedia of her life, open to him as long as her mother pays the bill. Score 1 for the good guy. He loves reading her email, learning her life. He's careful, always marks new messages unread so she won't get alarmed. His good fortune doesn't stop there. She prefers email over texting. She wrote an essay for some blog stating that emails last forever, searchable, while texts go away. He loves her for wanting a record. He loves her records for being so accessible. He's so full of her calendar of caloric intake, hookups, menstrual moments, self-portraits she doesn't publish, recipes, exercises. She will know him soon, too. He promises. Starting today. She's here. He calls out for her to hang on, as if he doesn't know it's her. He trots up the stairs into the stacks. She's in a plaid jumper and knee socks. She dressed up for him. She's holding a pink reusable bag. He recites, engine number 9. She laughs. He's so good when he has time to prepare. He goes in for a hug. She lets him. They fit well together. His arms take her. He could squeeze her to death and to life. He pulls away first because he knows how girls can be about this stuff. Their basic instincts ruined by magazines and TV. She says she brought him something. He acts surprised. She insists she did. He says she didn't have to. She says she didn't die, so she kind of did. They walk up to the front. He knows why. She wants him here. If they stayed in the stacks, he'd press her against the FK placard. He sits behind the counter as planned, hands intertwined behind his head, leaning back, feet up. His navy t-shirt lifts just enough to show his midsection. She needs something to dream about. He smiles and tells her to show him what she's got. She lays it on the counter. He lowers his legs, moves forward, hunches over. He could touch her. He knows she likes his cologne. She and Chana lust after a bartender who wears it, which is why he bought it. He opens his present. It's the Da Vinci Code in Italian. She claps and laughs. He loves her enthusiasm. Giving comes more naturally to her than writing. She is a giver. She tells him to open it up. He says he doesn't speak Italian. She says the whole book isn't in Italian. He flips through. She's wrong. She grabs the book, drops it on the counter, insists the first page is in English. Open. He opens. Ah. She tells him to read up. There she is, in black ink. A poem. Engine. Engine number 9. On the New York Transit line. If some drunk girl falls on the tracks, pick her up, pick her up, pick her up. He reads it aloud. He knows she gets off on her writing. She claps. She is literally asking him to pick her up. She nods. Her name is there, so it's not freaky when he says it. He thanks Guinevere. She says it's Beck. He says the book says Guinevere. She concedes. She says he's welcome, then pretends not to remember his name. He helps her out. Joe Goldberg. She says he's welcome. Joe Goldberg then notes it's kind of fucked because she came to thank him, and now she's saying you're welcome. He tells her that now they're both alive, nobody's singing, and she got him this sweet-ass present, Italian Dan Brown, which they don't have in the shop. She noticed. She blinks, smiles, rocks a little. He breathes. This is it. He asked to get a drink sometime. She says sure, but she's not looking at him or naming a time or place. Elements of their dynamic come into view like a photograph in a dark room. She didn't write her number in the book. She got him the joke part of their thing, Dan Brown, instead of the shared serious part, Paula Fox. And he thinks she has a hickey. Small, but still. She bought Paula Fox for Benji. She bought Dan Brown for him. She says the thing is, she still can't find her phone and doesn't have a new one yet, so she's not making a lot of plans. He pretends to check something on the computer. He thinks about how she emailed her friends about him, talked more about the rescue than being obsessed with him. She didn't tell Channa and Lynn about how she thinks about him when she mounts her green pillow, about how nervous and intimidated she was. She was so distracted by him that she lost her phone. Instead, she emails her friends about Benji. He has to speak or he'll blow it. He asks if she never found her phone. She says she thinks she left it in the subway station. He reminds her she had it in the cab. She agrees, but who remembers the name of the cab company? Premier Taxi of Lower Manhattan. Nobody ever remembers, he agrees. She asks for a pen. He gives her one. She grabs a bookmark, flips it over, writes her email address. She says she's busy with school, but he should email her, and they'll make a plan. He notes that bookmarks are for paying customers only. She laughs, awkward without a phone to dive into, looks around waiting to be excused. She really does have a daddy complex. He tells her these books won't sell themselves, so why doesn't she skedaddle and let him get back to work? She smiles, relieved, almost curtsies as she backs away. Thanks him again. He says every time, planned. She smiles with no teeth, doesn't say goodbye. He doesn't say have a nice day. They're beyond pleasantries. She gave him her email address. Now he has to choose which draft to send. He knew she'd come in and give him her email, so last night he wrote different versions of his first email. He was up all night writing in his cage. Just like her. He puts the bookmark with her email inside the Italian Dan Brown. It fits perfectly. He hopes people realize Prince is one of the great poets of our time. Not songwriter, poet. Prince is the closest thing to E. Cummings, one of the greatest first lines of a poem. It's been 7 hours and 15 days since you took your love away. The reversal of hours and days. A poet transforms the world with such small hands. She hasn't written back yet. She forwarded his email to Channa and Lynn. She giggled over photo booth pictures of the three of them, exchanged dozens of idiotic emails about nothing. She found time to read and respond to classmates' stories and beg bosses at Word in Brooklyn to let her read, but she hasn't written back to the guy who saved her life. She's still in pursuit of Benji. It's not funny anymore. She wrote to Channa and Lynn. Why does she have to be the stereotypical chick who meets a nice guy and says thanks but no thanks? She doesn't read Cosmo or do cleanses or post selfies, so she doesn't fit the profile of lame girl who hates nice guys. Benji is married to his business. And this guy is the total opposite, works at a business. Also, rooftop at the XIII on Friday. Shanna wrote back first, asking if this is the guy she met at KGB. This tells him she meets too many guys. She has a hunger for strangers. That's why she reads Craigslist casual encounters. She doesn't participate, thank Christ, but she treats life like a giant casual encounter, wasting time with Benji and random guys from places like KGB. Lynn wrote back that there are shrinks on campus. Who can answer that question? Also, KGB guy was super cute. Also, Weath? Yes. Unless UES for a change? Just a thought. These girls don't know about the Italian Dan Brown or the extent of her crush because she doesn't tell them. Finally, in the middle of the night, after 5 hours and 8 days, she writes back to him. How about happy hour on Thursday? He waits 3 hours and 1 day to respond. That works. Where? She didn't earn his humor this time. She doesn't write back right away. 4 minutes, 3 hours, and 2 days pass before she apologizes. One of those weeks. Whatever he does, do not go to grad school. Anyway, how about next week? Like Prince, he has a poetic nature and knows how to shift perspective. Driving her into his arms isn't working out. She's scattered, she flirts, cracks phones, doesn't delete anything, uses her period to get extensions at school. A lot of her emails have more creative vitality than her stories. She's talking to like 9 dudes on 9 different sites. She flirts with everything. Does she realize how much crap she has in her shopping basket at Anthropology.com? Christ, she needs to learn decision-making skills. In the meantime, he sees that she is sick. Sick like her father was, hooked on Benji. And he can't get her off Benji until he knows about Benji. He processes the evidence in under a minute. Benjamin Benji Baird Keys III strikes him as a fraud. The rehab stint that reeks of performance. The smug face incapable of real addiction. The organic club soda company called Home Soda with its insufferable pitch about homes being more exclusive than clubs. Beck, he thinks, you can't genuinely believe in this guy. Benji's parents profited off Monsanto and Nestle while he was growing up, yet the website rants against them. The camping trip where Benji supposedly invented the soda was actually a stay at a friend's waterfront Nantucket home. He spots the untagged girl from Beck's profile in one photo. She smiles legitimately only for rich friends. Beck wasn't invited on that trip. She's the townie. Benji is the tourist who will use her, then discard her before Labor Day. He waits 12 seconds, 9 minutes, no hours before replying to her email. She's in Greenpoint. He suggests Lulu's. She answers with caps lock excitement. He's on his way. The Hannah and her sister's soundtrack blares inside his skull, all songs at once, drowning out his phone. He pictures their first kiss, drunk in a cab on Bank Street. Now he understands why men sometimes jerk off on trains. But he doesn't. He has her in his future. The train crawls. He's bringing her to Western Coast, inscribed with a clumsy poem about transit and nursing homes. He had to reward her for showing up. Halfway up the subway stairs, her phone beeps. He sits down. Things shift too fast. Nearly 2 weeks after her mass email announcing her new number, Benji finally wrote back, a single-word greeting. She told him to come over. He sent nothing. Then she canceled on him. A school thing, sorry. Benji replied with an excuse about work. She sent nothing back. He knows her smile means she wants life like before her father messed up on Nantucket. No locks, keys left in ignitions, claustrophobia and comfort the same thing. She tweeted about Manhattan and Nantucket both having expensive groceries and drinks, everyone going nuts in winter. Cute, he thinks, but Manhattan is nothing like her precious island. Last Tuesday, he toured Benji's Club Soda Factory while the boss was away, courtesy of Benji's Twitter feed. He excused himself to the bathroom, bypassed it for the unlocked office, then the unlocked computer. Benji's calendar linked to a performance artist named Monica. She was live doodling that day in Astoria. As her verified fan, he saw the live coverage. No Benji in the crowd, but bottles of home soda appeared in every filtered photo. A comment from some woman confirmed Benji brought the soda, so Benji skipped Beck's reading, but trekked to Astoria for Monica because she's tall and blonde and her doodles pass for art. He needs to save Beck. He already prepared an email account impersonating Nathan Herzog, a food critic whose ass Benji kisses. Using that account, he writes to Benji as Herzog, desperate to meet now at a bookstore on the Lower East Side with an unknown cafe downstairs. Benji replies immediately, flattered, en route. What kind of asshole says en route? On the subway, he realizes he left the Western Coast on the sidewalk after she blew him off. He texts his coworker Curtis not to come in. He rounds the corner and catches Benji yanking the shop door. He calls out, grinning, owning this fuck. Benji coos about the honor. He fumbles for the keys, clumsy food critic act, unlocks the door, and locks it behind them without Benji noticing. Benji marvels at the place, asks about coffee. He says now and then offers water. While Benji prattles nervously about loving books, he pours crushed Xanax into a glass. Benji gulps it down, thanks him phonily. He lets Benji ramble, says he has something behind the counter. He listens to the drug take hold. Benji gets woozy, asks to sit. Punching him would be gratuitous. But excellent, a dozen times in 20 minutes. Benji goes cold on the floor. He drags him downstairs into a cage, locks it. Excellent. The Brooks Brothers blazer yields a drug purse, a plastic key card he leaves, a wallet he takes, and the grand prize, the phone. Benji's phone is full of Monica posing. He picks a sexy shot and tweets it from Benji's account, with 2 words meant to call Beck inadequate. And she feels it. The rejection, the crying. He wants to hug her, but she needs space to detach. He waits for her sadness to turn to anger. Then it does. She writes back to Benji like a snake. She is not his plaything, not a no-hearted performance artist come dumpster, but a real human being. He does not blow her off. This is not how her life goes. Treat her like his soda, or better yet, fuck his soda instead. Because that's what he actually loves. Not her, not anyone. Her emails are true and beautiful, but every single one stays in drafts. He doesn't have the nerve to send them. He still clings to that towny fantasy that the shaggy-haired tourist will abandon his ideals for her. So he stands by and reads. Chana tells Beck plainly, it would be nice if Benji loved her, but he doesn't. The bailing, the cheating, the weird daddy act, none of it should surprise her. She's actually happy for Beck. Let this end. Lynn chimes in that there are no good men in New York, just Benjis. Chana fires back. Get off eHarmony. He stays optimistic until Beck's private exchange with someone named Peach. Beck sounds like such a girl. She hasn't heard from Benji. He bailed, probably just busy, but what if Peach advises her to get busy writing something awesome and forget about him, like putting all her energy into one sacred place, herself. Beck thanks her, calls her wise. But it doesn't matter what friends think. Beck keeps drafting emails to Benji, demanding to know where he is, when she'll see him. She still wants him. He forges a blog entry as Benji, a spontaneous trek to Nantucket, AC, the airport code, for new inspiration and new flavors with a lovely companion. Benji didn't invite her, didn't even tell her. He's no good. The word lovely is meant to make her think of Monica and write him off. Instead, she sends the link to Peach. Sad, not mad. Peach tells her not to jump to conclusions. He's an entrepreneur, probably referring to the family dog. Nothing works. She forgives the fucker who tweeted the filtered photo of the performance artist cunt. No free home soda showed up at her reading, but she still wants him. He sends her an email from Benji. Long story. Be well, kid. She opens it seconds later. No forwarding, no violent draft, just stillness. An hour later, his phone alerts him. Thursday instead? He did it. One word back. Yes. When the little pansy wakes, he yawns like a century past. He doesn't get it at first. Awkward small talk about the cage mahogany. Parrots. Then the bars register. He yanks the door. He tells him he doesn't need to do that, tries to keep him calm. Benji snaps at him to let him out now. He tells Benji to settle down. Benji looks puzzled. The assholes are always puzzled when the universe's order is restored, when they're held accountable. Thursday morning. Their date tonight is his reward for 3 days of babysitting Benji. His hand is cramped from gripping the basement key like a lifeline. He's tired. It took an hour to pry up the false floorboard where he keeps the machete. He took a train to New Haven to use Benji's ATM without raising flags. The plan? Use Benji's phone to construct a narrative. Beck follows him on Twitter, so she'll witness a descent into drugs and idiocy. He tweeted a photo of the Yale Bulldog mascot back at his alma mater for a bender. Ivy League, people love reunions. She texts him. Up early, no idea why. What are they doing tonight? Benji barks from the cage. Is that Beck? She's all his, if that's what he wants. An hour after waking, the fucker recognized him from the cab. Now Benji thinks he's figured it out. Obsessed with Beck, trapped him because of her. The truth is more complicated. Self-satisfied chirpers like him should stay quiet in lockup. He talks about Beck like she's his to give away. He barks at Benji to do his test. Benji says his name, Joe, which reminds him of the obvious complication going forward. He composes himself and writes to her. Morning, sleepyhead, see her at 8:30 on the Union Square steps. When it gets dark, they'll go somewhere else. He can't wait to see her. He picks up Benji's list of 5 favorite books. Pretentious, snobbish, spoiled, stunted. Benji has already failed tests on Gravity's Rainbow and Underworld. Keeps saying he'd have made a different list if he'd known there'd be a test. That's how privileged people think. Lie unless you know you can't get away with it. She's nothing like him. She writes again. No way she's responding to a smiley face. But he can't reply because Princess Benji wants a soy latte. The Times, Kiehl's, Avian, Tom's toothpaste. He tells Benji to make do with Greek diner coffee, the Post, a tub of Vaseline, and baking soda from the employee restroom. She writes again. Where will they go after dark? He can't be mad. She's just hot for him, mirroring his words. He writes back. She'll know when she needs to know. Wink, wink. The wink might have been a mistake. He feels sick. Benji whines about not being able to take a test on a book he hasn't touched since high school without ample caffeine. He makes an executive decision. Forget on the road, tear up the test, they're done. Benji looks at him like he's God, thanking him for making him admit to being a complete liar. Even while fighting for his life, he's lying. He tries to make him understand. Benji didn't read On the Road? Not exactly, but he put it on his list. Unbelievable. Don't you realize you're in the bottom of a bookstore in a cage? You don't come into his store and lie. Benji tells him not to be mad. His eyes shift toward the machete. No choice. He picks it up slowly, holds it without facing him. Benji whimpers that he doesn't want to do this. He spreads his feet wider, occupies as much space as he can. He tells Benji he spends his time making tests on books he claimed to read, and he didn't read any of them, which means he wasted his time. And he doesn't want him to be mad. Does he think the world works like that? Benji admits he's a fraud. He turns around. Benji crosses his legs, hangs his head, runs a hand through his too long blonde hair, nimble, weak, about to disintegrate. He's still holding the machete, which feels unnecessary given his condition. He nods. Go on, shithead. It's amazing how you can see money in people. Those chick-smooth hands softening for centuries before he was born, that thick hair never thinned by wind or labor, the slope of his nose proving life is unfair. Benji says he loves the book in a postmodern way. Senses it contains something he relates to, echoes his beliefs and sentiments. He's related well to people who've read it, written about it. He majored in comp lit. It's possible to read a book without reading it straightforwardly. You can read about a book. Does he understand? Yeah, he understands. His bullshit detector is excellent. Top drawer, even. He starts up the stairs. Benji rants about what an asshole he is, what his father will do, then switches to begging for a copy of the David Foster Wallace, promising to read it, take a test. The basement is insulated. Mr. Mooney made this a private place. Benji can scream all he wants. No one will hear him, just like no one heard him. She texts, "You're funny, Joe." The wink didn't land him on her dork list. The sun shines. He locks the basement doors and texts her back. He has books to sell. Be on the south steps of Union Square Center, 8:30 sharp. Then he shuts off his phone. The day is against him. Stephen King has a new book out. New King means crowds. The shop becomes a church of Stephen. He has no room to think about her, prepare for her. Inundated with Kingophiles, couples, older fans, young punks, withdrawn dullards, everyone. He loves King as much as any red rum-drinking American, but he resents being his bitch. She's an MFA candidate. They might talk literature tonight. For all he knows, she could collapse into pretension and praise some crap-infested chapbook. What will he say in return? Can you believe Danny Torrance is all grown up? King would be on his side. First dates require effort, but King isn't here. The sun loiters. The register is tired. He's had the same conversation 85,000 times. He smashes the register when it gets stuck. Time moves too slowly. Finally, a woman not buying King, Rachel Ray cookbooks, and she acts like he hit her. She does the passive-aggressive sigh, pounds at her Twitter app. Bad customer service is the worst. She wants him to see. He apologizes, tells her Rachel Ray is underrated. She deletes the tweet. The universe gets in line. He takes a moment to send a tweet from Benji's account. Home soda and absinthe. Yes. The next asshole rummages for his credit card to buy Stephen King so he can read about a sicko doing sick things because he's too much of a pussy to do them himself. That's the problem with this never-ending centipede of lemmings. They buy these books to get scared because their lives are too easy. How pathetic is that? They say the ending is amazing and you can't see it coming. He asks, cash or charge? She thinks Benji was a tough dude to date. Try having the same conversation over and over while Benji's in the cage trying to dig his way to China. She put up with his bullshit, but did she ever lock him in a cage and listen to him bellyache 24/7? The kid is allergic to gluten, peanuts, yeast, dust, sugar, Visine. He got him a Reese's, and Benji went bat shit. Said the mere smell of peanut butter could kill him. Please. The fucker is allergic to real life. He's doing the kid a favor. When he gets out, he'll be pissed, but also thank him for making him a man. And honestly, does she know how hard it is sleeping at the shop just in case Mr. Mooney does a late night drop by to look at the 70s porn in the basement? Answering questions about Stephen King while knowing he has to buy apples and honey for the pansy in the cage? Pray that Curtis is too stoned to get curious. That Mooney's too old and lazy to want his porn. He loves her, but she doesn't know about problems. He has problems, real ones. She has deadlines, has to read shitty stories by other wannabes in her classes, thinks her hairdresser fucked up. Shanna thinks she's pregnant, even though the dude barely got it in. Lynn says she'd move home and have the baby. It takes her 52 emails to figure out basic shit. Shanna isn't pregnant. Lynn is dead inside. She's not over Benji, but will be once she goes out with him. Her mom emails her drunk at night. If she knew what he put up with for her, she wouldn't moan so much. She'd read her stories, cuddle her green pillow, and thank God she doesn't have a 160-pound princess locked in her basement asking if the chicken in the sandwich is free range. He's not stupid. He read his face but ate the chicken sandwich anyway. Didn't puke. But he's a nervous wreck, a slob. Misses the toilet when he pisses. Twice vomited all over. Twice he's had to cuff him to the cage and clean up his mess. Labor is cleaning up a pansy's fluids after restocking shelves in the window display with the new Stephen King for the third time, in one day while dealing with all the worshippers who need the big new book. On the same day, because God forbid they open their eyes to a lesser-known author. His phone buzzes. 6 p.m. The only books he sold today besides King are the Rachel Ray cookbooks. No wonder Benji never read his favorite books. Most people don't read anymore. This is not how he wants. Be less than 3 hours from sitting with her on the steps. Curtis will be here in 10 minutes. He's never on time because he's part of Generation Benji. Busy with his fake life, his gadgets, Tinder, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Vine, Bullshit Narcissism Incorporated. He'd love to fire him, but Curtis respects him. He waits. The after-work depressed book buyers come steady, going home to their dungeons to let Stephen King distract them from their pathetic, lonely lives. They're so lucky. So much of America, Benji included because he's a nice guy and gave him one before he left, will be hunkered down reading tonight, but they'll be out living their own lives together. He pities these people. 6:06. He knows what she's doing. Smearing on eyeliner to get that Olsen twin look she thinks she needs, blasting her Bowie, the music she plays before a date to feel cool crutch music, deciding which tank top goes with which bra, eventually ending up on her green pillow. It's true what they say about chicks being dirtier than dudes. He's still keeping up with her emails as he waits for credit cards to run. She emails her friends about her bodily events. So, un-Victorian. She told her friends she's going to rub one out before their date. 6:08. The next dude is buying the new King in The Shining just to be bold. Calls The Shining a prequel. What an awful world. What a miracle she came in here. So happy when most people who come in are so miserable. Curtis holds the door, starts his bullshit about the L train being whacked. He tells him to take over the register, nothing but King tonight. Close when the last copy goes. Curtis says he really just needs the hours. 6:11. The punk wants hours. Waste of time. He needs to get hot for her, clean up, close his paper cuts, brush his teeth with Benji's Tom's natural toothpaste. He clenches his jaw, but Curtis is dense. Head shoved in his phone most of the time. He tells Curtis to close up after the King is done. Curtis complains about the city, calls him son. The little beastie boy motherfucker was late, he's his boss, and the last thing he needs is this shit telling him he looks tired. He points out the line and walks outside, away from the basement, away from the books. He smiles at nothing. At the idea of her preparing, too. For the first time in a long time, he heads home with Simon and Garfunkel in his head. This night is theirs. He doesn't get home until 7. Out of the shower at 7:15, he stubs his toe on one of his typewriters, Hector, an 82 Smith Corona from an alley off Bushwick. Blood, but he won't see it as an omen. Maybe a little bloodshed is good for the nerves. She'll meet them all soon, the typewriters he collects. One day the computers will blow up and he'll be the man with 29 beat-up machines. She likes that movie with the guy who pulls a rickshaw around Canada. Mostly about the white t-shirt. So he goes for a classic white V-neck, jeans, the belt from the Army-Navy store, big buckle, old and dented. She'll want to touch it. It's just like the one the cowboy in her story wears. On the subway, he texts her. Running a little late. She texts back, "Me too." The road goes by in a slow flash. He's not really on this train. The world doesn't exist. He gets off and sends a tweet from Benji. Something about Miley Cyrus. Done with his work. The air is perfect. At Union Square, he hides behind a kiosk and watches her arrive, look around, sit down, wait. 8:35. She was lying about running late. Just as excited as him. He texts, "Sorry, be there by 8:45. She writes back, "No worries, see you then." She cares what he thinks. She's nervous. He's nervous. At 8:52, he takes his first step toward her, his heart in his throat. He can't believe it's happening. Them, together. She sees him, smiles, waves, stands up. Fresh, clear-eyed, ready. She bites her lower lip, smiles with every part of her body, plays at being mad. He's late. He apologizes. She says he also said they'd go somewhere when it got dark, and it's already dark. He knows. He sits, pats the concrete. She plants her buns beside him. He deliberately waited until dark. They belong in the dark together. She smells pure. She taps her ballet flat into his brand new white oddities, teases him about cleaning his shoes. He says that's why he was late. Had to shine them. She laughs. They fall into easy talk. Paula Fox, sneakers, the weird homeless dude talking to a trash can, chemistry, they win, no rush to go. She likes being on display. Unexpected silences become jokes about his sneakers. She calls them Ben Stiller white. He says he'll tell his shoe shine, man. She says he did a bang-up job. She said bang, and she said Joe. That has to mean something. He tells her he tipped him. She starts a story about accidentally stealing shoes from an outlet. Almost 20 minutes on the steps. She's so nervous and excited she keeps talking about shoes like she might jump him right here. He chose this spot because his whole life he's walked by these steps and seen couples that made him feel alone. Now loners passed him, jealous. It's hard to listen when he can smell her body wash. She wonders who steals from a shoe store on an island. He says a very brave and lovely lady named Beck, apparently. He said lovely. She smiles. It was just right. She thinks he gets her. All his reading was not for nothing. She asks if he thinks she's a psycho, wonders why she told that story. He says it's a first date. Everybody has an anecdote, always funny and based in truth, but always a half-truth. She calls herself a lying bitch, smiles, crosses her legs. Two guys check her out through denim. He corrects her. She's a thieving lying bitch. She laughs, blushes. He laughs. She stretches in her red bra and white tank and Thursday night jeans and pink cotton panties, reaches for the sky, uncrosses her legs, lays her head on the cement. He wants to mount her right here in front of everyone. He can't get up when he's this hard. She says he seems young. He goes soft. Huh? She backtracks, came out wrong. He jokes that he just turned 17 and wouldn't want to look 16 or she'd look like a pedophile. She slaps his leg. She likes him more. She hunches, bites her lip the way she did at her reading, about to reveal something. She means his vibe is young, Like anything is possible. They could still run for president, learn sign language, visit every castle in Bruges. All he heard was we. He asks if she wants him to gas up his NetJet. She's serious. She moves closer. What did he want to be when he was little? A rock star. He leans back closer to her. They both look at the sky. They must look great from above, lit by stars, in love. She sighs. When she was little, she wanted to be a singer. He asks if that's why she likes Pitch Perfect so much. She turns, sits up. He fucked up. How does he know she likes that movie? He was just guessing. Fuck. He knows it's really popular. She asks if he likes that movie. He admits he hasn't seen it. Beet red, fucked. But if she likes it, it's probably good. She mutters a note to herself. Become less predictable. She stops looking at him. He doesn't know what to say. Fuck Anna Kendrick. He can't tell if she feels bad or creeped out. He worked so hard and blew it on a movie. When she finally looks at him, there's new sadness in her eyes. His fault. Only one way to fix it. He tells her she's not predictable. She's just on Facebook. She accuses him of stalking without a trace of sadness, smacks his leg. She likes him. He wouldn't call it stalking. It's not private. She laughs, smacks him again, stands up, stretches her arms overhead. He sees her belly button. He likes looking up at her. She stretches this way and that, slaps her hands on her hips. She asks if he looked at all her pictures. Only a couple hundred, just the ones from last weekend. She hangs her head, waves her arms. She doesn't want to be a predictable Facebook girl with her whole life out there. That's not her whole life. She saves a lot for Twitter. She slaps his knee. Skaters pass. A toddler screams for chocolate ice cream. A hippie plays banjo. A gainfully employed cunt in heels talks too loudly on her phone. All of it for them. Her voice lowers. She looked for him. He used to be on Facebook. He lies, but burnt out. Some people care more about status updates than actual lives. She agrees. One of her best friends is like that. Anti-Facebook. He's not real anti. Well, he's not on it. She's talking about Peach. Now she thinks he's like Peach, and nobody likes Peach. Bad thing. He panics, gets quiet. The toddler is silenced by ice cream. The wind picks up. Darker by the second. She wants to look at her phone. He can feel her wanting to tell her friends that he stalked her on Facebook. He asks if she wants to eat something. Stretches, reminds her he has biceps, ready to kill anyone who dare look at her. She asks, or what? He figured she'd want to eat. No, or what lined up? She wonders how many words they waste. He agrees, almost mentions her friend's bullshit talk about hate-watching New Girl, but catches himself. She wants to be more careful with her words. Cut the fat. Yes, she wants to eat. He stands, offers his hand even though she doesn't need it. She takes it. He tells her she first wants to watch her ass as she walks down. What's she in the mood for? She's flexible as long as it's near her place. Early morning tomorrow. Corner Bistro. Burgers, fries, vodka, whiskey. He lets her steer. She mentions her druggy ex. She pushes him away, but he always comes back. But let's not talk about that. He agrees. They move on to childhood. Hers on Nantucket. His in Bed-Stuy. Her defensiveness about being a townie. His prepared knowledge of her island impressing her because he's never actually been. She exclaims, he's so smart, you'd almost think he works in a bookstore. She references college often. Ivy League bullshit, Yale guys. Finally lit enough, she asks what she really wants to know. When did he graduate? He didn't. Didn't even start. She nods. She's never around guys like him. He laughs. She laughs. He's never around girls like her. Another round of who's read more books. He wins again. She stammers, almost rude. He didn't go to college, and he's probably more well-read than half her workshop. Insane. He darkens. Don't tell the kids at school. She smiles, winks. A secret. He fucking killed it. They're the last ones here. She understands why he insisted on the way back. Room to themselves. 4 top other tables cleaned, chairs stacked. She sits against the wall. He faces her. She asks permission to lie down on the bench. He has a better idea. He could take her home. She slow blinks, sasses. And then what? Whatever she wants. She grins. So he's a gentleman? He doesn't answer. She's shy and drunk. The irony of her intentionally chalky eyes. The more she drinks, the more she rubs them, the less she looks like a brunette Olsen twin, and the more she looks like her. He commands her to lie down. Yes, sir. Her cheeks flush, nipples harden, panties soaked. She lies down. He's not even kissing her tonight. He tells her to put her hands on her head. She asks if they're playing Simon Says. No. Imagine if they fucked in here. Air smells like beer, bacon, Murphy's oil. She puts her hands on her head. There is a God. A little old Bowie plays. She smiles. He thinks about her naked. A little drunk, he stands. She hears his chair, opens her eyes. He tells her to close them. She was just going to tell him about this album. He doesn't want to know. This is him training her to treat him special. He's not some Ivy League asshole who'll respect her for knowing an obscure Bowie album. He won't let her tell stories she told Yale guys. She's his now. Bowie sings about strangers. She murmurs along to prove she knows the words. He walks around the table, sits next to her head. She giggles, keeps her eyes closed, stops murmuring, throbbing with want. He slouches, kicks his feet up on a chair, his cock inches from her head, her mouth. She can smell it. Her nostrils flare. She swallows, nervous. He looks down at her, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. Bowie crows about humans being a letdown. Not about them. She says this is nice before the song ends. Maybe they'll forget they're here and lock them in. Yeah, his brain goes right to Benji. He wants to stay with her forever, but has to feed his new pet. Her eyes go wide. Song ended. Led Zeppelin now too loud. She knows how to give an order. Walk her home. Yes, miss. 2 blocks in silence. Hands in pockets like they have to stay there. Or else. 2 turned on for small talk. Night quiet. Nobody around. Her stoop. She walks up 2 steps so they're face to face. He knows she's done this before, her bullshit game. He's not kissing her. She's not telling him what to do with his body. She purrs that this was nice. Yeah, she has an early morning. Better get in there. Conflict suits her. She sees a high school graduate who should be trying to jump her bones. She also sees a guy who's read more books than her whole workshop. He rocks her world and won't kiss her. She nods. No choice. She's pissed. Her green pillow will take a beating tonight. She'll think about him, wait for it, get sick with want. Same way that toddlers scream for ice cream. America waited for Stephen King. He waited for Curtis Benji's across town waiting on him. She'll wait. Sweet dreams, Beck. She offers water for the road, holds the door open, invitation to come inside. Last attempt. He's all right. Doesn't look back. She's obsessed. He's relieved he has to deal with Benji right now, or he might follow her inside. No, she will give him water after their first fuck in her bed from a shared glass. He doesn't have the strength to turn her down, but he has a pansy in the cage. Fucking Benji. A savior. He smiles all the way home, tells his typewriters about the night, rubs one out in her honor, showers, slathers on Keels, downloads Bowie's Rare and Well Done for the trip to the shop, can't sleep waiting for her to email her friends about their date, stops at the deli for Cheerios and milk. Benji deserves a treat too. Enters the shop, trots downstairs. Princess Benji pouting, picking at his fingernails. One glance at Dr. Sleep, he hasn't even opened it. Professional. Slides the Cheerios through the drawer with a pillow. How nice, right? The princess sniffs the bowl, backs off. Almond milk? He tells him to read his book and eat. Test on the first 100 pages. Go. Upstairs. A long Beck sesh listening to Bowie, looking at stolen Facebook pictures, watching pitch-perfect scenes on mute, so lost in her that it gets bright. Should be tired, but high on her. Wants to take her to the London Bowie sings about, but he has to go back downstairs. What a sight. Benji isn't just reading King, he's devouring it like a chubby kid with a candy bar. He starts to applaud. Benji drops the book, fakes a yawn. Time for a test. Benji doesn't want one. No duh. Time for the club soda test. He reminds Benji that he said to read the King, and he did. Congratulations. The sissy rant begins. Stomachache, headache, allergy to something in the books, needs a Band-Aid, a B vitamin, eczema cream aggravated by cheap coffee, tired, doesn't want to be tested anymore. He tells Benji it's time to get started. Benji begs for more time, complains the cereal is poison, he's intolerant of dairy. Club soda will settle his stomach. He asks if Benji never read brief interviews either. Silence. He shakes his head, wants to call Yale and tell them their product is bullshit. Benji insists he's not a bad person. Of course he's not. He's not an asshole, just so insecure he has to drop the King he loves. He gives him another shot. How's that, King? Still hasn't learned a thing. He lines up 3 identical red Solo cups full of club soda on a tray. Benji didn't read brief interviews, and every day there's a test. Benji offers serious family money, a mint Alfa Romeo. Does he want a car? He pulls the drawer open, lifts the cups onto it gently, one by one. Time to get started. Benji falls to his knees. Begs, says he has money. He motions for him to stand. Good dog. He explains he's not drugging him. This is a test. Each cup contains club soda. Benji will sip from each and tell him which has home soda. See if he recognizes his own product. Benji crosses his arms, needs something to cleanse his palate. He's a step ahead, a stale bagel. Benji asks if all 3 bottles were opened at the same time. Club soda changes exposed to air. They were. Benji needs glass cups because plastic interferes with chemistry. He tells him to drink. Benji takes the first cup, closes his eyes, gargles, swishes, spits in the piss pot, stretches, walks around. He offers a jet his father has access anywhere in the world. Then they forget this ever happened. He expects Benji to blow money, wouldn't raise a red flag. Bite the bagel. Thailand, France, Ireland, everywhere. Bite the bagel. He bites. He picks up the second cup. Benji pleads, asks him to think about what he wants. Take the cup. The test isn't valid. Yeast from the bagel compromises his taste buds, needs to gargle salt water. He never raises his voice, so it scares Benji when he does. Take the fucking cup. Benji falls on his knees again, over-identified with the title character in Dr. Sleep. Doesn't even realize Dan Torrance originated in The Shining. Struggled. Benji's never worked a day in his life. Stand up. Salt water, Benji begs. They don't give salt water in Coke and Pepsi tests. Benji asks if he knows what distinguishes club soda from seltzer and sparkling water. He groans. Salt, Benji explains. Sometimes sodium bicarbonate, sodium citrate, or disodium phosphate. Just drink it. He's not bullshitting his way out. Benji insists no bullshit this time. This is what he knows. Drink it. He sips from the third cup. Gargles. This isn't his product. He ignores Benji's calls to know if he passed or failed and walks upstairs. Suspense makes people stronger. Stephen King would appreciate his work with Benji. He smiles, locks the door. The deli around the corner has salt and mason jars. He stocks up. The guy gives him a box. The more time he spends on his club soda project, the less surprised he is that a few idiots buy into home soda. And the more time with Benji, the more he understands why a million rich idiots don't. Home soda will never be as popular as Stephen King. You win consumers by showing you understand them. You can't market a product if you don't understand the potential buyer. Benji doesn't know shit about marketing. Coke is everything to everyone. Benji thinks it's all about being special, scientific, but you don't get anywhere unless you know how to blend in. Back downstairs. He tells Benji to gargle. He gargles like he's at the dentist. He's trying to give him a chance. Most pricks deserve a shot at being something else. Benji was spoiled by his family. Mother who never said no, father who never said boo, nannies who let him do whatever. He admitted to paying for every essay at Yale. Said he read the first 5 pages of Gravity's Rainbow and loved it so much he couldn't read anymore. Too sensitive, too moved, built for small doses. For someone so sensitive, he sure takes a long time to gargle salt water. Drink it. Benji pinches his nostrils, sips. He doesn't know what he'll do with him. Never grounded, beaten, locked up for any sin, cheated through college, trying to cheat pretentious fucks with Ute Market soda. Now for the first time, Benji is being held accountable. Accountability suits him. He's got wrinkles, doesn't look like such a pansy, still crosses his legs like Woody Allen, still blows hair out of his eyes. Which cup was home soda? Benji says it doesn't matter because he's selling a vibe, health and wealth. It always matters. Any idiot can tell Coke from Pepsi. Benji says that's different. Which cup? How does he even know he's telling the truth? Because he's not a fucking liar. Benji tries for authority. He'd never actually kill him. He makes it clear he's not having it. Which cup? Benji gets belligerent. He's too smart to kill him. His parents will find out. He'd never do that to himself. He says nothing. Power of silence. His father's silences are more vivid than the things he said. Benji starts to shake, picks up cup 1 again. Hand shaking, most of it rolls down his chin onto his Brooks Brothers shirt. He can't get over how many people miss this guy, love him. 3 days disappeared, and everyone acts like he's Ferris Bueller. Emails pour in, he doesn't respond. They need to understand Benji has gone off the rails. An indictment of society, this outpouring for a liar's whereabouts. Whoever distributes love is doing a bad job. Benji bites the bagel. He scrolls through her phone to calm his nerves. She didn't email anyone about their night yet. Still busy with her pillow or passed out wasted. Benji sips cup 2. Gargles, spits. Definitely not cup 2. Obviously trying to cheat, get a hint. He ignores him. You ignore people until they get in line, especially spoiled rich kids. When he was in this cage, he didn't fuss like a little girl. Benji picks up cup 3. Salute. Somehow the most offensive thing he's ever said. He's not Italian. He sips, licks his lip, strokes his chin, paces. Well, Benji says these aren't ideal circumstances for a taste test. Life isn't always ideal, not for most people. The air is dank. Musty. Which cup? 1, 2, or 3? Benji clings to the bars, shakes his head, crying again. He checks her sent mail. 9 in the morning after their date. She's awake. Just wrote to some dude in class about how much she liked his story. He breathes. That's just about school. Which fucking cup? Benji lifts his head, backs away as if he'll pass out, wipes his eyes, crosses his arms, spits out, none of them. That's his answer? He grabs his shaggy hair, darker every day from sweat. Wait. Either that's his answer or it's not. They all tasted like shit. Bottom of the barrel, 99-cent store, chemically enhanced club soda. He's setting him up to fail. Wrong. Injustice. Is that his answer? Yes. Sorry, Benji. His lower lip shakes. But he's wrong. They're all home soda. She gets an email from the asshole in her class. Thanks. He's reading her right now. This is her best yet. Nice. Very nice. Benji flares. No. Who is this pretentious asshole? I'm reading you. The fuck he is. Come on. Write to Chana, Lynn. She had the best date ever, and she's emailing some hack from class? Benji insists there's no way those cups were his. He tells him they were. It's called quality control. If he knew anything about business, he'd know without quality control you have nothing. Benji sits, crosses his legs. He almost feels bad for him. The world failed him, didn't prepare him for adulthood. Now he's jammed up with a tear-stained shirt, a belly full of club soda and cow milk. His blonde hair and vocabulary have finally let him down. He asks what now? He doesn't deserve an answer. He failed. He shuts off the lights, walks upstairs. Benji rants about needing light, clearly hooked on King. She's firing emails at that dude. All he wants is a Coke in a can and a text from her. He turns around, gives him his fucking light. He'll read a whole book for once in his life. A girl he fired years ago. Sarah, irritating. Birth name Sarah, but she wanted to be original. Nightmare, acted like she was doing him a favor. Suggested Meg Woolitzer to everyone, even old Asian men. Gave change reluctantly, a light fist of coins, made customers reach. People hated her. Ordered lattes, extra hot, left 3 times a week to complain, even though it wouldn't stay hot after a 10-minute walk. White girl with dreadlocks. Kept a book on the counter to prove she was reading whatever of-the-moment minority woman. Read the New Yorker. So 98.9% of her small talk started with, "Did you see that piece?" Never flushed when she peed, conservation, but her pee reeked because she lived on asparagus. Bullshit eyeglasses. Boyfriend in med school, curled up in a shapeless wool cardigan at the counter, making customers feel they were imposing. When he fired her, he left a note that her last check was in the bathroom. Left it in the toilet full of her asparagus-scented piss. She never came back. Now she works for a nonprofit, married the doctor. In terms of sheer annoyance, nobody compares. But he envied her. She was so cool, unflappable, never impressed. Assign James Joyce, and she'd shrug. She made him too aware of himself. He hated wanting to impress her. Now, in this cab with her, he couldn't believe she wanted to take him to a party at her friend's house. Feels early for friends, but she insisted. He's not a party person. Doubly anxious because they're not going to some random house. They're riding uptown to her friend Pete Salinger's place. The cab jostles them. She's not the girl from the corner bistro. He's proud of his work with Benji. Mr. Mooney and Curtis have no idea and doesn't want to accidentally brag. So he gushes like a loser. Salinger, that's something. She says, yeah, she's related to him. It's like that, too cool. Sarah wouldn't be nervous about a Salinger party. He is. Second date, and he's about to meet a relative of J.D. Salinger. When he called to set this up, he planned on the planetarium, making out in the back row. But she cut him off. She has a party, want to come? He said yes. He'd go anywhere with her, but the closer they get, the more nervous he is. Scared everyone will hate him. She's scared everyone will hate him too, he can tell. She's fidgeting. When he's nervous, he gets nasty. So does she. He asks if J.D. is her uncle. Nobody calls him that, she says. So how are they related? It's just a known thing, she sighs. He was so private. He breathes. He has to remember how she described him in an email to Peach today. Different. Hot. She invited him because he's different and hot. But what if he fucks it all up? More insecure with every block. Woody Allen land, where he's always wanted to live. He sells Salinger, and her friend is Salinger. She's still putting on makeup, even though he's already seen her, smearing black shit under her eyes since 14th Street. He scowls at the driver. Upper West Side, not Upper East Side. Prada bag in a glare. He feels like he picked up the wrong Beck. She blushes, defensive. Sorry, she doesn't mean to sound bitchy, just nervous. Phew. He teases her. Me too. He's worried her friends won't like her. She gets a kick out of him, gives up on her purse, starts talking. She doesn't just tell a story. She lives it. Her favorite birthday party ever. Her dad let her and 2 friends take the ferry to the mainland to see Love Actually. She met a guy. He learns he's capable of envying a 13-year-old boy. She sighs. He meant a lot to her. He asks if she still knows him. She smiles. She was referring to Hugh Grant. He'll fucking kill Hugh Grant. She notes that Hugh Grant works in a bookstore in one of his movies. No shit? He won't kill Hugh Grant. They're about to kiss. He can feel it, but her phone buzzes. It's Peach. If she doesn't respond right away, she freaks out. He asks if she's as crazy as Uncle J.D. She doesn't laugh at his joke. Peach better know how lucky she is. Now she's calling. She tells Peach they're almost there. He hears Peach scream into the phone. You are not a wee, Beck. She gets off. Vibe off. He says J.D.'s niece seems like a piece of work. No, Joe, she's not his niece. He doesn't like the way she says his name. Should shut up, but doesn't. Instinctive hatred of Peach winning? He doesn't get it. She's such good friends, and she doesn't tell her how she's related to one of the most famous writers in the world. It's a boundaries thing. She's pushing him away on their second date, even though he's different and hot. She's afraid of love. He doesn't want to walk into a room full of strangers. But they're here. He's her escort. The doorman opens the cab door, helps her out. He wanted to do that. She says, come on. She doesn't want to be late. If Peach hadn't called, she would have said, we don't want to be late. The elevator is a reset button. They agree it smells like lavender. Walls papered with flowers, violets, he thinks. Old elevator, small bench. They stand side by side, watch the buttons light up as they pass each floor. Penthouse, huh? Yeah. She shifts her Prada to her right shoulder, between them. She's so happy she remembered to switch bags. Peach gave her this bag for her birthday last year. She would have felt terrible if she forgot it. No way they're talking about purses before they have sex. So he pretends to be curious. Did Peaches go to Brown too? She licks her finger, smudges her eyeliner. Nervous. The elevator is slow. Why can't they just hit the red button and stay? He says, ah. It's never Peaches, she says, dead serious. Except her middle name is Isabella, so sometimes they joke, Peach is. He's, uh-huh. She asks if he gets it. It's short for Isabella. He looks at her because he knows she thinks he's different and hot. He doesn't ask permission, just raises his hand to her cheek, rubs off a speck of eye makeup with his thumb. She swallows, smiles, pupils fat with desire. He looks away first. He got her. Anyway, she says, old friend, her family summered on Nantucket. They met as kids. She's a genius. That's cool. She prepped with Channa at Nightingale, knew her from summers, and Lynn was her freshman roommate. She's like the connector. He laughs. She blushes. What? He says she just used prepped as a verb. She tells him to fuck off. That's a demerit, young lady. She asks what happens when she gets another, this close to throwing her against the wall. The closer to the party, the more she wants to slap the red button. He should kiss her, but they're almost at P for penthouse. She moves her purse to the other shoulder. She wants him. He grazes the palm of his left hand over the small of her back. She almost whinnies. Her fingertips brush his leg as the elevator shimmies. He lowers his hand slowly. She anticipates, dangles her fingers. When his hand nears hers, she gasps lightly, opens her fingers, latches onto his, holding hands, her sweat mixing into his. Wow. Time to kiss, but the door's open. Speechless. Are they on the set of Hannah and Her Sisters? Desire for her mixed with jealousy. Her world is bigger than his. She hugs brown people, some with instruments, a drum circle like it's 1995, covering Jane Says, singing as if they know about lust and weakness. She squeezes his hand. Joe, this is Peach. Yes, it is. Even taller than expected. Enormous frizzy hair swept into a tornado above her head. She makes her look too little. She makes Peach look too big. Two different planets. Peach claps like she's meeting a 5-year-old. He doesn't like it when girls are taller than him. Hello, Joseph, over-enunciating. I am Peach, and this is my home. Nice to meet you. Peach looks him up and down. Cunt. She loves him already for not being pretentious. Thanks him for not bringing wine or anything. This girl's family, no gifts allowed. She is aghast. She completely flaked. Peach says she just said she loves it. Besides, the last thing they need is more cheap wine. She's acting like she committed a felony. Peach looks at him like he's the delivery guy, waiting for a tip. Stealing our girl for 2 minutes, Joseph. She allows herself to be stolen. He really must look like the fucking delivery guy, not knowing anyone, not being known, no girls coming on to him. Maybe he doesn't look good in here. Certainty. He hates this Peach as much as he knew he would, and she hates him right back. She knows how to work her. Apologizing for no wine, for not bringing Lynn and Channa, for not taking better care of her purse. Peach forgives, strokes her back. He's invisible. Peach is in the way. Nobody wants to say hi, like they can smell public school on him. A skinny Indian chick mad dogs him before nose-diving into a line of Adderall or Coke. He gets out his phone, sends a tweet from binging. Looks up this address on Zillow. $24 million. Finds an article about the decor in a fucking society blog. Peach's mother looks even meaner and taller. Maybe it's tough to crawl on rugs that cost $100,000. Peach learned piano on a mint black Steinway, went to the planetarium whenever she wanted. Of course she takes the Upper West Side for granted. Of course she loves her for fawning over the Prada. He sees a hand-carved credenza, moves closer. One door has a Jewish star, one a cross. Maybe he has a shot. Peach is like him, half Jewish, half Catholic. He grew up with no religion, she had all. She celebrates everything, he celebrates nothing. She's come back to him with Peach. Isn't this piece cool? She leans against the credenza. It's great! He tells Peach he's also Jewish and Catholic. Oh, Joseph, correcting him. I'm not Catholic, I'm Methodist, but you're sweet. That's cool. He wants to go home. He also wants to tell her he's Joe, not Joseph. She fake coughs, looks from him to Peach and back, voice high. They're also both New Yorkers. Peach speaks slowly, like he's ESL. Which borough? Bed-Stuy. Peach read that people are starting to move there. She hopes the gentrification doesn't destroy all the local color. The only reason he doesn't bash her head in is that she seems so nervous about them meeting that she doesn't notice the diss. He didn't ask what Peach does, but for some reason she's talking about her job, architect. She designs buildings. He knows what a fucking architect is. Nobody is ever an architect in real life, only movies. Did she tell Peach he's dumb? He tries to stay afloat. That's cool. No, what's cool is the fact that he didn't go to college. She gushes. She's such a follower. Her parents went to Brown. So she went to Brown. He smiles. His parents didn't go to Brown, so he didn't go to Brown. Peach looks at her. He's funny. No wonder she's so into him. She smiles, blushes. He's okay. He's pretty good. Yep. Peach raves about how amazing it is that he eschewed formal education entirely. Not a compliment. He thanks her anyway. Peach tightens her scarf, chastises her for lighting a cigarette as some asshole packs a bong a foot away. Done with him for now. Asks if she's heard from Lynn and Channa. She apologizes. Nervous about what Peach thinks of her. He wishes he could pull her out of here, take her to his burrow. Peach is a hypocrite, a nightmare, worse than imagined. She is soft. Peach is hard in skin-tight red skinny jeans she would never wear. Anorexic, slightly tattooed, thick frayed hair, big red blowjob mouth. Joker's smile, long, spindly, hairy arms ending in sharp, unpainted nails bitten to the quick. She oozes joy. Peach is an open wound, shrill and wan, unfucked and unloved. Peach wants her to herself. He doesn't want to make life difficult, so he interjects, "Sorry, girls, is there a bathroom nearby?" She points him toward it. He flees. No wonder Lynn and Channa didn't come. If Peach were a dog, shooting her would be humane. But he can't shoot her. He can walk around to find the library from the blog. He gasps when he turns on the lights. The Salinger family doesn't fuck around. He reaches for a first edition of Saul Bellow's second novel, The Victim, Dust Jacket Torn. Peach's parents know how to buy books and make babies, but not how to care for them. Brown people are singing Hey Jude again. He misses her. Returns the broken bellow to its home. She and Peach walk in. He freezes, hopes he's not in trouble. Peach laughs. They figured they'd find him here. She would let him borrow a book, but her parents are so possessive of their babies. He's all right. Never have to borrow a fucking book. But thanks. She links her arm through his. Feels good. She sighs. Isn't this amazing? Yeah, you could spend a year in here. Sometimes she feels like college ruined reading for her. She agrees. Her arm unlinks. Joe, she bets he's read more books in this room than her. Peach approves. A good salesman has to know his product, right? He hates Peach more than Sayre. Called him a salesman. In the living room, the Brown people applaud themselves for knowing the words to Hey Jude, as if it's not one of the most famous songs ever. Peach sneezes, pulls a handkerchief, probably allergic to him. She leaves him, runs to Peach lovingly. Do you have a cold? He bets she's reacting to the dust in here. Probably not used to it. Good point. Peach silenced temporarily as she leads them back to the party. He's never needed a drink so badly. They pass the Brown people mauling Sweet Virginia. She gets a text from Channa. Not coming. Peach huffs. If she were Channa, she might be embarrassed to show her face too. Is there any guy in this house she didn't sleep with at school? Pardon her crassness, Joseph. He hates that he's so grateful to be acknowledged. She smiles at him. Hooray! Peach pulls them both into the dining room. High ceilings, high brown people holding court at the longest table he's ever seen, blowing lines off mismatched candy-colored plates, tons of booze. What's his poison, Joe? Beer? Vodka? Rocks? If they're little ones. Peach looks at him, then her, then him, guffaws. Excuse me? Crushed ice does better with vodka than cubes. He learned that from Benji. Peach crosses her arms. She fumbles in her purse for something to say, a tunnel away from him. He fixes it. Whatever ice you got will work. That's awfully kind, Joseph. Sweetness, what do you want? Vodka soda? Nice and easy? Peach gone? Some dude appears with a bag of Coke, clapping as more brown people flood the dining room. He feels like Ben Stiller in Greenberg, misplaced in the bad way. Too many guys have slept with her. He knows because they look past her. She's a restaurant that's easy to get into. Everyone talks constantly. Remember that spring break in Turks? You have to listen to Tom Waits when you're sober. Remember spring weekend when you got locked out of Pembroke? You have to listen to Tom Waits when you're stoned. Remember that graveyard class, that field trip, those mushrooms? You have to come to Turks. Everyone is going. He doesn't speak the language. Relief to get a drink. Peach simpers. So, Joseph, are the rocks small enough for him? Yeah, he was just playing. The hostess leads them into a kitchen that feels impossibly vast. The narrator's eyes want to dart everywhere. Stainless steel, marble, an island the size of a compact car. But he forces himself not to gawk. The space reminds him of a film where a wealthy villain tries to have a woman killed. He cannot recall whether the poor artist wins her in the end, and that uncertainty suddenly feels urgent. He has nowhere safe to rest his gaze. Staring at the woman called Peach is no good, and staring at the woman he came with, Beck, is worse. A CD peeks out from under a book review, the Hannah and her sister's soundtrack. Relief. He attempts a compliment on the music, calling her Peaches, but the tone comes out wrong in the loud, fragrant room. She looks at him as if he has asked for spare change. She corrects him. Peach. Beck repeats the correction. The narrator understands, for a moment, why a certain older man gave up on women. He apologizes. Peach asks if he is a big fan. He picks up the CD and declares it one of his favorite films, the director's best. She ignores him, greeting a woman she has not seen in a long time. Sharing Beck with all these people is not fun. Beck is drinking too fast. He wonders, does she like him? Does she want him to resemble the hollow, Coke Slim guests in the dining room with their indie band shirts and sharp cheekbones? He hopes not. He grips the CD case so hard it cracks. He sets it down. Peach picks it up. Beck smiles at him. She does like him, and he feels himself going insane. Peach sighs as she loves the same film, having seen it 1,000 times. The narrator claims 1,000,000 times, not understanding why he is competing. She concedes he wins, glancing at Beck with approval. Beck seems pleased that rich and poor can get along. He nearly wants to spit in Peach's pointed face to prove a point. She could have been kind from the start. She did not have to cause Beck all this anxiety, but Peach continues. She calls it the best Woody Allen film, scene for scene. He counters song for song, reaching for the CD. Peach holds it away as if he is dangerous. Back to square one. Beck touches his arm again. Peach asks his favorite scene. He names the ending, a woman telling a man she is pregnant. He admits he is a romantic and will own that all day. Peach is disgusted. She laughs. Beck looks away. Peach has no warmth, only tiny hairs on her thin body. She cannot believe his choice. He insists he loves that shot of them in the mirror, the way they kiss after the pregnancy news. But Peach pokes at the cracked CD case and shakes her head. Beck touches him now in a bad way, wanting him to stop. Singers in the room know a George Harrison song. Someone finds a tambourine. He remembers that Harrison's son went to Brown, and he hates knowing that fact right now. Peach lectures him. The scene he likes is the one the director did not want in the film. The narrator doubts that claim. Peach insists it is true. He politely disagrees, saying the director was probably allowed to do his thing. She explains that her grandfather worked at the studio and told the director he wanted a happier ending. The director objected, but her grandfather was the guy. The narrator remarks that her grandfather is not a famous recluse because screw her. She gives Beck a look. Beck sighs. Peach adds that it is funny. His favorite scene is the one the director did not want. Beck asks for club soda. Peach tells her there is a case of a different brand in the fridge, smirking at the narrator. He raises his glass to her grandfather. She does not raise hers. She refuses to toast a man she calls a Hollywood monster who slapped sappy endings on every film, avoided his children, and ruined iconic American pictures. Beck has practically climbed into the refrigerator. The narrator suspects she is thinking of another man, Benji, but not the way he thinks of Benji. Beck emerges with a red drink cranberry juice. She chooses him. Finally, she corrects Peach. He is Joe, not Joseph. He thanks Beck and raises his glass higher. Now that Beck has picked sides, he can give Peach what she wants. He toasts Peach in a deferential voice he reserves for fussy older women, thanking her for schooling him on his favorite movie. Peach looks at Beck, who shrugs as if to say, yeah, he is that good. Then Peach looks at him. He sweetens the offer. He could pick her brain for hours. He loves Woody Allen. She sighs, saying that is one good thing about college, staying up all night talking about movies. He would have loved it. Instead of punching her, he raises his glass again. Peach stares into her drink and asks Beck if she told someone named Channa that a man named Leonard is here. Beck steps away to hunt for her phone, apologizing again. Peach forgives. The party feels eternal. Beck is too tipsy to text and growls in frustration. Peach raises one eyebrow, a skill the narrator imagines she learned at a summer acting camp, where she also perfected bulimia and the art of insulting people like him. Then he looks at Beck. She is cradling her phone and smiling. He has to know what has captivated her. Peach disappears. Everyone disappears. He stands behind Beck and looks down at her screen, a clip from Hannah and Her Sisters, the part where the director's character goes to a Marx Brothers movie. It was all worth it. He puts his hands on her shoulders. They watch the rest of the scene together. Later in the elevator at the end of the night, that threatened to never end, Beck does not wait for the doors to close. Ever since he caught her watching his Hannah, she has wanted to be closer. Before he can push a button, she drops her purse, pulls his face to hers, and holds him. She pauses, driving him crazy. Then her lips find his. He feels she is the reason he has a mouth, a heart. She kisses him, while people can still see them, while they can still hear the soundtrack, because she made Peach play it. She wants to know what he knows and hear what he likes. Her tongue tastes like cranberries. When the elevator doors close and they are alone, she starts to pull away. He pulls her hair and brings her mouth back to his. He knows how to leave her wanting more, and he does. He fucked up. The day after the date, he left a voicemail asking to take her to a movie at the Angelica. Amateur. She texted back hours later. She had already seen it, was still hungover, had too much writing to do, but would see him soon. In truth, she had not seen the movie, was not hungover, and was not writing, unless writing meant emailing friends about Benji. Benji. He looks at his phone. 15 hours and 2 long days since they kissed. She told her friends she is not ready for him because she has Benji brain. He cannot kill Benji until she kills Benji. He tries to stay calm. 2 days of selling books, minding Benji, and remembering their kiss. She described him to her friends. Joe is really intense. He is a maybe. Then she asked whether she should write to Benji. Her maybe hurt worse than Benji. There was nothing maybe about their kiss. He replays the case in his head and wins every time. She likes his hair. She said so in the cab. She grabbed him. She was not drunk. She finds him intense, and that is a compliment. He tries to be calm. He knows he will not achieve definite status until she has the honor of his body. But that morning, he woke up to her tweet about not being able to avoid IKEA anymore, accompanied by a hashtag about a broken bed. He kicked one of his typewriters. How could she send broken bed into the world knowing he would see it? Is she trying to drive him insane? A friend wrote back asking, "What the hell?" Beck replied, "Not broken, just old and creaky." She figured some man was more likely to help if it was broken. Would anyone want to help if she made dinner? The friend did not respond. Beck emailed a few men from a classified site who assemble furniture for cash, asking if they go to IKEA and bring stuff back, or only assemble. Learning that assemblers do not also do errands, she reached out to him. Did he like IKEA? Hint, hint. He does not like IKEA. But of course he wrote back that he loves it, goes every day. Why? It is not romantic, it is a daylight date. But he understands that her attraction to him is so intense she needs a safe distance. That is why she wrote back asking if he wanted to get on the boat with her. There would be meatballs. Meatballs is a sexless word. The boat is a ferry to IKEA. Furniture shopping is thankless, but she murmured, "I like you about 1,000 times in the cab after Peach's party, and those murmurings trump whatever she tweets to her friends." He wrote back, "No meatballs required, but he will get on a boat with her." So that afternoon, they will go to IKEA, where there will be no chance of sex. He knows how girls operate. He knows the 3-date rule. But he also knows the bigger obstacle. Benji. After she invited him, she emailed her friends and told them to look at Benji's Twitter. She found it scary. She is worried about him. The narrator sees that his attempts at the Benji tweets are not working as intended. They were supposed to turn Beck off, but she still cares. Her friends Lynn and Shanna tell her to stop. Lynn says it is okay to get dumped. Shanna adds that Benji is probably on a yacht with some art-obsessed woman, telling her how worried he is about Beck. Shanna admits that Beck is starting to make her think Peach is right, an awful thought, but Beck needs to let him go. They are right. Beck loves hard. The narrator blames himself for her being stuck like this. He promises to do better with the tweets. She deserves to cut the cord with Benji. She cannot fall for him if she is worrying about Benji. He has a heart like hers, so he splurges. He gathers some of Benji's favorite things: a vegan burrito, a soy latte, a pint of non-dairy ice cream substitute, and a newspaper. Benji responds, well, grateful, inhaling the burrito like an animal while mourning the death of Lou Reed. Benji claims Lou Reed is the reason he did so many good and bad things. Asked for a favorite song, Benji lectures that all songs are equally vital. One cannot break down an artist's impact by citing specific songs or lyrics. It is about the value of the entire body of work. Typical. The narrator is ready to send Benji's last tweet as Benji licks the lid of the pint. Benji is perpetually ravenous, with an emptiness that can never be filled. Emptiness that dressed up well at prep school, where a lack of willpower is called creativity. The narrator tunes him out and tweets for him, a series of hashtags about smoking to the filter, licking to the bone, having nothing at all, and Lou Reed's death. He hits send. It is too quiet. He looks into the cage and sees that Benji got into his stash while the narrator's head was buried in Benji's phone. Packets are on the floor next to a card. He calls Benji's name. Nothing. This is not part of the plan. He walks up to the cage and calls again. Benji does not move. There is powder on his upper lip. Drugs have never looked so unglamorous. The narrator knows Benji has been taking a line here and there, but he has ignored it because he hates drugs. He has never done drugs. Is this his punishment for being drug-free? He wishes he could take a picture and send it to Beck so she could see what Benji boils down to, but he cannot. Finally, Benji comes to the narrator, is so relieved Benji is alive that he could kill him, which feels cliched, and he raises a fist. Benji shakes and says Benji is out. Kill Benji! The narrator tells him to quit the dramatics. He is not in the mood. He does not enjoy having to put someone to sleep, even when that someone is so lacking in courage and imagination that he needs to fill himself with drugs at the very moment he should be fighting for his life. Benji asks if he has been killed yet. The narrator tells him to eat his ice cream. Benji laughs that it is not ice cream, it is non-dairy. The narrator roars at him to shut up and eat. Benji laughs. It is called smack because the narrator wants to smack him, arms flailing. Benji licks the non-dairy pint like the junkie he is. The narrator thinks, this is what Beck loves? Benji picks up the newspaper and tries to tear it in half, but is too fucked up. He staggers to his feet. The narrator orders him to sit down. Benji asks again if he has been killed yet. He is a zombie, a cripple. He talks again, calling the narrator his man, asking if he does not think it is funny. This girl stalked him for 100 years, and now here he sits, dead, because the narrator is stalking her. The narrator says nobody is a stalker. Benji snips that except the narrator. Benji says he has nothing to do in here but think. He gets it. The narrator did not happen upon Beck in the subway that night. Honestly, if the narrator wants her that badly, if he really does not want to believe Benji when Benji tells him she is crazy, fine. The narrator says fine. Benji groans again. It is typical for a guy like Benji to accuse someone of being a stalker. The narrator imagines pinheads all over the city bragging about being stalked by girls. What a joke. Like any man could ever be troubled by Beck's interests, let alone threatened. Stalker. What bullshit. What infantilism. He turns to go, but Benji calls out, waiting. He crawls to the cage and drops a plastic key card from his drug kit, telling the narrator to take it. The narrator asks why. Benji says it is for a storage locker. He is a klepto. The narrator says he has things to do. Benji says the key opens the locker. The address is on the back and nobody knows about it. Benji claims he is Stephen Crane. The narrator says he is not. Benji says he is to the guy who rented him the locker. The Red Badge of Courage is the one book on that list he read. Of course, that's the only book he read. Guys like Benji do all their homework in middle school so they never have to try again. Benji tells him to take all of it, sell it, pawn it. He is whimpering. The narrator can imagine him at Disneyland throwing a fit about the heat. Benji begs, saying there's a ton. He started stealing when he could walk. Just ask his parents. He nods off. The narrator hopes he does not die. The narrator cares about him because Beck cares about him. Because Beck cares about him. He wants Benji to die honorably when the time is right, not high, pissing his pants, giving his shit away. 2 more bags flew out of the blazer. He has to go in and get them so Benji does not overdose while they're at IKEA. Benji starts to sing again. The narrator hits the cage with his machete, telling him to stop. Benji drools, saying JoJo is mad. His words are melted butter, like his brain. Beck texts asking if he is ready soon. He does not know what to say to her. Benji eyes him, amused, saying she is not worth it. The narrator texts Beck that he needs an hour, Work is tough. Benji pulls an electronic cigarette from his blazer and whistles. Somehow the narrator is the one caged. Benji says she is crazy. The narrator tells Benji he is high, but his voice is weak. Benji pulls hard on the fake cigarette, an addict to the bone. He is the storyteller, and the narrator is the listener. The narrator could smash his machete into his foot, and that would not change things. Benji asks if the narrator wants to know about Beck. He does not make the narrator say yes. He will tell him all she wants is money. A rich dude, anyone. His senior year, she showed up at his place and pretended she was a maid. He knew she was not the maid, obviously, but he let her in. He did not ask her to perform a sex act. Same way he did not ask her to scrub the toilet, but she did. The narrator says Benji is high, but he sounds even less convinced. Pathetic. Benji cackles. Of course he is high. The narrator tries to erase the image of Beck performing that act and cannot. If she cares about money so much, why is she all over him to go out today? Benji laughs again. That is cold, he says. She will not even give the narrator a night. Benji is a bird soaring in the cage. A certain older man was wrong. The bird that thinks it is flying really is happy. Benji hates Beck, and Beck loves Benji, and everything is wrong. The narrator is standing, and does not mean to be. Benji is still flat on his back. The narrator says the date is today because they are going to IKEA to get her a new bed. Fuck Benji once and for all. Benji stares at him. Nothing. Then he writhes like a dog in the sun and laughs. He says she did the same thing to him, used him all night. Then she went off about a stupid red ladle and tried to get him to go to IKEA. The narrator does not know about a stupid ladle. Beck texts, see him in 45 minutes. She did not use him all night. Benji imitates her, begging to be taken to IKEA, pretty pleased with red ladles on top. He laughs and groans. If she wants to be spanked with a ladle, she should find some creep on the internet. No matter what the narrator does or how hard he tries, he will always wind up like this. Trapped by a guy who has more, knows more. He will not let Benji win. He unlocks the cage. Benji tries to escape. He kicks Benji into the corner like a dog, picks up the leftover drugs off the floor, and flushes them down the toilet. He thanks Benji for the crap in his locker. Benji cries. The narrator feels better already. He was wrong. He is the one in charge. Benji may have the red ladle, but he has the key. Beck has not been able to wipe a grin off her face since she put her hand on his to insist on paying for the IKEA ferry tickets. She looks prissy in white jeans he has never seen before, jeans that tell him she is not breaking a sweat today. She is in flip-flops, her toenails sparkle, her hair is in a bun, and she does not have any marks on her neck. So there is that. She is thrilled that he is up for a jaunt, promising to make it fun. She better try her damnedest because the whole time she is talking to him, he just sees her mouth as an orifice for Benji. He thinks of the way she joked with her friends in her email. She declared Joe is a ghost slave for a day, score 1 for Beck. A friend laughed and said she has to perform a sex act. Beck said no, he is not assembling furniture, just going with. Another friend asked if she thought he would install an AC unit. The first friend asked if that friend was offering to perform the same act. The second friend called that disgusting. Beck said nobody is performing anything on anybody. Trust her. They meet at the docks and kiss hello. Like platonic European friends. At least once they get on the boat and sit down, they are close. She wraps her arm through his. He cannot tell if she is cold or hot. She smiles, unable to believe he has never been to IKEA. He cannot believe she has. She says she loves it there, leaning into him more. She describes walking from one stage room to another, unable to leave without going through the entire store. Something magical about it. Does she sound crazy? He says no. He is the same way about the bookshop. walking around feeling like the whole world is in there, the most important stories of all time. And then downstairs, in the cage, she asks if he said cage. He explains, rare books, gotta keep them safe. She says she hears cage and thinks animal. Benji is probably awake by now. The air feels good out here. He says it is like a casino. They keep the money in a cage. She asks what is about stores. He says, huh. She explains he likes selling stuff, and she is full-on addicted to buying stuff in the most stereotypically girly way. She loves to shop. She can be in the worst mood, go to IKEA, and come out with a couple of placemats and feel renewed. He thinks, red ladle, red ladle, red ladle. He says that is a good way to feel. Maybe if he shares an object with her, then she will share the ladle with him. He takes the air conditioning remote out of his pocket, remembering, fantasizing about this moment before he had her. She looks at it and does not touch it. He tells her she can touch it. She takes it from his hand, smiling, calling it high-tech. He says it is the most important thing he has. It controls the humidifiers and the AC units in the cage. If he were to jack up the heat and let those books get moist, they would be gone forever. A certain author is dead and not coming back to sign books. She says she just got the chills, smiling. Ladle? She says he would be a good writer. He asks how she knows he is not. She likes that. He tries again. Her folks must be proud of her, getting her MFA. She looks entertained, gazing out at the water. The narrator follows her eyes. She is still touching him. He wishes he could kiss her to erase the image of Benji from her mouth. Instead, she plays with her hair instead of holding his hand. She says she does not have folks, just her mother, who is alone. He glances around at the other IKEA ferry riders. None of them are like them. They are special. They are falling in love. He says he is sorry. She says her father died. He says he is sorry again. Her eyes are wet, though it could be the wind. She could have asked so many other guys. Guys in class, guys online. But she asked him. She guesses sometimes she cries for no reason. Death is just so final. He is gone. No coming back. She wipes her eyes. He will not let her laugh her way out of this one. He asked when he passed, almost a year ago. He says her name. She looks at him. He nods. She crumbles in his arms. It looks like they are hugging, another young couple off to IKEA, and no one can hear her crying except him. She tries to wiggle away, but he holds her. Her eyes are glossy, her cheeks red. An old man across the way nods at him approvingly. They are almost there. She wipes her eyes. He wants more. He asks what her father was like. She shrugs. He wishes there were a way to ask about a red ladle, but it is not a normal question. She sighs. Her father loved to cook. That was one good thing. The narrator says he likes to cook too. He will learn how. She says her shrink would say she is not respecting boundaries. He asks if she sees a shrink. She says yes, Dr. Nikki. She wonders why she is telling him this. What is wrong with her? He asks if that is not a question for Dr. Nikki. She smiles. He is funny. Now he understands the meaning of an appointment marked in her phone. He tells her not to be embarrassed. He thinks shrinks are great. She says most guys do not want to know stuff. Most guys would freak out at her right now. The crying, the shrinking, the shopping. He says she knows too many guys. She smiles. She nods like she agrees. Like she is agreeing to them, seeing the light. The captain blows the horn. She kisses him. In a certain movie, IKEA is the most romantic place on earth. The narrator watched a clip right after she tweeted about going, he does not expect life to be like the movies, but it has to be said. Life at IKEA is not like life at IKEA in the movies. In real life, he is not that actor. He has to push a giant metal cart, weaving through masses while she points out sofas she does not need, wall units she has no room for, cardboard ovens. 1 million people crowd the gargantuan converted warehouse, a dystopian nightmare where all furniture is cut from cheap wood, all rooms furnished from the same factory. It smells like body odor, air freshener, baby waste, flatulence, meatballs, nail polish, more baby waste. It is loud. He misses half the things she says because he cannot hear her over the other humans. All the while, he is consciously not thinking about where the red ladles might be in this hellacious sprawl. In the movie, the woman challenges the man to a race from kitchen to bedroom. The camera follows them. She flies onto the mattress. He comes at a slow crawl. He mounts her. She wants him. He whispers that there is a family in their bedroom. In real life, there is also a family here, but they are nothing like the quiet family in the movie. A small boy screams. A small girl dirties a diaper and drools. It feels like they are following them. He is going to lose it if they do not stop fighting. They are so loud he cannot hear what she is saying. She picks up a yellow pillow. He is sick of missing her words. What if she said something important and he missed it? She excuses herself squeezing past the mother, who is stopped abruptly to examine a table. The woman could get out of the way, but does not. She practically has to boost herself onto a sofa to get closer to him. That woman has nerve. He wants to say something, but she holds his hand. Maybe it is not so bad after all. She pushes the pillow into his hand. He looks down and can see her underwear just below the belt of her white jeans, stretched out from all her maneuvering. She is holding his hand and breathing. She does not smell like IKEA. Just like that, he is aroused. She asks if it is soft. He says yes. The father slams his fist on the table. They are both startled. The moment ends. She drops the pillow. If this were the movie, they would not be able to hear him over the music playing just for them. She picks up another pillow, pink, pressing it into his palm. She thinks this one is good. He agrees, murmuring. He has barely been able to hear her for the past couple of hours, and her voice is heaven. She looks up with sweet eyes. It just feels good. He agrees. You can tell when something is right, because most things are wrong. He agrees again. She has to be talking about them, not some cheap pillow. But she will not look at him, will not let him all the way in yet, so he will break in. He says her name. She responds, eyes on the pillow. He says he likes her. She smiles. He puts his other hand on her shoulder. Now she is looking at him. They are so close he can see the pores. She is always trying to shrink. The eyebrows she did not pluck this morning because this morning she did not know she was going to want him. This morning he watched her get ready in 5 minutes flat. She asks if they will get the pillow. He says yes. It will not be long until he is inside her. They have just made a pact. He does not know who grabs whose hand. They are holding hands. She is holding the pillow. They weave in and out of bedrooms. Now she is helping him, a hand on the front of the cart. They are in this together, side by side, navigating like an old couple, like a new couple. It turns out IKEA is pretty fucking awesome. She grabs onto the base of a bed and asks if this works. He says yes. She wants him to like her bed. She knows it's going to be their bed. She takes a pencil from her back pocket and scribbles down the numbers. She hands him the slip and declares it sold. Some girls would take all day, but she is gloriously decisive. He is crazy about her. She pecks him on the cheek, tells him to have a seat on my new bed, and skips off to the ladies' room. She sends an email to the man she hired off Craigslist to assemble her furniture, canceling because my boyfriend got the day off so he can do it. When she comes out of the bathroom, her eyelids are a little red from a quick eyebrow touch-up. Her lips are glossed. She is smiling. He almost thinks she took care of herself in there. She takes a deep breath, claps her hands, and asks if she can buy him some meatballs. He says no, he can buy her some meatballs. She smiles because he is her boyfriend. She just said so. They park the cart outside the cafe. The noise level is too much. There is a line, but she says it is worth the wait. She prattles on about meatballs. That family is in front of them. How did they get here first? They are taking forever. They are ahead of him, in line and in life. Married, with kids. Clouds form in his head. She did not say boyfriend to a friend, just to some man on Craigslist. What if she does not mean it? What if she was quick to pick out a bed because she looked at beds online? What if she does not care what he thinks? What if she is not thinking about going to bed with him, making a family with him? The father is taking too long. He cannot take it anymore. He reaches over the man's arm and grabs the other meatball ladle. The man shoots him a dirty look. She apologizes to him, as if he is the bad guy in the buffet line, in the world. She still has not told him about the red ladle. She asks if something is wrong. He says they were rude. She says it is just crowded. She thinks he is harsh. He apologizes. Her jaw drops, then closes. Her eyes are wide. She is dazzled. She purrs that he says he is sorry when he is wrong, and he lets her spend 2 hours looking at couches she does not need. She asks if he is for real. He beams. He is. When the mother shoves his hand out of the way to reach a napkin, he does not react. He does not have to withhold anger because he is not angry. She picks out the meatballs. He pays. She chooses a table. He follows. They sit, at last. She says she is totally going to help him put the bed together. He tells her she bets she is. She splits a meatball, pops half into her mouth, and makes a please sound. She picks up the other half. He opens his mouth like a seal. She pops it in. He makes the same sound. The family interrupts again when the boy rams a spatula into the table. He remembers that she still has not told him about the red ladle. Suddenly, the meatballs taste like shit. She told Benji about that ladle. Why not him? She asks if he is okay. He lies that he is fine. Just realized he has to take care of some online orders at the shop. She says that is actually good. She can shower and clean up, and he can come over when he is done. Everything about her offer is ideal, but she still has not mentioned the red ladle. For all he knows, she never will. He takes charge, saying he just needs to pick up something. She asks what, skeptical. He cannot say ladle, so he says spatula. She jokes that it sounds like a children's book. The Chinese family sails past them. She looks longingly at their full cart. They are on the move again. He searches the signs for cooking utensils. She says she is beat. He insists on getting the spatula and then leaving. She is done. Lazy. Offers to stay with the cart. He asks if she minds coming along. The last spatula he got was worthless. She follows him into the utensils aisle. He walks slowly, hoping spatulas will be next to ladles. He sees red ladles. His heart leaps. She does not react. She needs a push. He picks one up, suggesting he might get all red things, asking if that is lame. She looks at the red ladle and says, "This is really weird." He asks what. At last she pets the red ladle in his hand and tells the story. She was a little girl in a little bed. The smell of pancakes woke her on Sunday mornings. Her father used a special red ladle only on Sundays. He would sing along to the top 40 countdown, mess up the lyrics, and make her and her siblings laugh. She could not fall asleep Saturday nights, so excited for Sunday mornings. Then he started drinking. The Sundays went away. The red ladle stayed in a drawer. Her mother's pancakes became greasy and burnt or wet and undercooked. Her father was gone, but the ladle remained. Bad pancakes smell like good pancakes. He is dead now, so there will never be pancakes again. Nothing dirty about her sweet, sad story. Fuck Benji for making her feel bad. She says that ladle is still in their house to this day, as if he is coming back. Life is mean. He puts his hands on her shoulders. She looks at him expectant. He declares he is getting this for her. She says his name. He insists. No ifs, ands, or buts. The world stops. Her eyes gloss over. The Benjes of the world do not understand what she wants. Someone to make her pancakes. She does not care about money. She does not want to be spanked. She wants love. Her father had a red ladle, and now he has a red ladle. He will make the pancakes she wants so badly, the pancakes she has not tasted since her father died. Her mouth waters. She submits softly, agreeing. She picks up a silver ladle, saying fresh start. She is right. He is her boyfriend. He crosses 7th Avenue, smiling at every person who passes. He is happy. He does not even think he is walking, just a dream. If he started to sing and dance, he would not be surprised if all the strangers joined in. What a magical day. To think of her in her place, showering, shaving her legs smooth for him, brushing meatball gristle out of her fine teeth. He cannot wait to touch all of her. He is carefree as he makes his way down Bank Street. It is actually possible they can have sex tonight. He did not think they would get here this fast. But Benji is still unconscious. He put a $20 salad and a bottle of soda in the drawer for him, so he will be fine for hours. He is free. He walks up the stairs to her stoop, presses the buzzer. She comes jogging to the door, invites him in with the theatrical word giggling. He walks into her lobby. It is happening. Her hair is damp. Her pores are gone. No bra under that tank top. No underwear under those low-slung, threadbare sweatpants. No socks. She opens the door, calling herself kind of a slob. He wants to say he knows, but does not. He says it is not so bad, though he is not sure where to go. An awkward space, so small it is meant for one. She stands with her hands on her hips, looking around at all the girl stuff strewn about. Magazines, matchbooks, empty water bottles, coupons, receipts, new books unread mixed with beloved books torn and frayed, a minefield of clutter, a galley kitchen ahead to the left, a new toaster, the box on the floor. She really does like new things. The bathroom door is directly left, light on, fan blowing. He reaches in and turns off the switch. A strange thing to do, he knows it. She is freaked out, but thank God she likes him, so she makes a joke and laughs, telling him to go ahead and make himself at home. She makes her way across the minefield into the bedroom. He takes off his jacket, hangs it on the coat rack. She turns, scrunches her nose, and tells him to get in there. He steps on a hanger and snaps it, but keeps going. Her room. A bottle of vodka on the floor. 2 brand new glasses. A paper cup of ice she picks up and shows him, calling it pretty ghetto. He says ghetto would be if it were in a paper towel. She giggles, pours ice and vodka into both cups, and sits on the floor by the box of the bed. Music plays, the same David Bowie from their date. She pats the floor. He sits across from her. She says someday she will be the kind of girl who always has mixers in the fridge. He says good to have goals. She smiles, gets on her knees, moves closer. He leans forward. When he takes his glass, he deliberately feels her hand against his. He thanks her. She murmurs no problem. Her legs relax and spread like a yogi, bare feet pressed together. She sips her vodka, looks at the ceiling, says she hates all those marks. He says the marks are the history of an old building. She says as a kid she wanted glass box walls, frosted glass boxes from the 80s. He says she likes new things. She quickly counters that he likes old things. He says he likes it here, looking around, smaller than he remembers, or maybe just hot. He wants her. He asks if her new bed will fit. She says she had a queen before. She is wrong. Her old bed was a double and barely fit, but he cannot correct her. She licks her lips and asks if she can be his assistant. He says no, but she can be his apprentice. He always says the right thing to her. She likes words, and he knows words. They toast for no reason and throw back their drinks. He stands first, offers a hand to help her up. He holds one of her hands, then both. This time, she is not letting go. He gets hard. She has him with his back against her window. He can hear leaves rustle, cars swoosh up West 4th right through his gut. She turns him on literally. The wind nips at his back through the screen. She takes his hands and slides them onto her hips, guiding. She maneuvers his fingers one by one beneath the elastic waist of her sweatpants. Anyone outside could see them. She brings his hands lower. Her butt is soft yet hard and round. He cups her ass. She lets go of his hands, reaches up, and wraps her arms around his head. It is on. She leaps up and straddles him. He could walk from here to China with her wrapped around him. He walks across the tiny room and has her against the wall, kissing her, owning her ass. He likes her heels in his back, her bed in a box. Then a horrible sound at the door, metal on metal, a whistle. Her legs drop to the floor. She straightens his hair. Someone is at the door. He asks if her mother is here. She licks her hand and tames his eyebrow. She says no, it is Peach. So it is like that. She slides away. This is all wrong. This was their time. She runs to the door and lets Peach inside. He cannot hear her, but he can hear Peach. What is wrong with her hair? Peach balks. She is not fucking the assemblyman from Craigslist? Peach groans. Dessert is supposed to come after dinner. What is she thinking when he has not even built her bed? Now she calls him loud and clear. He comes when called, nods hello to Peach. She fakes a smile, calling him Joseph, saying sorry to crash the party, but their little friend had originally hired someone to make her bed, and, as her best friend, it was her duty to join just in case the worker was a lunatic. He exclaims, "Surprise!" She laughs. Peach does not. That vodka was strong. Peach asks if she can pee. Of course. Peach asks if she is having a flare. She says yes. Peach kicks off her sneakers. The smell of her sweaty feet overwhelms the apartment. She pulls her fleece over her head and throws it on the floor. She looks at him, explains she has a rare bladder condition, and when she has to pee, she has to pee. He tells her to be his guest. She stomps into the tiny bathroom, does not turn on the light. She knows the place. She knows that if she turns on the light, the fan will come on, and she will not be able to hear them. She does not trust him. She probably does not trust anyone. He cracks up a little, but she shushes him and motions for him to follow her into the bedroom. She is different now. She apologizes, slips, and calls him Joseph, then corrects to Joe. He says it is okay, asks if Peach is all right. She asks if he has heard of a certain bladder condition. He has not. She explains, all best friend business now, tying her hair back, opening scissors, tearing into the box. He takes the scissors and finishes the job. She pours more vodka for herself, not him. They are not having sex. She is not his apprentice anymore. Instead, he hauls the bed frame and bolts and tools out of the box. She leans against the window, smoking a cigarette. She tells him more than he ever wanted to know about the condition. This is not how this was supposed to go down. She says it is awful for Peach. She cannot drink regular water, only a specific brand. Almost all foods irritate her bladder. Impossible to predict. No fast food. Alcohol must be high pH. ideally pear because pears are soothing. The poor girl suffers. People think she is being uppity, but if she eats cheap stuff, her bladder can literally break. He points out Peach was doing shots of Jaeger at her party. He tells her not to be like that. He apologizes, says he is just confused. She says it is a complicated disease. He apologizes again. She forgives him, comes over, rubs his head, and kisses it, but then goes back to the windowsill. He did not sign up to assemble this bed alone. He misses her. His hands were down her pants, and now she does not even look at him when she talks. She explains that sometimes if Peach takes a special pill and pads her bladder with goat cheese or milk or pressed pear juice, she can eat other things like Jaeger or wheat. He says it sucks to be her. The instructions for the bed are in pictures. The only word in the 8-page brochure is IKEA. He is not a visual learner. Her cigarette is making him sick. She agrees it really does suck. She says she loves her other friends, but they can be rude to Peach. Always wanted to go to pizza or whiskey places, knowing Peach cannot eat that stuff. It's not very nice. He asks if Peach cannot eat anything at a pizza place. He never would have had that vodka if he knew he would be handling a wrench. He thought he would put this bed together in the morning after waking up with her naked in his arms on the couch. Peach calls out, "She is crying!" He is sure it is bullshit. But she stubs out her cigarette, not completely, he has to finish the job, and runs away without saying goodbye. The rich are difficult. She is drawn to their idiosyncrasies and dramatics. He assembles her bed slowly, singing along quietly to her Bowie. It takes a long, lonely time. He cannot hear the two of them talking out there. He has never felt more alone than when he tightens the last bolt. The bed is way too big for this room. He was right. He takes the mattress leaning against the wall and drops it onto the new bed frame instead of sliding it. He wants her to come out and clap, admire his work. Instead, she texts him from the bathroom. She is so sorry. Peach is super sick. She does not want to leave her alone. Is there any way he could do them a favor? What can he do but write back? Anything. She calls for him to come. He walks to the bathroom door. He does not open it. Neither does she. He knocks, announcing himself at the ladies' service. She opens the door the tiniest bit, smiling. Would he mind running to the deli for a bottle of a specific brand of water, a pear, and more ice? He says, of course. Should he grab her keys? She starts to say yes, but a nudge from Peach changes her response. She tells him to buzz when he gets back. He does not kiss her goodbye. Walking past a famous writer's house, breathing in the West Village air, it becomes clear Benji has to go. Peach is her best friend, so she is allowed excessive tolerance of her bullshit. But she has this thing in her. Not her fault. Everyone has something. A writer would call it misguided Ivy League silence. She will always choose the Peaches and Benjis over him because she is loyal to the gentry. He picks up the smallest bottle of water, the worst pear in the bucket, a $2 bag of ice, and a pair of rubber gloves he will need. He hauls his sore body back to her place. She does not buzz him in. She comes to the door and takes the bag, saying Peach is not up for company. He says he gets it, asks if she is okay. She is fine, and so is her bed. She pecks him on the lips. Peach calls, so she runs back. As he walks crosstown to the shop, all the boyfriend joy from their day is obliterated by how much he hates this city for being owned by people like Benji and Peach. Only when he reaches the shop does he realize he left the rubber gloves in the bag. If she asks, he will say he was going to clean her bathroom. She will believe him. He knows how to do stuff like that. He goes to his corner store, not as nice as hers, for more rubber gloves and peanut oil. Then a gourmet shop for a soy latte. Back at the shop, he pours a tablespoon of peanut oil into the latte. Benji lies about everything. He is probably lying about his peanut allergy. But who knows? Maybe he will get lucky. Most people think a certain author wrote his famous war novel about war, but he did not. He based his battle descriptions on football experiences in school. The author was sickly, not an athlete. He had never been to war, only tackled. The narrator remembers Benji's face when he told him this. Benji knew the book inside and out, but nothing about the author. No idea the author was full of self-loathing, that veterans bought his bullshit. The author spent the rest of his days killing himself slowly, enlisting in war after war, trying to make up for being young, clever, and lucky. Benji marveled that it was unreal. The narrator said what was unreal was loving the book so much but never learning about its author. This much is true. Benji was not lying. He was allergic to peanuts. He died educated, with new confidence and new pride. Who says a life has to take 80 years to be lived? He learned. How many people get to go out feeling like they're just hitting their stride? Most die old, full of pain and regret, or young, full of drugs and self-indulgence, or sheer bad luck. But Benji had the ultimate privilege. He died with an opening heart, an improving mind. Benji was not any good at being Benji. She knows that above all people. Look at how he treated her, how he treated his body. The trap the narrator set for him was a relief from the trap Benji was born into. He created a world where Benji could not steal, where his counterfeit words did not count. He took Benji's drugs away. He looks out over the water at IKEA on the horizon. The craziest thing, the storage locker Benji told him about, the one with the key card, is right near IKEA. You have to get a kick out of the little things. He wonders what a certain filmmaker would make of this coincidence. It is easier to make sense of things at sea, in a river that could kick your ass. You remember that we are nothing compared to the elements. Ashes to ashes. Benji's ashes are in an IKEA box, one left over from their trip. He tells a deckhand that parts were missing, that the product looks nothing like the picture. In truth, the box contains Benji's ashes. And she would not believe what he had to go through. A person does not just disintegrate to dust. 2 days ago, she started stressing about Halloween. She was going to be a famous princess from a space movie. She really is a flirt. Taking pictures of herself and her friends, getting drunk a lot. She did not ask him to be the male lead. Going forward, they will have fun fights about how to celebrate Halloween. 2 days ago, he started stressing about what to do with Benji's body. He had to get a coworker to work crazy hours during Halloween. He had to learn to cremate a corpse. The coworker was amenable. Potheads need money for pot and respond well to overtime. He figured out what to do, thanks to instructions for fiscally practical backyard cremation, readily available online, not something he could do in the city. So he took an older man's car out by a beach and found a good hiding spot. Cremation takes time. You have to keep the fire going for ages, and it is not a perfect job. Benji's ashes are definitely bony. You would not want to pour them into a colander. A proper cremation requires time and chemicals. But he thinks he did well given the circumstances. He cares enough to box him up and bring him home. Most people in his position would leave him out on the island. He cracks a smile. When you think about it, she is not really that princess. Her buns were much smaller, and he is not really an undertaker. There is a symmetry of some kind, and he likes it. The deckhand asks how much the box cost. $80. The deckhand shakes his head, saying they rip people off, but the girls love it. The narrator quips that is how he got into this mess. They laugh. He tips $10. The deckhand is genuinely happy. Nobody ever tips him. They ease into the slip. The deckhand offers to help lug the Benji box to IKEA, but the narrator says he has it. He tells the guy to enjoy his smoke. You only go around once. the deckhand laughs, or back and forth 6 times a day. The key card works. Benji was right. The storage locker is where he said it would be. No trouble getting in, because nobody wants to employ humans anymore. Back in the day, there would have been a security guard, a pit bull, questions. Who are you? What is in the box? Who authorized your access? Where is your authorization? Can you get Mr. Crane on the phone? Can you get him to come down here? His answers would not have been good enough. He would not have known what to do with the box of Benji. But Benji was generous toward the end of his time on Earth. He knew the narrator would get in here, no problem. He thinks Benji wanted to rest here, to be reunited with the stolen Rolexes and suits and silver, the stuff he was trained to respect, the stuff he did not have the balls to break away from. He was always going to be an unhappy materialist. The narrator spared him years of pain. He pops open 2 bottles of soda, one for himself and one for Benji, setting Benji's by the box. The stuff tastes like heaven once in a while if you catch the right batch. He gloves up and cleans up, listening to the carbonation fade. He notices a sailing hat from a past regatta with a name stitched under the lid. Rich kids have their names stitched into their clothes because of rooming with klepto brats like Benji and nannies who need help remembering names. He tries on the hat. It fits. He decides to keep it. He needs it. It is a faded reddish color, sensitive to the elements, regal somehow, in spite of being damaged, just like her. She does not know she is in mourning. She does not know Benji is dead. She could not know, but she is off. She has spent the whole week loafing around, having virtual movie screenings with Peach. She cannot even leave the apartment to get coffee without debating the merits of different chains and the sweet workers at her deli. He has tried to get in with her, but right now, she is all mixed up in Peach. She cannot even keep her head straight about a movie. When they went to a restaurant, she told him she loves a certain film, going off on her love-hate relationship with California and her dreams of meeting the director to tell him how smart he is. He agreed. But Peach tells her those films are bloated and judgmental, and she agrees with Peach. Judgy is not even a word, and she is supposed to be a writer. He tries. He asks what she is up to. She says she is watching that same film and thinks it is judgmental. She does not think that. Peach thinks that. He tries to get together with her, but she says she is sick. She is not sick. She asks Peach to go shopping, to get lunch. Peach says no, says she is sick. But he has tracked Peach down. He has to know why she has this hold on her. So he has been watching Peach walk to her architecture firm, walk to lunch, kiss people hello, pick at salads all week. Peach is not sick. He asks her to go out for a walk, for coffee, soup, anything. The answer is always the same. She is still sick. He sleeps 6 days since Benji's passing, and still he has not seen her. He does not dream, at least not that he remembers. The world is a better place when he wakes up because at long last she got into a fight with Peach. Peach told her she thinks her shrink is no good, and she stood up for her shrink and for herself. He is proud of her. The best part is, now that she has her head on straight again, she is the her he knows and loves. She wrote to him in the middle of a long, rambling message, asking if he ever just feels like telling everyone in his life to go away. She does not want to be that girl complaining about her friends, but right now her friends are unkind. She tries so hard to get them together, and they all bicker and make her life impossible. One friend will not go somewhere if Peach is there. And Peach will not go somewhere if they have drink specials, because she thinks specials bring out the wrong crowd. The point is, and now it is early morning, and she has not finished her piece, and she has to be workshopped today. And there is another woman, a monster, who hates her and will attack her cowboy story. She is babbling. But basically, the sun is coming up, and she is thinking of him. See him soon. Assuming he does not decide she is a crazy person after reading the email. Night. Just like that, she has made his day. He wrote back short and sweet. He is buying her 6 drinks tonight. She loved it. He got a smiley face. They have a date tonight. He has made all the right moves. He puts the typewriter he took to bed back in its place. His hair looks good today. A coworker is working tonight, so he does not even have to close up. Peach is out of the picture. He climaxes hard for her. Who knows? Maybe tonight it happens. He goes all the way to her neighborhood and buys 2 cupcakes from a bakery. They smell good, and he wants them, but he is a good boy. He has ideas about what to do with all that icing. But then, they are supposed to meet at 9, and she calls him at 4 minutes past 9. She is breathless on her way uptown. Long story, but Peach is alone at home and thinks someone broke in because furniture on the terrace has been moved around. She sounds like Peach in this state of panic. She persists. Whoever broke in shifted a lounge chair. He interrupts. They did not steal the chair? No, she sighs, but someone broke in. She is scared. He says, of course. She goes on, but it is not as dramatic as she is making it out to be. He did not break in, and he did not move her chair. He used a service key he found at the party. He did not steal anything. He is more like Santa Claus. He brought an acrylic jacket for a book, so Peach should say thank you. Peach says sorry. She feels horrible, but is just terrified of having a stalker again. He will not even dignify the word again. He can only imagine the horror stories Peach has spun in years past. He tells her not to worry about it. Sounds like he means it. Tells her to be safe. She likes him. He forgives her. She is a loyal friend, and Shays is not her word. It belongs to Peach. He eats both cupcakes. The icing is stale. It would taste so much better if he were licking it off her body. She tweets a photo a little while later. Mini cupcakes much smaller than his big ones on bright plates. A giant bottle of flavored vodka. Hashtag Girls Night In. There is no way she could know about his cupcakes. But sometimes he wonders. She does make it up to him the next day, but it is not over 6 drinks and 2 cupcakes in a dark bar. Instead, they meet for lunch. She tells him all about Peach's depression, her loneliness. They are in a sexless restaurant drinking water and sampling artisanal jams. All she wants to talk about is Peach. She feels responsible for Peach because Peach does not have any family around. They are only supposed to go to places like this after they have sex. He cannot figure the logic in any of it. She says Peach is perpetually an orphan. He points out that she does not have family around either. She knows, picking at a bread item. But she left home. That is natural. Peach's family left Peach. That is sick. They literally all moved across the country the second they graduated. He is not surprised. She moves on to complaining about the other woman. He listens and nods, eats the bread. She goes into the bathroom and emails Peach. He is an insanely good listener. Do not lose faith in people. Peach writes back fast. That is so sweet. Do not be hard on him. He sounds like he has potential. Peach told her yoga teacher about your Joseph, and the teacher compared him to a character from a film about a math genius. Is he any good at math? Anyway, have fun at lunch. Peach hopes she took him somewhere nice. Peach's faith in humanity is completely restored. She loves being single. They are too young to be tied down. Have fun with Joseph, Peach. Betsy is learning so much from her, and that is awesome. She comes back to the table and asks if he liked math when he was little. He says no. When he asks why she is asking about math, she shakes it off and goes back to complaining about the other woman. They get more coffee. He would like this all so much more if it were happening after they sealed the deal. He cannot kiss her goodbye in the middle of the day. What if this is her way of putting him in the friend zone? Is there a friend zone, or is that a myth? Does the smart woman end up with that character? He cannot remember. When they part ways outside the restaurant, They hug like cousins. She is not as close to him as she was the night they almost built the bed together. She says this was fun. He asks what she is up to later. Girls' night. But she had cupcakes with the girls last night. She caught him. She asks if he has been stalking her Twitter a little. He says maybe he could kiss her. It is kind of cloudy, like fall in that film. She explains, last night was Peach night, and tonight is the other friend's night. He suggests maybe tomorrow night. Begging her is the opposite of kissing her. He should have let it go. She really has to write tomorrow night, but they could get together earlier. Lunch? He agrees to lunch, and she is gone. It is a long walk to the shop. He would like to hate certain writers and magazines and a movie character to believe women are not as simple as they would have you believe. But right now, he almost has to steal a move from a certain playbook about seduction and destruction because he is screwing up. Not having sex with her that night, he built her bed, not at least trying, was clearly a mistake. He is screwing this up, the greatest mistake of his adult life. He did not even kiss her after listening to her overanalyze her life for 5 hours. He sucks royally, and she might think he is putting her in the friend zone. It is the worst kind of domino effect. They do have lunch the next day at some new place she says is supposed to be as good as the previous restaurant. Again, he does not kiss her afterwards. What does she want the day after that? Brunch. The only thing more sexless than lunch is brunch. A meal invented to rationalize day drinking and binging on sweet breakfast foods. She does not even drink when they get brunch, and pretty soon they are going to places without waiters. She is into a deli where you stand in line with 9 to 5 workers who read popular thrillers on their tablets while waiting to order sexless salads. Beans and dressings and scallions and onions, grilled or raw. For fuck's sake, it is a salad. Stop overthinking it. She is not on the outs with Peach, but she is not under Peach's spell the way she was. He gets it now. She likes Peach because Peach is obsessed with her. Her other friends love her, but they do not think her shit smells like roses. She likes to be rocked and lullabied and sedated. Their conversations about her short stories and her classmates always end with him telling her how special she is, how talented, how jealous they all are, how clearly better than them she is. She gets taller as the disposable plastic salad bowl gets emptier. He means it when he says it. She is lucky that what she wants to hear is what he actually thinks. She is really talented. If she were not, they would all just shrug. Sometimes the best writers get hated before they get loved. He is not competing with her, so he is comfortable telling her she has it. And she does. When he lies on his couch listening to her go on about a rival named Blythe, he feels like he is living inside her, through her. He knows what it's like to be her. She is right. Blythe does hate her. But hate suits her, inspires her. She rages that Blythe is a little ball of anger and antidepressants who does not speak to her mother, her sister, her father, his wife, her roommate, or her fucking cat, or any of the many guys she slept with last week. She catches her breath. Blythe calls herself a performance artist. A prostitute is what they call that in the real world. She has a webcam service that she calls art. He says, in other words, she is a prostitute. She thanks him. He says she is welcome. She goes on. Blythe hates her for being from Nantucket and liking poetry. So fuck her then. He tries to help her move on, but she does not know why Blythe hates her, and it is all she wants to talk about. Every fucking night. It would be easier if these talks were happening on a park bench or her stoop or her sofa or her bed that he assembled, but they are happening over the phone. He cannot smell her over the phone. He feels like a phone hotline she calls to feel good about herself. She does not treat him like he is her guy. She goes to drinks with people from school and calls him after the drinks, not acting like there is anything weird about not inviting him along. He is her phone servant, and he does not like it. She does not want to know about his day. She always asks in the polite, obligatory way, "How was the shop?" He says, "Shop's the shop. It was okay." She says, "Yeah?" He says, "Yeah." Then he waits for her to want to know more about him, but he always caves and asks about her. How was school? He cannot do it anymore. It is time to save them, and it is his job to keep them afloat. He says her name, she responds. He suggests they go out. She is in her pajamas and has class. No, let him take her out next week. There is a pause. She forgot how much she wants to have sex with him, trying to live by Peach's rules. No, guys, just stories. But she does want him, or she would have made an excuse by now. She asks when he wanted to get together. Friday night, he says. No parties. He wants to take her out. He can hear her smiling. She says yes, then yes again. It is okay for him to tell her he read her story about the summer she worked as a maid. It is okay to tell her his favorite parts. Of course he liked when the father of the house tried to get with her in the laundry room. She says that is not her in the story, but she told him she worked as a maid one summer. True, but she did not throw herself at the men in the house. No wonder Blythe resents her. She is not a stalker, and Benji will always be wrong. But she does covet innocently, only because she is not comfortable in her skin. Not yet, but he is going to help her. She says she cannot say it enough. The level to which she would never have gotten herself into that situation. It is fiction. He says he knows. He does not know. She says she is not some town whore. It is a made-up story. He says he knows. She does not go after married rich guys. He says he knows. So where is he going to take her? She is happy he refused to tell her, because it is not often in life that you get dressed up and have somewhere to go without knowing what that place is. She is in a long, pale pink skirt with 2 giant slits, high-heeled brown boots, new for him. The slits are so high he can almost see her underwear. She has on a loose brown sweater that will be easy to peel off. Her body is an offering, a payment for all those hands-off phone calls, those lunches. Her bra is hot pink, so he does not forget about her breasts under her sweater, not for 1 second. When he hugs her, he smells flowers and laundry detergent and her arousal. He wonders how hard she had to go at her pillow. He is proud of himself for not checking her email for 2 solid hours so that he could give them all the suspense they need. She is about to tell him to forget the date and come upstairs, and he pulls away. It has been so long. While she is always adorable, she has never gotten this dressed up for him. Tonight, she cares what he thinks. They are not going to see her friends. Nobody is taking her picture and posting it online. Her body, her hair, her lips, her thighs, everything is for him. Ever since that night he built her bed, she has forced them into sexless, sunlit spaces. He finally has her in the dark, and she is not hiding from him anymore. He is going to make this last as long as he can. He loves this. He loves her. He says, let's go, takes her hand. Her hand is good in his. They walk in silence. It turns out there is something to all those fucking phone talks, because there is glue here now between them. They are both surprised at how well they know each other. He squeezes her hand. She looks at him. He hails a cab, and one arrives because this is the way it is going to be for them from now on. He tells the driver Central Park. She squeals with delight, where they keep the horse-drawn carriages. He was not sure, because part of him thought you do not get cheesier than a horse-drawn carriage. But in the end, it has been almost 2 weeks since their IKEA night, and he wanted their nocturnal reunion to be as hot as possible. The cab sails uptown. They are there faster than he thought possible. This time, he gets out first, runs around to her side, opens the door, offers his hand. She takes it. The cabbie checks her out. He tips. Before she knows it, they are side by side in the horse-drawn carriage, nestled like lovebirds. She says, "This is bold." He says, "Those slits are bold." She spreads her legs the tiniest bit. She wants his help. He slides his hand over her thigh. She is turned on. The trot of the horse, the color of the leaves, him. She whimpers slightly. He reaches her lace underwear, dewy with her. She whimpers again, pushes just a bit toward his hand. He gets under her underwear. She is a pillow-soft, warm pond just for him. She says his name. He holds his hand there, just taking her in. She kisses his neck and thanks him. He says, no. He cannot make words right now. He is too fucking happy to talk. The talking portion of their story is done. He uses his other hand to take her shoulder in his palm. They stay like that with eyes closed, taking each other in, her hand moving up his leg, painfully, beautifully slow. She does not even know what comes next. This is the best $200 he ever spent. Thank you, horse. So Benji was right. She does like luxury. He realizes he does too. They are tucked into the darkest corner of a bar at a famous hotel. He owns her, torturing her, being so close to all those empty rooms, all those soft beds. And he is not taking her to bed, not just yet. She protests playfully. They could steal a key from the maid. She has never done anything like that. He asks what it is she wants to do in there. She says he knows what they are going to do. She is nibbling his ear. If he asked, she would get down under the table. Here, now. But he does not ask because he wants her mouth on his ear. Her hands are on the move, prowling over his belt. There is room under there. That is her hand, his shirt. Pull it out. She is reaching, wanting. She has him in her hand. They need a new word for what she is doing because this is magic. She is a ball of want. He has to open his eyes and see something unsexy, or he's going to finish too soon. The room feels bright in the dark. He has never felt as safe as he does in her hands. He kisses her. She kisses him. This was well worth the wait. She is ready. Nobody is watching them. Nobody is mad at them. Nothing is wrong with them. The waiter who brought their drinks was respectful and good. The drawings on the walls are good, just like they were when he saw them online while figuring out where to take her, to train her brain into thinking of him as her passport to money and leather seating. He makes less than every man in here, including the waiter. She says his name. He says hers. She says she wants him now, all gooey and warm. But a fucking waiter approaches, slow-mannered, excusing himself. She pulls away, crosses her legs, bites her lip. The waiter bows slightly, asks if she is Miss Beck. She confirms. The waiter is sorry to interrupt, but she has received a rather urgent phone call from Miss Peach. She covers her throat, saying, "Oh God, it is over. She is not safe anymore." The waiter looks at the narrator, who nods. The waiter leaves. She tears into her purse. Everything they just did is melting faster than the leftover ice cubes. He says that is weird. She is still rummaging. She carries too much. She cannot find her phone. He asks how Peach knew she was here. She blushes and admits she may have tweeted. This was supposed to be their night, alone. He did this for her. Those slits were for him. That bra was for him. Her underwear was for him. How is this going to work if she cannot get through a few hours without looking for an audience? There is a pact. When you shove your hand down a man's pants, no tweeting when you are fucking. He wants to scream but has to breathe, drink, say nothing. She asks if he is mad. He says no. She explains she has never been here. When he was in the bathroom, she was just excited. She got her phone and uses it to tap his arm. He says it is fine. she should call Peach. He calls her Miss Beck and tells her to go call Peach. Every man in the bar watches her slip out. Two look at her like they have a shot. He would like nothing more than to kick some ass. They were supposed to walk out together. She is not meant to glide alone in that wrinkled skirt. She unnecessarily lays a hand on the doorman's arm. That skirt is a little too see-through. It will be hard to break this hungry public part of her that wants to be noticed. She needs an escort, especially if she wants to dress like that. He confronts an older man at the bar who is still staring at the door she walked out of. He asks what the fuck he is looking at. The old guy is not scared. Then she calls from the lobby. They have to go now. The old guy laughs. She shivers, impatient, says she'll get a cab. He says he has to pay. She already grabbed the waiter. It is fine. That horse taxi thing must have cost a fortune. Just like that, she turned all his good work into shit. She paid. He is not the man. The old geezer at the bar is laughing at him. The cartoons on the wall are laughing. The waiter who makes more than him is laughing. She opens the cab door, stripping all the man out of him piece by piece. He is her phone bitch. Her skirt is a mess. It cannot get worse, but it does. The driver asks where they are headed. She gives an address. He asks if Peach is okay, surprised he can speak. She says no, tying her hair back. He will never believe what happened. Everything peaks. It is just the nature of all life. As they cab over to Peach's, he feels more and more certain that he peaked in the carriage. Not a horse taxi thingy, as she said. He will never be that great of a man again. He will never be in that precise place, having picked her up and swept her off her feet with her skin fresh, her skirt clean, the night still ahead. Happiness is believing you are going to be happy. It is hope. Peach took his hope away. She is reading emails and sending texts. How can she hold on to him for the first time in their life together and then shut it off? She is a million miles away, talking to people who have nothing to do with them. He tries to get her attention. She does not look at him. Ask what? Bluntly. He asks if she wants to tell him what is going on. A lot, she says, finally looking at him. She sees he is mad. He says no, it is not his fault her friends are assholes. It is not his fault she could not stay off Twitter for one night. These things are out of his control. He is better than her, and she knows it, or she would not be holding his hand and droning on about Peach, thinking someone broke in and stole things again. Ridiculous, because he only broke in once and never stole a damn thing. He says, huh? She crosses her arms, says she is alone, scared, and her friend. He says he knows. She snaps at him not to go, huh? She does not have the guts to stand up to her other friends, and he will gladly be her whipping post tonight. He apologizes, meaning it. She nods. She is loyal. He says that building is tight. It would be seriously hard to break in. She is not moved, huffing that it does not matter if it happened. She feels like it happened. He lets her win. She is a girl. She is allowed. They ride in silence. He privately notes that the other friends do not call her on their date, claiming cryptids are trying to drown them. She is out of the door before the driver has the car in park. He pays. Sad. When he gets out, she throws her arms around him hard, whispering this was the best date ever. He says, define ever. He knows she wants a kiss, so he kisses her. When they walk into the building, they are very much a couple. In the elevator, her phone buzzes. She answers. Peach screams, asking where the hell she is. She apologizes, says they are in the elevator. Peach groans. The signal cuts out. She sighs that this is going to be a long night. He asks if she wants him to leave. He can tell she wishes he was gone, but she links her arm through his, asking him to go easy on Peach. She knows Peach is a lot to handle, but Peach has tried to commit suicide a couple of times. She is weak, sad. He says he just does not like to hear her get yelled at. She smiles, squeezes his arm, calls him a protector. He says he is. He picks up her hand, the one that was on him, and kisses it, promising she is safe. She coos that he is her knight. The elevator doors open to an ugly sight. Elton John is blasting. Peach looks electrocuted, frizzy hair, sleepless eyes, armed with a paring knife. She growls, asking what took them so long. She storms through the living room, even more vacuous without the brown students. She squeezes his hand apologetically. He squeezes back, "It is okay." They follow angry Peach through her home. If he lived alone in a place this huge, he would be crazy too. It has been less than 10 minutes, and already he is getting that unpaid delivery guy feeling. Peach speaks only to her. When he dares to interject, she waits for him to finish before droning, as I was saying. He does not take it personally. She would be just as pissed if she brought her other friends. But it is not fun. He sits back on the sofa, arms outstretched. She is beside him, but forward on the edge of her seat. He cannot tell her that Peach is poison. Listening to her lie and watching her get hooked is too much, but he cannot say a word. She grabs her phone, says they should call the police. Peach shakes her off. He cannot take it anymore. He stands, says he should check things out, asks if she minds. Peach shrugs, telling him to knock himself out. He asks if there are any suspects. She wraps an arm around his leg. He pats her head. Peach looks out the window, a liar's move, saying there is a sad, incompetent delivery boy from a juice place. She cannot fathom him having the ability to break into this building. No offense, but she doubts the kid even graduated high school. He says none taken. She squirms, saying, "That came out wrong." He says it is fine. She is lucky he does not care what she thinks. He leans over, lifts her chin, kisses her on the lips, wet, open mouth, full on. He pulls away and salutes Peach on his way out. He wanders into the library-ish room to check on a certain book. No wonder she does not get enough writing done. Peach is an albatross, dragging her down with invented dramas. Right now, the rival from her class is hunkered over her work, lost in it, listening to classical music. She prefers life. She likes the melodrama of this penthouse. He picks up the book, now in a case, and listens to the two women walk into the kitchen. Peach tells her to put a pizza in the oven. She objects. She thought Peach cannot eat tomatoes with her condition. Peach says when she is flaring and stressed like this, it makes no difference. She purrs sympathetically. Peach says this is so not fair. That is it for him. He bids the book goodbye and heads upstairs. His first stop is Peach's bedroom. Last time, he thought it was bigger than the bookstore. Upon re-entering, he realizes with dismay that he is right. You could have 8 games going at once in here. It is well designed. French doors abound. Some open into a 20-foot closet, some onto the terrace. He finds the most beautiful piece, a bleached mahogany dresser, antique, 18 or 20 feet long. He wants to relax, so he locks the door behind him, kicks off his shoes, peels off his socks. The fur rugs feel like heaven. The bed is an ornate 4-poster California king with designer sheets. Mountains of books by a certain author in the built-in bookcase. Hardbacks, paperbacks, new, old. She has run 1,000,000 marathons. The ribbons are proof, stuff like bookmarks at random. He runs his hand over the bleached mahogany dresser. Good stuff. What a shame. You can barely see the top because of the plastic forest of hair products. There is a giant TV, but that is a given in a place like this. He wants the terrace, but the door sticks. He yanks. hard, pleading with it silently to give. And it finally does, though the sudden release throws him off balance. He grabs for plastic bottles of hair product to catch himself, fails, and hits the floor flat. Bottles scatter. A battered copy of A Room of One's Own tips over and photographs slide out onto the mink surface. He can't believe his luck. 16 shots, all of her. Peach has an eye, it turns out. But true art requires an independent vision, turning a gutter into a steel prism. These aren't art. These are pornography. He has to sit down. The realization lands hard. Peach loves her. Peach wants her. His senses go sharp with the knowledge that an enemy lives here. The photos look smeared, handled, loved, some sticky with fingerprints. Not just love, then. Deranged obsession. He looks closer and sees streaky layers, a filtered quality. Peach touches herself, then the pictures of her, touches herself, then her. No wonder the girl stays so angry, so wound up. The photos offer a history of her body. There she is at 17 or 18, asleep in a loose tank top, no underwear, legs apart, light pouring in from a beach, an angel. There she is in a bikini, one toe testing the water. Her ass, ironically, a ripe peach. There she is on a night beach, naked, mounting some guy. The camera's good. He can see into her eyes, her nipples popping like buttons. He has to get onto the California king bed. There's a lump under the comforter. Peach's soiled workout clothes, bloody socks. He climbs over, tosses aside a shawl he now understands, hides invisible erections. He spreads the photos out, grateful the bed is huge. He wants to fuck every single image. The high school version with bangs, the college version with hips, the mid-fuck black and white of her riding someone else. That man isn't him, but it will be. He'll grab her neck the way she likes and she'll cry for him, moan his name. He ejaculates into the nearest thing he can find, a musty sports bra. Peach won't miss it. He has no choice but to shove it down his pants into his boxers. He photographs the photographs, tucks them back into their little box, and smiles. After he calms down and cleans up, he heads downstairs. They're both on the terrace. Everything looks different now, and that's a problem. Peach is in love with her, and she belongs to him. Life will never be easy with Peach playing sick, playing victim, playing taken, anything for attention. He's different now, too, afraid to meet her eyes with those pictures still fresh. Peach is drunk, rambling about being stalked. He sits on a chair arm like a detective, chin in hand, and asks whether she runs every day, noticing she's run many marathons. She snipes back a why, wishing him dead. Not because he didn't go to college, because of the way she looks at him. He explains that if she runs daily, it's easy for a creep to track her. She waves her hands, her shawl falling, and exclaims that Peach runs before dawn through the park. Peach corrects her, not every day, but turns down Elton John's volume to hear the praise. She insists Peach is amazing, fearless, running in the woods. Peach shrugs, but commits those words to memory. He says that's not safe. Peach replies that she lives outside the box. That's just who she is. She picks up the list of men they've been working on. He can't listen because the slideshow in his head won't stop. Her, her, her. She asks Peach for any other name, someone she dated. Peach mentions a guy named Jasper. Lunch the other day, she saw she dented his heart, maybe broke it. He knows it's a lie, but stays strong, asking whether Jasper lost his shit. Peach corrects him reflexively. Men like Jasper handle rejection well, too rich a life to get emotional about personal matters. He asks whether she has many ex-boyfriends, knowing he should back off. She snaps that they're all still friends. No drama, not seventh graders. He says he's not friends with any of his exes. Too much passion to just set aside and go to lunch. She has no comeback. He leans over to kiss her, tells her to be safe. She calls him dramatic, thanks him for understanding, says she really does need to stay here. So much love in her heart. Loyal, sweet. She walks into the door, thanks him again. They kiss goodnight while Elton John plays loud. He tells her to go back to her friend. She does. 8 days of tracking. Peach. A 2008 German study proved a runner's high exists. But he must be only partly human. He hasn't felt it once, despite hearing about it constantly. Almost 2 weeks of her staying at Peach's house, just in case the bogeyman returns. Ha! He's only seen her twice. First time, 7 days ago. She invited him over after gathering things from her own apartment. She asked about his Thanksgiving plans. He said he eats with Mr. Mooney's family, and she believed him. She said she's staying with Peach's family because Peach gets depressed around them. They started fooling around. She stopped, rubbed her forehead. He thought his life was over, but she touched him and admitted she gets weird around the holidays because of her father. It's not the same since he died. He said he understood. They watched Pitch Perfect. She paused it when Peach called, took the call, apologized to him, and sent him home. He hid outside her window. Lucky for him, she put the phone on speaker. Small talk ended. Peach sighed and mentioned that her mom had lunch with Benji's mom. She said, "Uh-huh." Peach asked whether she wanted to know what was said. She said Benji is a brat and obviously kind of a druggie. Peach tried to override. A lot of artists are weak that way. She wasn't having it, saying Benji is probably in China full of top-shelf heroin and drowning in Chinese pussy. Definitely on something, given his lame tweets. No, he thinks. His tweets aren't lame. They're disarming. Dark. She kept talking about him, declaring that the last thing she'll do is worry about Benji. Did he worry about her? Peach told her to calm down. She apologized, said packing is never easy. Peach offered nightgowns, all her stuff to borrow. He knows what Peach really wants. She said she had to go, then wrote to him apologizing for the abrupt end. He wrote back not to worry. Then she went to town on a pillow, and he listened and liked it. Second time, 3 days ago. The three of them met at a frozen chocolate place because that's the only chocolate Peach can eat. Needed it after all the stalker drama. They sat at a child-sized table. He watched Peach inhale an oversized bowl of frozen hot chocolate, knowing from reading about her bladder condition that she shouldn't be able to do that. Peach talked more than both of them combined. When he tried to hold her hand under the table, she patted his leg. No. Afterward, they kissed goodbye on the street. Her lips were pursed so tight they were puckered. Thanksgiving has been unhappy. The holiday arrived as it always does. Peach's family came home and she stayed busy with them. He wasn't her boyfriend right now, and she didn't invite him to eat turkey with Peach's family. Curtis wanted extra days off, so he worked constantly. The first time he ran, it was because he might actually kill Peach. He went on walks while everyone else was busy with their families and found himself drawn to her building because she was there. He ran because Peach came smashing out the door and almost saw him. If she'd spotted him hanging around her building, she'd go nuts and think he was a stalker. So yes, for a second, he ran as fast as he could into the woods after her, because he was going to grab her by the neck and make her stop running once and for all. He kept running the next day and the day after that, disgusted by the fact that he couldn't keep up with her. Cold mornings. His thrift store high tops didn't cut it. He bought special running sneakers at a sporting goods store, and now his feet were covered in blood, just like Peach's. By the time he got to the shop each day, he was beat. Whoever said morning running gives you energy never had a day job in customer service. By day 10, he missed her face so much that the pictures of the pictures no longer worked. They talked every day, but she was different now that she practically lived at Peach's. He missed her and him at Bemelman's bar. He went there alone one night, felt sorry for himself, got a nasty waiter who kept asking whether a friend was coming. Dark, lonely time. He really couldn't go on like this. On day 11, he looked like a real runner in new sweats and kicks, even a sweatband around his head. Peach got a late start because the girls had done some drinking the night before, as he'd seen on her Twitter, a post about vodka and gin for a girls' night in. Peach was slow, off, definitely hungover, bending over like she might vomit. Most people avoid high-impact exercise. It was cold. His legs were humming. He was sick of running through the woods every day. But one thing about running he would agree with, it was fucking addictive. Less than 2 weeks into his life as a runner, and he didn't need an alarm clock. She always started slow before sunrise, with Elton John playing. A song about 4 a.m, someone saving a life tonight. Not the kind of music that made you want to sweat. He could hear her music because she had no regard for shared public space. Dignified citizens used earbuds. Not Peach. She tucked her iPhone into an armband with a special speaker attached, music blasting. When people sneered or objected, and it had happened, he loved New Yorkers. She didn't apologize. She told him to deal with it. The Elton John was slow, contrary, and the exercise was punishment to her body. Joyless and ugly when she huffed. Most girls ran on well-lit paths, but Peach ran where she didn't belong, alone except for Elton John. He followed her each day because she wasn't a butterfly as long as Peach existed, not free to fly away because Peach was a dangerous pervert, photographing her, coveting her. Was there anything sicker than photographing someone while she slept? He had to stop her, save her. He ran faster, gaining. He could smell Peach now, sweaty. Elton John louder. He was her someone. He would save her life. He summoned all his strength, charged, and slammed Peach's bony body into the ground. She screamed, but the sound cut off as her head thudded against a rock. She was out cold. The music kept playing. Something about sleeping with myself tonight saved in time. Thank God my music's still alive. If only Peach could have been more like that, honest, grateful, true. The music continued. He was breathing heavily, shaking. He wanted to make it stop, but fingerprints were dangerous. But now that her defenses were gone, he understood her music. It was a security system. She'd been preparing for a moment like this. Annoying as it was to shove music on other people, there was something intelligent and bold about it, too. A shame her parents were such motherfuckers. There had been potential for her to be a good person, an innovator. He let the music play on as a tribute. The irony, of course, was that the music did not save her life. But hey, she tried. Nobody would be that surprised to hear about a dead girl in Central Park. Women who ran alone in the dark deprived themselves of their senses. Dangerous thing to do. As the reality of her body in the woods sank in, he quickened his pace. He had never run this fast, never known the depth of his lungs. He made it onto the street, disappeared into the subway, heaved, might throw up, and smiled. Those Germans were right after all. There really was such a thing as a runner's high. Good thing he was a bit high on life, because a little while later, he got an upsetting text from her. She couldn't get together tonight. She was at N. White Presbyterian. Peach. She was supposed to be in a morgue, not a hospital. Because he had no idea what happened, because he wasn't a stalker, he responded surprised and asked for details. She told him Peach got attacked in the park. But there was good news, too. Peach was lucky. A girl found her right after it happened. Otherwise, she might be, He wrote back asking whether Peach would be okay. She wrote back that physically, yes, but emotionally this was hard. She'd be in the hospital for a while. She'd never be talking to him if Peach had gotten a glimpse of him, so at least he could be grateful for that. He offered to help. She insisted she didn't need him, but he would show her he was a good boyfriend. He would look beyond the injustice of Peach getting a hospital bed. She only got to stay because her dad was on the board. Not fair to think of all the genuinely sick people turned away. But nothing was fair. He wasn't mad. Really. She was a good friend. He knew Peach's parents had already gone back to San Francisco, and he knew she had to be there for Peach. He wasn't going to challenge her like Lynn and Shanna, who threw around words like codependent and refused to visit. He wasn't mad. He proved it by sending flowers to Peach in the hospital. He even paid extra for a big yellow balloon with a smiley face. Did a guy who was mad buy the balloon? No, he didn't. He wasn't being a dick to customers either. More patient than ever. Didn't lay into Curtis about being late. Didn't bitch when Curtis forgot to order more copies of a certain best-selling book, the only book they were moving, aside from the prequel. Watching that book settle at the top of the Times list made him more and more aware that they weren't progressing. Their first real date was the day that book came out, and now it was breaking records, having its third month on the list. He was reading about the inevitable movie adaptation online for no reason at all. He wasn't mad at her, or at the author, or at the customers, or Peach or anything. Not mad that Peach was a liar. He felt for the poor girl. Obviously, a product of her family's sociopathic tendencies, tragically obsessed with her. Honestly, if anything, he was just worried for her. And he could wait. Some good shit happened fast. A best-selling book, and some good shit happened slow. Love. He got it. She was busy. She had class. He got it. And she had Peach. He got it. And she wasn't avoiding him. He got it. And she had pages due. He got it. And Peach just couldn't deal with being around guys. He got it. And she couldn't email as much with all that was going on. He got it. And she thought of him when she got into the bed he'd made for her. He got it. He wasn't a narcissistic asshole who expected his needs to come first at all times. He woke up and ran to the water and back. His legs were firmer all the time. She'd see eventually. He sold that book and read that book and ate lunch alone, dinner alone, and not once did he bitch at her about blowing him off. Not once. The balloon. Almost $10 more with tax. When he asked whether it got there, he could hear the Peach in her. She said yes, it did. He asked whether something was wrong. She said to forget it. For Peach, everything was wrong right now. He pressed, not in an asshole way. He just wanted her to be straight with him. She said, never mind, it's fine. He said, obviously it's not. She sighed. She was the one who sounded mad now. Different. Like she'd been drinking the green juice delivered to Peaches each morning, like she was starting to like this way of life. Sleeping uptown, waking up without a single piece of IKEA in the room. She told him not to get mad. He said he wasn't mad. She admitted they both just felt the balloon was a little insensitive. Insensitive. She said it was a smiley face. He said it was a get well balloon. She said yes, but it wasn't that simple. He said on the website it was right there in the get well section. She said yes, but it wasn't like Peach got hurt playing tennis. He told her to be reasonable. She said she was reasonable. He said he meant no harm. She knew that, but a giant yellow smiley face was the last thing anyone wanted to see when some creep had broken into your home and attacked you. It was a smile, and this wasn't a smiling kind of time. He swore under his breath. She said he didn't have to be sorry. He asked whether they could get coffee. She said she really couldn't right now. She'd never sounded farther away. He wanted to stab that balloon and also tie it around Peach's neck. Who the fuck could bitch out over a balloon? 7 hours and 6 full days since Peach got home from the hospital. She was busy with school, busy with Peach, still living at her house, but not too busy to exchange emails with a stranger. The stranger asked whether she was still coming this weekend. She asked him to call. He wanted to see her. She didn't have a car. He told her to get one and he'd take care of it. Asked whether she was still size small. She said yes. When her plans with the stranger were finalized, she left Peach's place and got into a cab. He called her. Voicemail. He didn't leave a message. She ignored Peach's call, and Peach emailed in all caps demanding to know where she was. She wrote back curtly. A writing emergency. Long story, she was off to her writing retreat at a motel in Bridgeport. Told Peach to be good to herself and lock the doors. Now, Peach was mad at her. He didn't blame her. It was a bitch of a drive to Bridgeport. She rented a car the stranger was paying. He was stuck in Mr. Mooney's enormous old Buick. He did a lot for her. He'd think he'd be the stranger by now. He listened to no music for the entire drive. Too sad for music, too sad for Elton John. His head ached. He cried out silently to a captain. He got to Bridgeport first. A small motel near the water, all rooms off exposed walkways. Peach wouldn't set foot in a place like this. He listened to local news and ate a gas station burrito. So scared for her, for him, for them, that he couldn't finish it. Who was this captain? She pulled into the lot. He slunk down in the seat, watched her in the rearview mirror. She popped the trunk but didn't get the bags out because the stranger moseyed out of a motel room. At least 45, maybe 50, with silver hair. Was this what she was into? He flicked the cigarette away, picked her up, spun her around. Now he was mad. The older man got into her car. He followed as the man drove. She'd never been in a car with him. They pulled up to an ATM. She jumped out, came back with a wad of 20s. The man made her count the money. She was angry, counted slowly like a third grader practicing. He remembered her casual encounters post and feared the worst. He followed them back to the motel. The man got out first, opened her door. She got her bags from the trunk. He already had a key. He was close enough to hear. She asked for a cigarette. The man refused, called her honey. She pointed out the unfairness. The man asked whether she brought a costume. She groaned, asked whether he thought she brought a costume, begged for just one smoke. The man said hell if he'd give her one. She couldn't believe it. This was when he decided to be a fucking father. Father. He might collapse. His brain waves sizzled. His heart stopped. She told him her father was dead. She told everyone. Oh, why? He didn't know whether he was mad or sad, just relieved she wasn't paying or being paid to put on a schoolgirl outfit. The captain was her father. He had the key. She groaned and followed him into room 213. He wanted to know the man, to follow them in, to have the father shake his hand and say how happy he was that his daughter had such a good man. But she'd said he was dead. Maybe she'd be happier if he went in there and made that happen. He was confused. It got colder by the second. Off-season in Bridgeport. Checking into a room helped him steady himself. A lot to take in, but relieved. He made up something about lucky numbers and requested the room adjacent to hers. They gave it to him. It smelled like bleach and cigarettes. The walls were thin. After he showered, he threw an extra towel on the floor, sat down, and listened to her fight with her father. Something about money, kids. Their voices like adults in a cartoon. The father slammed the door. She was alone. After she finished crying, she showered. Now she was wet and clean, like him. He heard the door lock. She tore the blanket off the bed. Heavy, he heard it hit the floor. And she started to touch herself. She was loud. He heard it. Now he was touching himself too. In his mind, there was no wall. He was fucking her on that bed, pulling her hair, her screaming. She was loud, no green pillow to cry into. When it was done, she turned on the TV and lit a cigarette. He could hear it, smell it. He was so heavy from doing it with her and not doing it with her that it took a minute to hit him. The smiley face balloon was fine. Her father wasn't a dead junkie. She was a fucking liar. She had a way of making him do things he didn't normally do. He hadn't dressed up for Halloween since 3rd grade, Spider-Man. He'd silently protested that holiday for most of his life. Yet here he was, in a mothball-scented dressing room at a costume shop, so small a Smurf would be sweating. Celine Dion sang about her heart through a terrible sound system while the Irish shopkeeper prattled nearby, asking about pantaloons. He said no. He looked in the mirror and wanted to die. But he couldn't die because she needed him. Her father was dragging her to a Dickens festival across the Sound. She didn't want to go, but he'd rented her a costume. And after they'd finished arguing that morning, she agreed to spend time with his family. While she and her father got ready, he hunkered down in his motel room and read up on the festival. When she stepped out for a cigarette, he looked at her and knew he had no choice. A vision in her costume, drowning in red velour, hair pouring from under a little red bonnet, smoking and pouting in the motel parking lot. The only girl in the world who could look so serious and so silly at the same time. Her father stepped outside in a top hat and tails, gave her a white furry muff. She asked what to do with it. He told her to put her hands in, keep warm. She said she had gloves. He asked for a break. She sighed and put her hands inside. He wanted to put his hands inside her. He was taking too long. The shopkeeper knocked, wanting a sneak peek, saying it was nice to see young people getting into the spirit. She thought the pantaloons would suit him. He said in a second. She reminded him rentals must be returned within a week, else an old Irish slag would come knocking. He said in a second again. Celine Dion kept screaming. He was choking on mothballs and self-loathing. If she had told her father about him, he could have rented costumes for both of them. Then she'd be in here with him, and he wouldn't notice the mothballs or the schmaltzy Canadian music. But she'd lied to him. Now he had to walk out and tell the Irish woman he was attending the festival alone. She chortled that a handsome chap like him wouldn't go long without finding a nice lass. There was a mirror behind her. The costume looked good on him, his top hat taller than her father's, but it wasn't a disguise. He asked whether she had any beards. She objected, asked whether he was serious. He said it was cold out there. She had beards, but they weren't Dickensian. He said he didn't care. She gripped his 20s and fumed. Small towns scared him more than cities. This woman, all kindly a minute ago, was melting down because he wanted a beard. He claimed he was in a rush, adding the slightest Irish effect to his voice. The shopkeeper lowered the volume on the ancient cassette player. Celine Dion wasn't very Dickensian either, but she conceded and pointed him toward the non-Dickensian, non-refundable beards in a box marked with the names of a movie star and a reality TV family. He muttered to himself about America. He just didn't know sometimes. Life was aggravating when you're alone in a costume on a party boat surrounded by people who are all together in costumes on a party boat. They weren't even close to docking yet. He shouldn't have boarded the ferry. He hadn't thought it through. What if she recognized him? She wouldn't want to introduce him to her father while he was wearing pantaloons. He should have gone back to New York, but there was no turning this festive boat around. He tried to focus on the good. She hadn't tweeted once since arriving, hadn't sent a single email. But bad thoughts crept in. Her father was back in the picture. What if this meant she told her mother to shut off her phone? He told himself to calm down. He knew her passwords. He would always find a way into her. But he liked having her phone. He liked thinking of her mother paying for him to protect her. Hard to be rational in a costume. He tried again to think good thoughts. She was capable of going offline, and she was lying to everyone, not just him. In a way, he was having an easier time than she was. She and her father sat on bucket seats in the main cabin. She looked gorgeous, of course. The rose to his crafty Jack on their Titanic vessel. If they'd been in this together, he'd find his way under that skirt of hers. But neither she nor her father appeared very excited for the festival. He gathered that her father worked this boat. Deckhands gave him shit for being in costume. The captain of this particular trip stepped out of the wheelhouse and insisted on taking a picture of her and her father. She didn't want one, but her father insisted. He was tempted to storm across the deck and start a mutiny, but he had to let them work this out on their own. He knew when she needed her space. That's why he'd gotten the beard. Her father asked whether she wanted a drink. She shrugged. He asked whether she wanted to make this as hard as possible. She said she just didn't know. She turned into a teenage girl around her father. He called her Guinevere and asked again. "Coffee!" she snapped. "Fine." A group of semi-drunk Dickens fans started singing Christmas carols. A fat man in a Ben Franklin costume tried to pass by and spilled half his beer on him. The air was thick with mothballs, salt water, and cheap beer. He didn't like it here one bit, because she'd run away to see her father, who was alive. Alive! And because he wanted to be there in case she needed him, he was going to have to sell something online to cover the expenses of the motel, the costume, and the psychotherapy he'd no doubt need. When he realized he was permanently fucked up from that day, he'd frozen his ass off in pantaloons on a deck with a bunch of quarter wits. The only thing worse than the boat trip was the festival itself. A public atrocity. Who knew such crap existed? She knew. She stayed away from her half-brother and half-sister. Both kids, little ones, 6 and 8, in costume like everyone else. Charles Dickens would be disgusted that his entire life's work was celebrated by rich retirees who had nothing better to do than blow money on rented knickers and wigs, cross the Sound, and gather with other like-minded nitwits to stroll through Port Jefferson, complimenting each other's costumes, gorging on candy apples, touring old homes, listening to period guitar and chamber music, and getting their faces painted. Of all these white people on this boat, seriously, no black person would ever do this. How many could pass a test on Oliver Twist? How many had read his lesser-known works? But there was no way for him not to follow her into this town. Good thing he was always there, the bodyguard to her singer. Because people got weird in costumes, even old white dullards from Connecticut. Slightly soused on beer. Day drinking was allowed when you were celebrating Dickens. And more than a couple of men had gotten a little too cheerful with her. He had a mental list of everyone who needed a beating. He'd never hit a woman, but her stepmother didn't like her. Jealous of the attention she got. Her kids weren't all that. Their kids would be cuter. How did his anger with her always soften into love? Her stepmother, her father called her Ronnie, barked about change from the candy apple vendor. She said she'd been given a 20. Her father looked like he might explode and turned his attention to the little kids. She pouted that the candy apples were ridiculously expensive. Now her father cared, and he chastised her gently. She said fine, so brittle she might break. She pulled both hands out of her muff, let it hit the pavement, and fished around in her giant designer bag. Her stepmother picked up one of her unimpressive children and asked whether the bag came from an online auction site. She said it was a gift. Sometimes she did tell the truth. She handed over $2. Her stepmother took it. She looked up at her father and asked whether they could go. The motion sickness medication he bought in the gift shop wasn't working. The ride back was worse than the ride out. He'd spent most of it in a cramped bathroom. The colonial types were all banging on the door, sick from too much food and fun. The beard itched. The boat rocked. The toilet wouldn't flush. He jiggled the handle. Someone pounded on the door and announced that some of them had colons, too. He didn't respond. The boat breached. Was the captain drunk? and he got slammed against the wall. When he threw up, he tried to move his non-refundable beard, and it dropped into the mess in the toilet. Plop! No way out of this. The faucet gave barely a trickle. If he didn't leave soon, he'd only draw more attention to himself. Nothing to do but bow his head and pray she wasn't part of the lynch mob forming outside the door. If there was a God, she was holding it until she was back in the safe confines of the motel. There was a God. Only 4 people waiting. It had sounded like a dozen. He made a run for the stern. The wind bit back there. Hopefully he'd be alone and could ride out the rest of the trip without ruining her day. He thought she would be scared if she saw him, and it would sound like bullshit if he said he'd gone to meet family. Tears streaked his cheeks. He couldn't tell whether he was crying or it was the wind. He missed his warm, scratchy beard. The pantaloons were made of paper. His legs were freezing. Finally, the boat slowed as they eased into the harbor. Then something unimaginably horrible happened, so bad he might jump off the boat. If it were summer, he'd already be in the water. Her little half-brother and half-sister were playing hide-and-seek. Great game to let your kids play on a boat. He heard Ronnie calling for the little tykes, who were hiding behind a box right in front of him. Breathe. Just breathe. Ronnie came running, grabbed each kid by the hand, and looked at him. She remarked on the day she was flirting with him because she was jealous of her. He was on her side. He knew how to get back at her. He said, "Yes, ma'am." She didn't like that. His ma'am had a twofold purpose: to make her feel old, done, and to make her go away. But then 2 deckhands appeared. The boat turned slightly. They were unraveling rope. The tired, drunk Connecticutans were coming this way because it was just his luck that this boat docked and offloaded from the stern. If there was a God, she was fighting with her father, lost in conversation. If there was a God, he would be the first one off this boat. If there was a God, this slow-moving steel beast would get there already, so her stepmother could take her kids home and feed them the mac and cheese they were screaming about. And if there was a God, they were docking right now. They were. A kid on land hoisted a ramp. They were getting there. He would be 3rd, maybe 4th off. People were getting pushy. And if there was a God, that was not her voice he heard behind him. And if there was a God, Ronnie would not ask him to move out of the way. She said her husband was trying to get through. She knew how to exact her revenge. Her father squeezed by him and apologized for the close quarters. He turned his head and whistled for her, just as the boat finally settled and the deckhand released the ramp connecting boat to land. She called out that she was coming, adding a profanity-laced remark about how this wasn't some famous immigration landmark. He loved her sense of humor and disgust. He loved her. That's why, like a flower to the sun, he turned his head a millimeter, just enough to see her beautiful face and long enough for her to see his, before the deckhand slapped the ramp down and locked it into place. He shoved through the crowd and got off that fucking boat. Every time he approached an exit, he wanted to pull off and find a gas station to change out of the musty costume. But he didn't. Paralyzed behind the wheel, so panicked he could only go forward. The reason was horrifyingly simple. She had called him 4 times in the last hour since the ferry docked. This could only mean one thing. She had seen him. He shouted no, feeling like he'd been driving forever, punching the steering wheel. The Buick veered into the right lane, cutting off a truck. The trucker blared his horn. He opened his window and roared an obscenity about the man's mother. If the trucker responded, he didn't hear it. He rolled the window up by hand. Mr. Mooney was a cheap old bastard. He had to slow down. It would suck to get pulled over right now. And this wasn't his fault. She had lied. Her father wasn't dead. He'd been on that boat because she'd lied to him. Maybe he didn't know her as well as he thought. But that was ridiculous. They had a connection. She'd just messed up. She was supposed to tell him about her dad, no matter how ashamed she was. He was supposed to listen and love her and tell her she was good. Then she would ask about his life, and he would tell her, and she would listen the way he'd listened to her, and then they would have been closer. He rode up on a woman driving too slow. She flipped him off hard, bumper stickers about physics and a Boston College decal. He hated driving. He wanted to ram this car into her Volvo and watch her bleed out, but no, she wasn't the bad guy. She wouldn't pay for her mistakes. This was on her. She had messed up big time. She knew he'd followed her. She knew. He laid on the horn, tailgating until she put on her blinker. When he passed, he slowed down to ride next to her, one hand on the wheel, one hand giving her the finger. The bitch laughed. He moved on. Fuck her. Fuck her. She would never forgive him. He needed to never see her again. He needed this family in the Land Rover to fuck off with their skis and new tires. He rode up on them hard. His phone rang. Her. The kid in the back seat disobeyed his father and turned around. He knew something about that kid. That kid would end up at a fancy boarding school, smoking dope and popping pills before his 13th birthday. Everyone would think it was glamorous because he'd be doing it in the Connecticut woods. He gave the kid the finger, gave him a memory. He knew what that kid would become, knew he wouldn't pay for his bad choices. Sympathy and respect instead. He veered around him, jumped in front, and slammed his brakes. The father beeped, pissed, now, alive now. He revved up and got out of there. The heat in this car was broken. He'd never get over the cold from the ferry. He'd never be able to look at Dickens again without going back to this day. He pulled over to a rest stop and shut off the engine. So fucking quiet. So December, so over. His phone rang again. Loud. Her. He ignored it again, deleted the message. He couldn't bear the idea of her screaming in fear, accusing him of being a stalker. No, this was all wrong. He punched the wheel again. Knuckles bruised. The bruises would heal, but she would never forget the time that guy followed her to Connecticut, put on a costume, and stalked her at a festival. He was probably already an anecdote in the hopper of her head. Fodder for a story. A thing of the past. Just another suitor. He cried. She called. He shut off his phone. He shut off her phone before her mommy shut it off, which she probably would eventually. A dark day. Literally. He dropped off Mr. Mooney's keys. The old man had his oxygen tank and his Bowie knife. Someday he'd have an oxygen tank and a Bowie knife because she was never speaking to him again. He knew it. Mr. Mooney meant so well. A stand-up guy, a veteran in overalls. He couldn't look him in the eye right now. Hard to admit that as much as he admired and respected him, he didn't want to be like him. He was a terrible person. Mr. Mooney was good. Holding the door open. Old people were painfully lonely when they were alone. It broke his heart how, obviously, badly the man wanted him to come in and have a beer. A good guy would go in, but they all knew he was a fucking tool. Mr. Mooney tried to joke about the outfit. He had forgotten about his costume. He thought fast and said he'd gone to a costume party. The old man didn't want to know about the party, just asked whether the shop was good. He said, yes, real good. He offered the keys back. Mr. Mooney shook him off, still holding the door open. Not the kind of man who would ever say he wanted company, but he got it. He tucked the keys into his pocket and stepped back. The old man retreated into his dank, molding home, telling him to hang on to the keys. He never used the car anyway. He asked whether Mr. Mooney was sure. The old man asked where he was going. He offered to drive him if needed. The old man waved him off. There was a guy from church who took him to the doctor. At this point in his life, there was nowhere else to go. He should go inside. but he just couldn't right now. The old man turned around and said he'd bump into him, kid. He thanked him. The door shut quietly. He walked aimlessly, but somehow reached his place. One of his typewriters was laughing at him, he swore, because of his costume. He picked it up and threw it at the wall. Fuck it. The landlord never fixed anything anyway. He stripped out of the costume, wanted to burn it, but put it in a shoebox and taped it up. Didn't want to look at it anymore. He wrote the address, and when he had to write the city name, he lost his grip on the pen. He threw on his worst comfort clothes. A Raggedy Band t-shirt his mother had left behind, and nasty fleece pants from a rummage sale 100 years ago. He wanted to look as miserable as he felt. He tore into licorice he bought at the Korean deli by Mr. Mooney's place. The new hole in his wall said it all. 2 pieces left. He'd lost time like he sometimes did. Listening to a sappy song on repeat, self-destructing, cutting himself with lyrics about a summer love from an era he was too old to remember. A knock at the door. There was never a knock at the door or a hole in the wall. Another knock. He stopped the music. Another knock. When he opened the door, he died. She was here, in his building, in powder blue corduroys and a little furry jacket. She wanted to come inside. This was dangerous. All the pieces of her he'd collected were here with him. She wasn't meant to see them. She still smelled like heaven, like herself. She looked like she'd been crying. She moved toward him. He clenched the doorknob and said her name. She sighed and said she got it. He didn't hear from her for a while. Then she called 50 times and showed up at his doorstep like some fucking crazy stalker. Now he knew. Safe to let go of the doorknob. She hadn't seen him on the ferry. Soft in her eyes. Safe. She wanted to come in. He played along, telling her she wasn't some crazy stalker. She admitted she was a little crazy. She'd had to force the kid at his shop to give her his address. She was too small to force anyone to do anything. He would kill that kid. She was frazzled. Nothing to do but get out of the way and let her in. She hesitated once inside, like she'd walked into the worst movie theater bathroom stall. He wished he'd cleaned. An open can of sardines in the sink wouldn't be there if he'd known she was coming, but drawing attention to the fucking fish wouldn't be good either. She said she liked his shirt, the band. He blurted that it had been his mother's. She nodded, not knowing what to say to that. He stammered about opening a window. She said no, she'd get used to it. Fucking Curtis. He scanned the living room for bras or panties or emails. Nothing. Miracle. She slipped out of her furry jacket, unzipped her boots, and settled onto his sofa like she owned the place. One good thing, she was so all about her that she didn't seem to notice his apartment. She blew her nose, squirmed. He sat in his chair that he'd found in an alley by the bookshop weeks ago. When he dragged it home on the subway, he'd assumed nobody would ever see it again, like the chair's last day of being seen. She acknowledged it had been a while, but she'd needed someone and thought of him, and he hadn't answered her calls. He apologized. He should have given her a chance. If he were a brave man, this conversation would be happening in her apartment. She hugged her knees and rocked, saying she didn't even know right now. She was a mess. He asked whether she was okay. She shook her head no. He asked whether someone had hurt her. Her eyes welled up. She looked at him like she'd been protecting someone for so long, like she'd always said no when the answer was yes. She squeaked out a yes, and then she was bawling. He went to her and let her cry. She didn't say anything for a while. He scooped her into his arms. Her tears soaked his t-shirt. He felt like some stalker who would never wash his clothes again. Her whole body shook from unhappiness. He would make her rattle with joy soon. Soon. She patted him on the back and said she was okay. He understood she needed space. He returned to his chair. She let out a big sigh and asked whether he'd ever carried a secret. A secret as in a lie. And one day just fucking couldn't do it anymore. Had to let it out. He saw her friend's musical brother on TV sometimes and wanted to smash the screen to tell him his sister hadn't drowned while body surfing. He nodded and said he got it. Her eyes skated around and finally landed on him. She admitted it was a long story, but she'd lied to him and to everyone. Her father wasn't dead. Very alive and very well, living on Long Island. He said, whoa. She'd chosen him. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Had to tell someone, or else. He said he got it, and he did. She hadn't chosen just anyone. She'd chosen him. That meant something. She'd hunted him down. She explained how girls were. If she told her friends, they'd tell someone else, and that person would tell someone, and someone would send a cryptic tweet about it. That's why she thought of him. She knew he'd let it stay here. He said he got it. He kept many secrets, and now he had hers. She went on. In a way, she wasn't lying, because her father was dead to her, in every way that mattered. But the thing was, he'd married a lawyer, a rich one, and he had money while she was broke. He wouldn't just give her money, no. She had to troll around in a Dickens dress with his spoiled offspring to get anything out of him. He said that was a lot of information. Charles Dickens? She laughed and told him about the festival. He had to be careful. He acted like he'd never heard of such a thing. Let her share details, methodical in his reactions. Then he shook his head and asked whether it was worth it, putting up with all that for a few bucks. She said life cost money, arms crossed. If he could pay for his new kids to eat organic candy apples, he should have to pay for his old kid too. He said he got it. Her dad and his wife probably blew hundreds on costumes and cocoa and apples. She wasn't the kind of girl to wait tables. Her friends didn't worry about money. Why should she? She finished sending a text, relaxed her arms, lowered her legs. When animals opened up like that, they wanted to fuck. She was his animal on his sofa. She looked around his home and remarked that he really did like old things. He said proudly that he'd found everything on the street. She said she saw that disgusted. She preferred new, sterile furniture, yet she tucked dirty tissues into her mangy purse. She wiggled her toes and started in about her dad again. Divorce was different when you came from a poorish family. Her dad met his new wife on the island when she was on vacation, literally at a bar where her sister was working. Hard enough to start college as the girl who grew up where everyone else went on vacation. She didn't want to tell people her townie dad ran off with a tourist. He said it wasn't fair. She agreed, more worked up than he'd ever seen her. Being an Ivy League townie was one thing, but a townie with an absentee father? Fuck that. It was a cliché. He said he got it. He loved her for being the prideful, scrappy little fighter she was. Powerful, brutal. She figured when she moved here she'd start all over, but she hadn't thought it through. Everyone from school was here. If she told her friends about her dad now, she'd have to deal with it. He said he knew people could be judgmental. She had to watch out. She said nobody knew. Big eyes. He said except him. She blushed, repeated except him, smiled almost, then saddened. She knew she shouldn't be so insecure, but he didn't just leave. He built a whole new family with a younger, cuter wife and younger, cuter kids. He told her those kids were not cuter than her. She laughed, not suspicious. Thank God, assuming he was making an assumption. All kids were cuter than adults, she said. Just the evil nature of Mother Nature. He said fuck her, got a laugh, and asked whether her dad helped out with money after she'd done her part, seeing him and his family. She stretched her arms toward the ceiling, stretched to the right, and noticed a hole in the wall behind her. She swore at the size of it. He swallowed and lied about a burst pipe. She said apparently they'd gotten in there. She tuned into her environment, noticed his broken typewriter on the coffee table, looked for permission to touch it. He nodded. She told lies. He hoarded typewriters. Different. Hot. He said the typewriter's name was Larry. He was going to be honest like her. She asked whether he named all his typewriters. He said no. They told him their names when he brought them home. Fun to fuck with her. She couldn't decide if he was pretentious or insane. He couldn't tell if she was being sweet or patronizing when she laughed. He admitted he was just kidding. Of course he named them. She said Larry was handsome, leaned forward to say hello, tinkered with his keys. He could see her underwear. She asked whether she could hold him. He warned Larry was heavy. She told him to put Larry on her lap. Pink, seamless bikinis, size small. He picked up Larry and set him on her lap, praying she didn't notice her identical panties shoved between the sofa cushions. He told her Larry was broken because he'd fallen. She petted him, sweet, and said Larry might be broken, but he was a handsome beast. He agreed Larry was one of a kind. She studied him and noticed he was missing a letter. He lied and said since the day he brought him home. She looked at him and asked for something to drink. He had nothing. Fucking Curtis. She returned her attention to the typewriter, wanted to look between the cushions for the missing letter. If she did, she'd find her panties, which she'd recognize if she had a keen sense of smell, and he thought she did. Like a toddler needing distraction, he took a licorice. She grabbed the last one. He said he was afraid he didn't have more. She stopped chewing, her eyes locking on something in his bedroom. She squinted and asked whether that was the Italian book he'd given her. He wanted to close his bedroom door, but that would be weird. He turned and followed her gaze, the special shelf he built for that book. Could be worse. He could have put the Book of Beck on that shelf. He lied and said he thought that was her book. She petted Larry, grinned, and said that was sweet. He swallowed the rest of his candy and knew he had to get her out of here. He asked whether she wanted to go get more. Hell yes, she said. He walked over. She looked even smaller with Larry on her lap. She asked him to lift, please. He lifted Larry off, put him in his normal spot on the floor. Her pants had new dark scuff marks. She stepped back into her boots, slipped into her little furry jacket, walked across the room away from the evidence of his affection. Her underwear, her bras. What a relief to open the door and lead her out. A whole new world with her in it. She paused in the stairwell, pointed to a smudge on the wall, and whispered, asking if it was blood. Alive and jocular. His furry nymph. He nodded in affirmation. She raised her eyebrows and asked whether it was Larry's blood. He smacked her ass. She liked it. She hopped down his stairs. He was the only one who knew about her dad. Soon it would be time for the red ladle. She pushed open the door. He'd been pushing open for almost 15 years. They walked to the bodega. She was practically skipping. She asked whether this was the part they were trying to make into a historical district. She'd read about that somewhere. He said no, this was the other part of the neighborhood. His section reminded her of a children's show and a singer's songs. Every guy in the shop wanted to sleep with her, but she was with him. She liked the attention. She told him she felt like a celebrity in here and giggled. He paid for the candy and bottled water. She shoved the candy in her back pocket as if she needed to draw more attention to her ass. So this was what it would be like if she lived here with him. Good. Warm. Before she knew it, they were back on his stoop. They sat close, tore into the candy, shared the water. Teenage girls from the block passed by and glared at her with her fancy water. She got sweet, defensive, assuring him she only drank that brand because her friend said it was alkaline. She wasn't wearing a bra the way she hadn't been that first day in the shop. It really did feel like a new beginning. She scruffed his hair with her cold little hand and asked whether he wanted to go back up. He said yes. He wished he could have prepared for her, hidden her things, showered, put on matching socks. But she was here now, walking up his stairs slowly, teasing him with every deliberate, soft step. It was a blur from then on. His shitty sofa transformed into a hammock on a desert island. They didn't need anything. They had each other now. He kept his arms around her. She held him in a way that would please a certain singer. They kissed until they couldn't, then just told each other things. She told him all about the Dickens Festival. The fight with her father over cigarettes, her stepmother in the shitty motel, the bratty step-siblings, the overpriced candy apples. She wanted to know about him. He told her he liked her a lot. They went back to kissing. It went on like that for a while. She got worn out, cozy. When she finally fell asleep, her little body was limp. He didn't know if he would ever be able to sleep with her, this close to him. She couldn't tell lies in her sleep. She smiled slightly, he thought, every so often, and moved closer to him. The only reason he knew he was able to sleep in such close proximity was that the next morning, the sound of the shower turning on woke him up. She was no longer in his arms. Naked, wet. There. If you lived alone, he thought, you'd have to be a masochistic freak to buy an opaque shower curtain. He'd started thinking about this at the motel, where the curtain was white except for mold spots, like they were trying to make the rooms feel like a certain horror film. He thought buying a shower curtain would be the easiest thing in the world, but at the big box store they had hundreds of opaque curtains, obviously not an option. Online, thousands to choose from. He didn't buy a totally clear one because you needed something to look at while on the toilet, but when you thought about it, this was something you'd look at every single day. So he'd gone through hundreds of options. Most designs were bullshit you could never stomach daily. Maps of the world or Brooklyn, fish, snowmen, the Eiffel Tower, nautical signs. He wasn't some scarf-buying, movie-rating asshole. He just wanted something funny and classic. He finally settled on a clear curtain with yellow police tape printed across reading police line, "Do not cross." When he bought it, he never imagined she'd be on the other side of that tape, those yellow stripes blocking his view of her. Next time he'd go for all clear. Lesson learned. Really, it was all for the best. He didn't have time to watch her shower. He had to use this opportunity to hide all the Beck memorabilia and hope she hadn't done any snooping when she woke up. He retraced her steps. She'd left the bathroom closet door open, typical woman, after getting a towel. Fortunately, she'd taken the top towel and hadn't found her bra stashed under the bottom one. Hopefully, she hadn't opened the medicine cabinet and found her scratched-up silver hair clip. He'd stolen it the first day he stepped into her apartment. Those clips were everywhere. She'd never miss it, right? He needed it because a few delicious strands of her hair were woven in, holding her DNA, her scent. Did she open the refrigerator and find her leftover bottle of Diet iced tea half empty? Her lips had touched it. He wanted to keep her lips in his refrigerator. She poured a glass of water, and there was always the possibility she would have mistaken her iced tea bottle for his own. The bathroom door was the one thing here that wasn't even slightly broken. She could have closed it all the way, but she didn't. Like she wanted all doors open at all times, the way her windows had no curtains in her apartment. He couldn't help feeling excited that in some way she wanted him to sneak a peek at her in there right now, blocked by that yellow police tape. She arched her back and let the water hit one breast, then the other, then turned around. She liked it here. In his shower, in his home, she let the water hit her neck, drip down her back. She took the bar of his soap, held it between her breasts, moved it down, let it fall, then rubbed the suds on her belly, lower, lower until her hands were down there, and then as soon as they were down there, they were back up on her neck. She was holding back, She was so hot for him right now, he should take off his clothes and get in the shower. But if he did that, she would look at the moving door and realize her white bikini top was hanging on the doorknob. He knew she hadn't noticed it yet. There was a chance she'd never notice since she hadn't closed the door all the way. He could grab the bikini and pray she was so wrapped up in herself she didn't notice, or leave it there and assume that when she finished cleaning, not fucking, she'd be too preoccupied with drying off and blinded by steam to notice her own top. Who was he kidding? He had to get that bikini top. He closed his eyes, he prayed, his hand shook as he reached around to the interior side of the door and pulled it off the doorknob. She didn't notice. Everything was safe again. He really needed her to get the fuck out of his apartment. He put her bikini behind the frozen meals he bought but never ate. Then she was out of the shower, out of the bathroom, and she called out with a line from a song, asking where he was going with that gun in his hand. For a second, he panicked. She knew. The bikini was a gun. He was fucked. But she was in a towel, dripping, and he looked like a lunatic against a fridge. She said she was just kidding. A bad joke, but not that bad. He should chill out. He guessed she'd found the towels. She murmured that she hoped it was okay. His home was no place for bare feet. She kept moving around because the floors were sticky and dirty. She was looking down at his typewriters, asking too many questions, picking up his taxidermy miniature alligator head that he would have hidden if he'd known she was coming. This was wrong, all wrong, not right in the morning light. She'd gotten to sleep here and shower and soap up without making love to him. In what universe could that possibly be a good thing? Her clean hands were too clinical now. She was examining this place like it was a crime scene. Maybe that yellow tape had put her on guard. She asked when he'd started collecting typewriters and dead animals, joked about whether he was a serial killer, pointed at the hole in the wall, and asked him to tell her again about it. Yeah, she was laughing. She didn't mean for him to defend it all, but this was not good for them. She was too clean. He had sleep in his eyes, morning wood, no coffee, no eggs to make for her. The faucet dripped. She hadn't shut it off all the way, but he couldn't shut it off because she couldn't be alone in his living room. She excused herself to the bathroom and washed her hands with a lot of soap, taxidermy, and typewriters. When she came out with her freshly scrubbed hands, she was all done with him, talking about school, kissing him goodbye with no tongue. When she left, he sat in the wet tub and breathed her in. All of her. Curtis was pleading his case, turning red. The little shit had never been fired before, and suddenly he loved it here. Suddenly he gave a shit. Suddenly his pothead minion was never getting stoned again. He told Curtis the right thing to do now was just say, "Okay, boss." Curtis flared. A fat little woman knocked on the counter like it was a door and asked whether they had any cookbooks. He said yes and was about to say where, but suddenly Curtis actually worked here, actually gave a shit, zipping behind him, leading the sweet little fatty to the cookbooks, talking about their ability to special order any book her fat little heart could desire, telling her about their return policy so loudly you'd think she was deaf, not fat. Amazing how people only shaped up until they had a gun against their head. Then he heard her voice in his head, that line about the gun, and that morning was all his fault. Curtis would pay. He must pay. The fat lady wanted to pay part by check, part by cash, part by credit card. He had to wonder how she'd afford the ingredients in the cookbook recipes. Suddenly, Curtis was a volunteer policeman, all about double-checking her driver's license like he taught him to do, like he never did, and running the credit card the right way, hard and tilted so the weak old machine picked up the swipe, inserting a bookmark in each cookbook. Only a nut-job perfectionist motherfucker would fire this kid. So good he was, so dedicated. The little fat lady was pleased. She whistled at him. He nodded and smiled. She should have addressed him as Sir. She said he should give this young man a raise. She'd been in another little shop uptown for 2 hours before someone helped her, and this young man was a wonderful, gracious, knowledgeable host. He'd like to tell her that in both bookstores and coffee shops, it was polite to leave browsers alone. When you harassed people and offered help too much, they felt nudged out the door. This lady didn't know anything about the world. Overeager Curtis had actually driven customers away today, because most people didn't want to be interrupted when reading the first few pages of a novel. Oh, he wanted her to know that Curtis smoked pot 4 times a day, stole bicycles and fenced them for cash, was late every shift, shat in the bathroom on a regular basis, rude, cheated on every girlfriend he'd ever had, and that when she exited, were he not getting fired, he'd mock her to high hell and possibly even write down her checking account information. Yes. She paid with a check. Instead, he just smiled at her and said she was the exact reason they opened up shop every day. They were in the business of helping people buy books. She squealed that this was just like a certain movie where the nice girl with the small shop falls in love with the man with the big shops. Curtis sang the movie title. She cried that she loved that movie and asked whether they had it on DVD. This sloth wouldn't use her cookbooks. She'd buy a small shelf, have someone nail it into her kitchen wall, line up those cookbooks, love the way they looked, throw a pizza in the microwave, and tear into the DVD she'd truck across town to buy. She'd never come back here again. When she left, Curtis knew he was done. He said he thought he'd been helping. That girl was hot, bangable hot. He'd given out his address because she said she knew him. Did he say bangable? Mad bangable. Let it be known that he only punched Curtis once and not in the face. She better remember that. It wasn't like he was some monster, and it wasn't like he hurt Curtis. He fired him, man to man, boss to worker. It wasn't personal, wasn't hardcore, and that fat lady was the first customer Curtis had treated well since week 1. Also, she wasn't bangable. She was beautiful. There was a difference. The day after their sleepover without sex, she asked him to meet her in Midtown. Curtis was gone. He was alone in the shop, but the day after a woman was naked in your apartment, everyone knew the only thing to say to her was, yes. They picked up her new cable box. The line was a mile long. Then she sent him home. And it had been more the same for the past 2 weeks. Today, she asked him to meet her in front of a Starbucks in Herald Square, where he stood now as she kissed him, hello, on the cheek. She wasn't going to sit on his lap in an overstuffed chair and lick whipped cream off his upper lip. She was in get-it-done daytime mode. Christmas shoppers passing by probably thought he was her gay best friend. His dick hurt. Where was his holiday? She announced the good news. She knew exactly what she wanted. He said she did, hoping she'd ask him to perform oral sex on her in the Starbucks bathroom. She wanted to get her mother headphones that doubled as earmuffs. Digital earmuffs were the physical opposite of that, and the better news was she had a coupon. They headed into Macy's. She started in about money, strapped for cash. He pretended he hadn't read the email she'd exchanged with her father that morning. He knew she was waiting to see if her father was going to help her out. They were in the ladies' shoe section when she asked about Curtis. He said he'd caught him stealing and fired him. He did not say it was because Curtis had given her his address. She sighed, saying Curtis had seemed like a good kid. They wandered through jewelry. She wanted to know when he'd hire a new clerk. He said the only thing more impossible than finding good help was running the store on his own. She nodded and agreed most people were unemployable. Was this really how it was going to be? Small talk about resumes? She asked whether he wanted to go for a ride. If she meant a ride on his dick, then yes. But instead, she took his hand and led him onto the escalator. Crowded and sweaty and Christmassy, he would rather be balls deep in a trash can. No privacy on an escalator at Macy's in December, but she was a little performer. She mentioned her grad school advisor, the one on sabbatical who was on a grant at Princeton, and said he wanted pages before the break, which was obviously ridiculous. He asked for the name again, even though he'd never asked before. She said, "Paul," no last name, and the conversation was over. They got off on the 4th floor, loud, smelled like pretzels and perfume. A pop song played. Loud women picking fights assaulted his senses. He asked whether the headphones were on this floor. She said she needed to return something. The line at the young women's department wasn't that long. As it turned out, she hadn't been telling the whole story. When it was their turn, she pulled out leggings and a wrinkled receipt. The poor girl behind the counter had never done a return. Of course, they had to wait. She snipped about why it was taking so long. The girl said she bought these more than 100 days ago. She snapped a "so what?" Holy shit, she really was broke. Why else would she be digging up pants from 3 months past? She grabbed the pants and receipt and shoved them back in her bag, saying she'd come back when there was a manager. The girl said fine by her. She was stung now. She'd been depending on that refund. She took it out on everyone in the department, plowing through clothing without saying excuse me. A couple of women said they wanted to kick her ass, but they wouldn't. They were in high school, happy just to call her a name. He told her to slow down. She didn't listen. He almost loved what a bitch she could be, because one of these days she was going to tie him to a bed and slap him and lord over him the way she lorded over everyone in her way. She was so revved up. He wanted to play with her. He said her name. He said he didn't know shit about girls' clothes, but those pants she tried to return, they looked good. She said they didn't look good on her. He asked whether he could see. She fought a smile but lost. Asked whether he meant here. He said yes. She walked more slowly now. Nobody was monitoring the dressing room because it was Christmas, and Santa knew he was a good boy. They walked down the corridor toward the handicap room at the end. She didn't say why she was pushing that door open or invite him in, but he followed. He sat on the bench. She stood in front of the 3-panel mirror and pulled the pants out of her bag. What was wrong with her that she was still thinking about pants? She sighed and said what she really wanted were a specific type of pants. But what she really needed was an orgasm. He told her to try them on. She blushed, naughty. A door slammed. Someone muttered about getting a room. They did have a room, this room. Her furry boots came off. She unzipped her jeans. They were so snug that when she pulled them down, her underwear started to go with them. He told her to come here. She shushed him. He motioned again. Because she was shy at heart, she pulled her pants up and even started to zip them as she walked over. He looked up at her. She looked down at him and started to crouch and reach for his belt buckle. No. He grabbed her hand, firm, and told her to stand up. She did. When he started to unzip her pants, she stepped closer, wiggled, helped him get her out of them. He threw them at the mirror. Finally, at long last, in the young women's department of Macy's in Herald Square, Christmas came early. He tasted her, he licked her. When she came at the top of her lungs. He loved shopping. Sex cleared the mind. The orgasm agreed with her. They left the dressing room. She decided to give the pants she'd tried to return to her mother instead. He knew they were never getting any earmuffs. She held his hand hard and tight. They rode the escalator 4 flights back down. She didn't want to browse anymore. A sad holiday song began playing, his favorite. She asked what he was doing for the holiday. He said working, of course. She said she was going to have to get a job. She led him into men's hats and picked up a red and green wool monstrosity. He shook her off. She suggested maybe she could work here. He could visit her on her breaks. He asked whether she really needed a job. Instead of answering, she picked up a red hunting cap like the one a famous literary character wore and looked up at him, asking him to please. It was pretty much her favorite book of all time. He couldn't say no. He loved that she hadn't mentioned the book by name. He put the hat on. She bit her lip and called him adorable. Hard to get her to take him seriously wearing that ridiculous hat, but he tried, asking again whether she needed a job. She squealed that he was too hot, took out her phone, and said he had to let her get one picture. He said he better not see that on social media. She said he wasn't on there, silly, and told him to smile. She took his picture. He gave her the hat. She dug in her bag for her credit card. He said she didn't need to buy him a hat he was never going to wear. Seriously, did she need a job? She said she knew she didn't need to buy it. She wanted to. It was Christmas, so he let her buy him the cap, saying he'd only wear it on one condition. She said anything. He said she had to take a job at the bookshop. She cheered, threw her arms around him. He gave her everything she wanted, everything she needed. She kissed his neck so softly, his lips tenderly. She murmured his name. Everyone walking by probably thought they'd just gotten engaged. Later in the day, a young man showed up for an interview. He didn't have the heart to tell him the job had been taken. The guy looked like a gerbil and was friendly as a puppy. Better off in an animal shelter than a bookstore. He talked a lot. He checked her email, clear that she'd called her friend and told her about their shopping excursion and her new job. Her friend wrote back using a nickname, hoping she wasn't beating herself up after the romp, remembering that doing something trashy didn't make you trashy, just human, asking her to be tender with him, suggesting it was probably not the best idea to work together, maybe better to work on campus. That email killed his Macy's buzz. What if she backed out? What if they worked together and didn't get along? What if she needed girls' nights on her nights off and he never got to go shopping with her again? The interview guy would never bail. He brought 3 copies of his resume. Perky, he offered to leave and come back later. He bought time. He didn't know if he could deal with this energy. He asked for the guy's 5 favorite books. The guy smiled like he'd just been told Santa was real. He read her response to her friend. It had been Macy's, not Target, so that was more respectable, she hoped. And her friend was right. She knew she shouldn't work at the bookstore. She was so bad about boundaries. Why was her friend always so smart? The interview guy was in the middle of analyzing a fantasy classic when he interrupted, apologizing and asking for another minute. The guy sang that he didn't have to be sorry. He was the boss. Everything was an exclamation point with this guy, which made it puzzling that his favorite book of all was a violent satire. He said he loved a good scare. He preferred literary fiction. The guy wagged his tail. He refreshed her inbox and opened her friend's response. She just cared about her, reminding her about boundaries, adding that she felt like she hadn't seen her in forever. He put her phone away and quietly thanked her mother for footing the bill. The interview guy was still talking about the gerbil in that book, gushing and giggling. Who the fuck was this guy? He chirped that he just loved books, could talk about them until the cows came home. That was the hardest thing about losing the job and the girlfriend. He missed talking. He loved talking. This guy was the loneliest, most depressing man he'd ever met. And at the same time, he was saving him. Perfect. Just what he needed. She would not be into this guy. Next to him, he was the man. He smiled and asked whether the guy could work weekends. Of course, he could work any time. Joe notices the height difference first. Standing, he realizes she comes up nearly a foot shorter than him. Flakes of dandruff on the man Ethan, who follows him to the door, overflowing with thanks. Ethan admits he always suspected he'd end up in something fun like this, confessing that finance was his father's choice, not his own. Joe reassures him, "It's good," suggests a beer to celebrate. Ethan mentions he doesn't really drink, but might add rum to his Diet Dr. Pepper. Watching him walk away, Joe feels a teacher's pride. He did a good thing. Joe writes to Peach, wishing her a happy holiday in the sun, explaining he'll likely stay in the city because Nantucket costs too much. Peach offers a loan. He refuses adamantly. Peach heads off to St. Bart's, where she'll rub organic sunscreen on her grotesque body and think about him. Joe emails Beck that she starts tomorrow. She responds correctly, "Yes, boss." Later that night, Beck calls to clarify her start date. When Joe mentions Ethan, her confusion shows she thought she'd gotten a job. Joe explains it's the busiest time of year. She worries about fewer hours. He reframes it, maybe a night off together once in a while. She understands, lowers her voice, asks if he's sexually harassing her already. He doesn't laugh. He confirms yes. They keep talking like boyfriend and girlfriend. Joe tells her more about Ethan. Beck laughs, calling him the anti-Blythe, Blythe who literally crosses out exclamation points in everyone's stories. Joe wonders what would happen if they shared a room. She sits up excitedly. They have to set Ethan and Blythe up. Joe hesitates, saying the kid is innocent, not sure he can unleash Blythe. Beck argues that opposites attract. Ethan might be just what Blythe needs, and vice versa. Joe asks if they themselves are opposites. She says they'll see. The conversation flows easily, the kind only possible after a dressing room. Before hanging up, Joe sends Beck Ethan's contact information for Blythe, writing, "Merry Christmas." She replies that it is indeed. Working together makes Joe fall back in love with Mooney's. They become an adorable couple, a good match. He loves hearing anyone say so. No more dates, just them. She arrives before shifts to kiss him. "Hello." Dull couples get a dog. They have a shop full of books. They share the load, laugh at customers, playfully argue over music. A very sexist 1950s-style couple. He's in charge. She likes it that way. She toys with him, bends rules, lives to push his buttons. They laugh easily. Joe brings his Holden hat to work, puts it on when she's not looking. She bursts out laughing, begs to take it away. He playfully fights her off. She insists she wasn't thinking straight when she picked it out. He likes the reference to their time in Young Sluts. He lets her grab the hat, tag still on. She's pleased, promises to get him something even better. He feels cheesy, upbeat, like the world is on his side. Mooney's is downright happy. Ethan and Blythe are actually dating. Joe goes to bed wondering what Beck will wear when their chemistry will erupt into a marathon session in the bed he built. They're waiting to have sex because she says this is special. It is. Every day is Christmas. Beck arrives in a slutty, gray, slouchy sweater hanging off one shoulder, transforming her collarbone into a boner-inducing porno shot, chomping baby carrots. Joe tells her to go home and change. She talks with her mouth full, saying he never mentioned the dress code. He says it was implied she sasses. Implied by what? Ethan's baggy sweatshirts? He tells her to calm down. She insists she's calm, just asking about the dress code. He says, think of school. She wouldn't go to class dressed like that. She tosses the carrots, crosses her arms, says she came from class. He says, just cover it up. She asks, cover what up? He says, cover her collarbone. She suggests putting on his fleece. He lets her try on his black fleece. It drowns her. He wants to pick her up by that collarbone, take her to the Fic K section where she went her first time here without knowing what she was looking for. Him. He could, because he's the boss, and she wants it, but he won't. He likes how much she wants it now, wants it to stay that way. He shakes his head, motions her out of the fleece. She pisses and moans. Her slutty sweater rides up with the fleece as she pulls it overhead. Some pervert in reference books is watching. Joe reaches over, yanks her sweater down. She startles. The radiator hisses. Instrumental love songs play from Hannah and her sisters. She brought him coffee like a good girl, hands him his fleece. He sits on the register stool. She bats her eyelashes. The perv is still looking. Joe raises his voice. When she comes back, she better be wearing a bra. She blushes, tries not to smile, slips into her peacoat, grabs her bag, asks what color. He shrugs. She guesses red, then black. He just says, go. She goes. Joe calls out the pervert, cold, asking if he needed help. The man says, just looking. Joe says if and when he does need help, he's there. He turns off Hannah, puts on the Beastie Boys. He waits for her to return. Her first shift had been an arrogant disaster. She'd fucked up every sale, overcharged, undercharged, worn her brown sweatshirt as if above this shit. He told her no sweatshirts. She turned red, knowing she was being an asshole. The perv asks for a bathroom. Joe says no, sharp. The man leaves without goodbye. Joe goes downstairs to beat one out. Working with her, waiting to smell her, see her, be near her, has him worked up like an 8th grade kid with a slutty substitute. His phone buzzes. A text. Knock knock with a photo of her in a red bra. Then another. Is this appropriate for the workplace? He writes back no. Then another knock knock, he answers yes. Another photo, no face, tits shoved into a pink lace bra, nipples hard for him. He finishes. She texts a question mark. He refuses to give himself to her this way. She texts another photo, no bra. He gives her what she wants. Bad girl, come here, now. She answers lightning fast. Yes, boss. He cleans up, bounds upstairs, grabs the Paula Fox he pretends to read every time she shows up. He switches from Beastie Boys to Beck, their inside joke, their secret vocabulary of songs and books and looks. By the time she arrives, it's almost closing. He hasn't checked her email in days. That's how into him she is. She slips off her peacoat, wearing a lace see-through tank top. Smiles, asks if this is inappropriate. He closes Paula Fox. Sex Law starts playing, an ode to handcuffs and illogical great fucking. He adjusts to face her. The door isn't locked. The sign says open. Streets are emptying. A Monday in January. The Hannah was foreplay. The texts were first base. She moves slightly toward him. He spreads his legs slightly. She stands on her peacoat in fuck-me boots. He breaks. You're late. We're about to close. She apologizes, asks when they close, calling him boss again. Joe gives the single-word answer, now. Beck's little uh-oh hangs in the air. He feels like a rock. He notices she's not wearing panties under that skirt. She tilts her head, twirls her hair, generic small gestures that somehow burn hot. Half naked in the bookstore, she reaches for a Twizzler, chews it slowly, silently begging. She coos that maybe there's something else she can do for him. He shakes his head, no motions her to come here now. Twizzler dangling from her mouth, she puts both hands on his knees, leans in, dangles the candy at his lips. He bites it. That bite is the first time they've fucked. It wasn't good. It didn't last forever. She didn't scream. He wonders where that Macy's heat went when he was inside her. Who's to blame? The wrong location, not a dressing room or an open window? Was he too hungry, too eager? Did he hold her too hard? Maybe he's better at eating her out than fucking her. A horrible, unfair possibility. They've only done it once. Does he get to try again? Does she want him to? She doesn't. As they recover on the cage floor, she isn't revving up. She lies on top of him, stroking his hair. He can't see her face, but he feels the disappointment in her hands, in her touch, full of pity. Her fingertips go pat-pat. He can't let go of her, or she might back off and he'd have to face her. He can't do that. He lasted maybe 8 seconds. 9. He runs it over in his head. Maybe he jerked off too much. Maybe she teased him too much. Maybe he should have locked the door. He replays what led here. She'd said it was so hot with the door open and the open sign up. He should have been honest. told her the lack of security would only make him nervous. But he didn't want to disappoint her. He wanted to put her needs first. She wanted to go at it by the register. He said no, let's go downstairs. She lit up, excited. They went down. His idea, he has the key, he's the boss. He unlocked the cage, ordered her in, locked it. She smiled. He told her to take off her skirt. She obeyed. No panties. He told her to touch herself. She did. He willed the other Beck to shut up. She wanted the music on. He left it. He's allowed to please her on occasion. She stood holding the cage door with one hand, working at herself slowly with the other. He started undressing. She watched him, smiling 1 second, intent and ready the next. He told her to beg. She begged him to come in there. He took his pants off. She saw how badly he wanted it. He told her to get on her knees. She did, and reached for him. He unlocked the cage and entered. She took him in her hands and mouth, kept looking up at him. He knew it was time to fuck her, let her know. She leapt at him like an animal, straddled him, commanded him downward, and then he was inside her, and he came. So fast, so hard. She said nothing at first, didn't act like she wanted him to help her finish. Instead, she went straight into gentle stroking of his hair, the wrong kind of fucking touching. She quietly told him not to worry, that she was on the pill. That was the moment he became most afraid of her, because he realized she is the boss, not him. She can please him on occasion if she wants to. When they finally stood up, both hungry and dizzy, an old man waited upstairs at the register. He looked at them. Joe, fully dressed, Beck in just her bra. The man smiled, told him to have a good night, said he'd come back another time. There was something deathly unsexual, anticlimactic, flattening in his words, his old man eyes, his pleasure at seeing them young and hot and alive. That old man had more fun in that moment than Joe and Beck had in their first fuck. No getting around it. Joe wasn't surprised when Beck says she should go check on Peach because she's been really depressed. He wasn't surprised she didn't suggest going to her bed to fuck again. He was bad, and she is the boss. But here's the surprise. A day later, she didn't even wait a whole day. She texted that she couldn't make it in today with an exclamation point. That exclamation point felt like the beginning of the end. He made a mistake, writing back, "Okay," with his own exclamation point. Then she made plans to go out with Lynn and Shanna instead of seeing him. She mentioned an emergency session with Dr. Nikki, but wanted late lunch or happy hour. Shanna responded with joking confusion, but agreed. Lynn said she was already in pajamas. Joe saw it clearly. Instead of seeing him, she was opting for a mental health professional and a girlfriend to talk about him. When a girl likes talking about you more than talking to you, in his experience, that's the end. He wanted to kill himself, smash the Eric Carmen CD, stop believing in himself and their future. He wrote back again, pathetic. "Okay." But then, not 5 seconds after he shut off the CD, sometimes silence is the best sound, and sat on the stool thinking about castrating himself. She wrote back again, asking what he was doing tonight. All was well in the universe. That smiley face was her gaping wet pussy knowing he had more to give. He was okay. He understood now she was going to her shrink to talk about her problem, that she enjoys sex more when there's an audience. She was seeing Shanna because she's been busy with him, and Shanna was back from vacation. She wanted to tell her friend all about the best head of her life in Macy's. That emoticon meant they don't work together anymore. They fuck together. He told her to be at his place at 7. She wrote back, "See you then." At 7:12, he realized the candles were cursed. 5 little votives from Pier 1. A memory surfaced. Some guy in the bookstore? Cool. Someone he might be friends with if he were in the market for friends. The guy had dumped a heavy bag on the counter, sighed, said, "Fucking candles. Women and candles, right?" Joe had agreed, and an imprint was made. Now he couldn't have a woman over without candles lit, because of some pussy-whipped husband buying Tom Clancy for himself and candles for his sex-withholding wife. What makes us become us? What fucks us up? He doesn't know. But at 7:12, he started resenting those candles and their pathetic scented fires. The pizza was cold. The wine he bought, he hates wine, was getting shittier by the second. You can't let wine breathe that long. He knew she wasn't coming. It was a matter of time before she flaked. Sure enough, at 7:14, sitting at the table, he dragged home and up the stairs for this very moment, she texted, "Don't hate me, but I have to bail," with a smiley face. That smiley face was her body closed, her eyes averted, her resignation from all things him, all things us. He didn't need to read her email to know he can't fully blame Peach. He's the spazzing dick. He put Twizzlers in a vase for her, Beck. He picks up the vase and throws it at the wall, at the tapestry he bought from an old lady down the street to cover the hole, to make her feel more at ease. The vase doesn't crack. It bounces onto the couch. He must be the limpest limp dick in the world. He can't even break a vase. He lunges at the candles but doesn't want to set the place on fire. She was in this place, and still she fucked him. He cannot hold the place responsible. Cannot blame the vase or the Twizzlers or the do not cross police tape on the shower curtains. He lowers his hand onto a candle. The fire is hot. His skin aches. He'd set his dick on fire if he could, but he knows he's a limp dick pussy without the balls for that. The smell of burnt flesh overwhelms the cold pizza. A good thing he didn't waste money on flowers. Joe tells Beck in his head, that if he were going to kill himself with a gun, a rope, or drowning, which he isn't, now would be the time. She has dismissed him. It's been 5 hours and 11 days since she took her love away. All their songs sound bad now because those songs will never see them standing from such great heights. No, she will not still love him tomorrow because she never loved him at all. He's not Bobby Short or the real Beck. She doesn't want to defy the logic of all sex laws with him. She is not in love again. She does not love it. He made it inside her, and she doesn't want him back. Nothing is fun anymore. Not even coming up with tweaked-out tweets for Benji, like the one about coke and sleeping when dead. An uppity old woman squawks at him to stop looking at his phone and look at her. He hits tweet, offers assistance. The woman barks that she said she doesn't need a bag. She brought her own. He snaps, "Good for you," crumples the paper bag, throws it in the trash to let her know who's boss. Ethan sighs, apologizes to her, pulls the bag out of the trash. This is what Joe's life has come to. Him, Ethan, and book-buying assholes. He spends day after day with Ethan. Getting to know the kid is no easy thing, especially now that Joe doesn't get to tell Beck about him. She had complained about the loud fan in the employee restroom, pushed him to replace it. Ethan calls it a sound machine, claims it doesn't bother him. The kid is almost like a hermaphrodite in a CK1 asexual cologne 1992 sort of way. Without asking, Joe knows, Ethan knows all the words to Gonna Make You Sweat, would be at home on a dance floor sidestepping, clapping, counting out loud. He's aggressive in all the wrong ways, born too late, looks tired at 41 from years of hunting for a color-blocked Rick Dees narrated way of life. You can either feel bad for him or jump him and steal his wallet. He's a litmus test. Half the customers meet his smile, the other half glare. Joe tells him all the time he should work in an old folks' home and means it. He could DJ dance parties for people in wheelchairs on life support, People with crooked, chamomile-scented dicks and lazy, warped vaginas would spark to his total, tragically inherent longing for a time long gone. Ethan calls a customer, ma'am. Joe says he doesn't have to call everybody that. Some people you just wave or leave it at. You're welcome. Ethan won't listen, learn, or bend. Joe is losing patience with him, with life, with humans. He has nothing left to crave or dream about. He feels queasy looking at Ethan because the kid is so fucking nice that he doesn't mention Beck at all. He doesn't lord his relationship over Joe, says as little as possible about Blythe, which makes Joe feel like a pity case. All Joe has is a shitty memory of their quick sexual congress, her 8 seconds as a monkey locked to his dick. Every day the hotness in Macy seems cooler. Sex memories, like all memories, are doomed to tarnish and weaken with time. Joe reads something Beck told Shanna. I just got too deep too fast. Again. The again hurts. It's all perpetually downhill. His days begin with stale frosted flakes and newly ripped jeans he forgot to wash, won't wash. She was on them. He rides the train to work, doesn't care about the books because she's not touching them. He checks her email ferociously. She goes on with her life, doesn't write to him. He picks at the scab on his burnt finger. He doesn't want it to heal. He wants this pain. He tears at the finger she liked so much that night in the horse-drawn carriage. The finger oozes pus and blood and pain, like everything else in his life. If Ethan tells him one more time that he ought to get the finger checked out and sue the maker of the coffee pot, Joe had to think fast. You can't tell the new kid you lit up your finger when you got dumped. Well, if Ethan doesn't shut his face, he's going to get hit in the face, puss and all. Even though Beck only worked there a short while, she was a permanent marker on the place. It feels vicious that Ethan now stands in her place. He likes new things, crisp Gap merch, exclaiming over sales as if Joe wants the story of his discount denim. He informs Joe about Tuesday clearance at the Gap, an additional 40% off, as if marking Joe's calendar, as if Joe asked. Every day, Ethan is in a good fucking mood, clean-shaven, tragically and pathetically hopeful that more good things are going to happen for him. Having Blythe has made him feel like a winner. He plays the lottery now, suggesting they go in on a ticket together. Like those guys you read about who work together and win together, every day he raves about his coffee, as if coffee tasting like coffee needs pointing out. In January, the most universally reviled months, sleeting, sky-like acid-washed jeans, the store mopped 3 times a day because of slobs in boots and slobs with umbrellas, he's got to fucking sing out about loving a gray day. When the sun does shine to mock them because it's 32 degrees, he sings out about nothing like a winter sun. The worst part, Ethan won't hate Joe. Joe can ignore him, bark at him, and Ethan is his dog, smiling every time Joe walks into the shop. He'd never kill himself either, even if he missed a 75% off sale at the Gap. Too mild. One day when he first started, he showed up with a bag from Bed Bath & Beyond. When Ethan went to take a shit, he eats too much bran, worries about his colon. Joe peeked in the bag. A collapsible tray table. Is there any sadder purchase in the world? Maybe a CD of C+C Music Factory's greatest hits, but that's about it. Joe remembers thinking, Ethan is going to go home, make fiber for dinner, put dinner on his new tray, watch network sitcoms, think about how funny The Big Bang Theory is. He will literally lick the plate clean, fold his tray table, put it in the place where he will put it every night for the rest of his painfully lonely, fibrous, organized life. But then he got Blythe. Joe knows they are together. He's not an idiot. Now it feels like Joe is the one with the fucking collapsible table and the world is upside down. Beck should be here telling him what Blythe says about Ethan in her stories. Joe needs her. Needs levity. Joe hates Ethan. Hates him for having Blythe. When Joe and Beck broke up, Ethan and Bly should have broken up too. Joe tries to be normal, asks what's up with them. Ethan feeds him bullshit about not wanting to rush, valuing their independence, taking it nice and slow. Joe doesn't know that because he doesn't value his independence. He values Beck's pussy. If he were in Ethan's Reeboks, divorced, coupon hoarding, slow, he would have put a bullet in his head. These are the darkest days in the history of the world. He's losing it. As if that's not enough, Ethan is trying to learn Spanish from listening to Enrique Iglesias songs and asks if he can put some on right now. Joe says sure. He doesn't care anymore. So dead that he's deaf. Ethan panders, says he doesn't have to listen now, offers playlists, club music, rock music, jazz music. Joe corrects him. It's not jazz music, it's just jazz. Ethan says Joe knows so much about everything, always finds a reason to smile. If Joe gave him a bloody nose, he'd find a reason to thank him. Says he feels like he's learning more every day. Joe goes downstairs, locks the door, checks Beck's email, junk about school, financial bickering with her parents, her dad helping her a little, pity partying with Lynn and Channa about the Januaries. She's trying to keep busy, buying all kinds of shit online on Daddy's credit card, then promising Daddy she'll return it. No way around it anymore. She is gone shopping. Joe peels the new skin off his burn, watches pus ooze. He is not healing. He refuses to get over her. Then she writes to Channa. She's sorry, but she can't go to a show next week because she misses Joe. If Joe had a folding TV dinner tray, he would hurl it at the window and pound his chest like a barbarian, a thick-dicked alpha gorilla. Yes! She misses him! It's true! The countdown to the apocalypse is canceled. She misses him. He blows on his finger. Loves life. Loves C Music Factory. Maybe Ethan really will learn Spanish. He reads on. Beck doesn't know if it's him, per se, or what they had, but she keeps thinking about him, keeps almost calling, and she's going to call if she doesn't get out of here. So she's going to Peach's place in Little Compton to decompress. Joe paces. She loves him so much she has to leave New York. Official. She's obsessed. She goes on. Again, sorry to bail, but Peach says Channa is welcome to join if she wants. Channa's response is epic. She's confused. Beck misses Joe, so she's running off to a deserted beach house in winter with Peach. Beck says she needs space. Channa says no offense, but she doesn't think of a peach pit as space and will see her when she's back. She misses him and misses him. There's an email from Peach Beckalicious Rules. Peach knows Beck was on the verge of calling Joseph last night and is so proud of her for not caving. Beck is talented in school, that has to come first. Joseph, above anyone, would want her to do what's best for her. Don't be so hard on herself. They're going to have a blast in LC. Oh, most of the bedrooms are mid-renovation. Peach hates to do this, but can Beck actually not invite Channa and Lynn? Thanks. Bedrooms under construction, but always room for one more. Vacation time. Before you vacate, you need to prepare. Everyone knows that. Joe bolts upstairs, tells Ethan he's going to the Gap. Ethan advises him not to look at anything in the front. Plow right through to the back. Joe says Ethan is a good man. Means it. Says he'll be speaking Spanish in no time. Ethan thanks him in Spanish, reminds him it's Tuesday. Joe knows all clearance items are 40% off. Ethan confirms he knows it. Joe does. He can't wait to get new things. He likes old things, but Beck likes new things. And maybe there's something to be said for new things. She misses him, and that's new, and that's good. Joe is back at the shop, surrounded by newness. Maybe he's more like Beck than he knows, because new things excite him now. Clean bandages, a wool hat, a short haircut, a psyched attitude. He lets Ethan go home early. Ethan says he's happy to see Joe in such high spirits. It's only a matter of time before Beck reaches out. She misses him. He checks her email again because the news has been so good. Chana is laying into Beck about her LC tweet, pointing out that the only way to sound like more of an asshole is if LC meant Lauren Conrad. You can't call it that if you've never even been there. Beck admits Chana is right, that LC was a lame tweet, but she's felt off since Joe. Chana tells her to be a grown-up, call him, see him again. Running away with Princess Peach is the worst thing to do. Beck compares it to Carrie in Paris with the Russian, wondering what it would be like if she were there with Mr. Big. Chana calls that a bullshit TV show dragging things out. This is real life. Stop being a drama queen and call him. Who knows? Maybe he'll even go to Rhode Island for a night. Oh, Beck. Joe is going to be there every night. This is it, their new beginning. Beck responds, that actually sounds kind of nice. Chana says, do it, invite him. Fuck Peach. He can pretend Joe hunted her down all romantic. Beck imagines just texting him the address and saying, come, Lo. Joe checks his phone for a text from her. Nothing. But it's official. She wants him, and he wants her. He can't sit around waiting. He has to man up. First, he finds Peach's family address online, an old Architectural Digest article, and Google Maps. Then he calls Mr. Mooney, asks if it's okay to take a road trip and close up for a few days. Mooney says Joe is the boss now. January is a waste. Take a vacation. He's earned it. And he has. Meanwhile, Beck has been emailing with Chana and Lynn, who is also on Team Joe. Lynn asks why she doesn't run away with Joe instead of Peach. Beck pleads not to hate on Peach. She's going through a rough time. Chana says Peach's whole life is a rough time. Lynn warns that everything in that part of Rhode Island is closed. Beck insists it's just a weekend, not a big deal. Chana tells her to thank Peach for inviting her, and Lynn, whatever. Beck says Peach did invite them, asking Beck to invite them. Lynn says that's not the same as a personal invitation. Beck says Peach is depressed, and she has a stalker. Lynn laughs hysterically. Chana asks how much Peach is paying the stalker. More laughter. Beck says Peach means well. Chana writes, of course, Dai does. Lynn hashtags, well done, Chana. Beck sends a crying, laughing emoji. Joe loves Beck's friends for being on his side. It means a lot, and one day at their wedding, he'll thank them. He can't say the same for Peach. She's on Team Beck and doesn't understand that Team Beck and Team Joe are the same team. Beck has also been yapping with Peach, who almost forgot to mention the library. Tons of first editions, signed copies, a sign to the lighthouse, a long story saved for the weekend over Pinot. Beck says Peach knows who would love that. Peach promises getting out of the city will be the best distraction. Beck hopes so. Joe tosses his phone into the plastic Gap bag. Time to stop reading her email and start getting ready to see her. He can't wait until she breaks down and writes to him. She'll be alone in her bedroom at the beach house, thinking how much better it would be with him. She'll text, he'll get there, she'll let him in, they'll sneak upstairs and have beach house sex. He's calm now that he knows their fate. All he has to do is get to Little Compton and await her call. He locks the basement doors, turns off the lights, tries to remember where he parked Mr. Mooney's car, wonders if he should take 95 the whole way. Murphy's Law exists for a reason. The front door opens and latecomers shuffle inside. He calls out in his friendliest tone that he hates to do this, but they're closing. He knows the sounds of this shop. He has a bad feeling. He knows what it sounds like when someone locks the front door, when the open sign flips to closed. His machete is in the basement, and he's upstairs. He hears them charging him. 3 of them, faceless dudes in Barack Obama masks, 2 big, 1 smaller. The smaller one wields a crowbar. No time to hide in the vestibule or basement. When you can't win, you lose. They all come at him at once. They attack. He takes it like a man. They pound him like he literally fucked their mothers. His face is mashed in blood and saliva. It's possible his right eye is no longer functioning. The attack ends. He is not a man right now, just a collection of pulsing wounds. He opens the eye that still works. The smallest Obama swipes his new Gap hat off the counter and pumps his fists. And then, holy fuck. Joe recognizes those sneakers. He's asked Curtis to keep his dirty feet off the counter at least 100 times. So this is him, Curtis's revenge. Curtis and the other Obamas scramble for the door. Joe remains on the ground, throbbing. He will not feel sorry for himself. He did have this coming. There are things he has done, bold things. He remembers Benji's red badge of courage. Of course, at some point he would have to suffer. Beck misses him, and he is about to have her at last. This is the turning point. So, of course, there's a time for atonement. He bleeds and swells. His left eye flutters. He has atoned. The closed sign is accurate. There is closure. Finally, he is free. It's a long, cold drive to Little Compton. The heat in Mooney's Buick is still broken. His wool hat is gone, so he's wearing Benji's Fagawi hat, the one Benji stole from Spencer Hewitt. But it's canvas, not wool. At times like this, it would be nice to be rich. A new wool hat, a brand new SUV. He wonders what he was thinking, leaving the key card to Benji's stolen goods in the locker. All that bounty will rot until some scavenger buys the locker on a reality show. His tendency is always to sink. This is why he needs music. But he forgot his music because he has other things on his mind, like the fact that he might be fucking blind in one eye over someone as commonplace as Curtis. He'd sooner have his left nut chopped off in honor of Ethan. Stuck with the radio. Nothing but Taylor Swift on every fucking station. She's like a famous version of Beck. Dates too much, falls too hard, fucks too fast, flees too hard. He keeps switching stations, but apparently Taylor Swift owns a mansion not far from LC, nowhere as far from anywhere in a state this small, and she may as well be Queen, Mayor, and Princess of Rhode Island. They play her on rock stations, country stations, pop stations. Fuck you, Taylor Swift. He's never felt further from 22 in his entire adult life. And why haven't they invented a solvent to stop highways from freezing? He's skidding all over the place. He stops for gas and checks Beck's Twitter. She just tweeted from Mystic, Connecticut. Because she's a girl, she included a photo of Mystic Pizza. A limo ride to Mystic for Mystic Pizza on the way to Little C for Winter Cottage Retreat with hashtags about pepperoni better than sex, beach house. Joe's associations with Mystic have nothing to do with the Julia Roberts movie. Mystic is a bad place for him. He went there once with his 4th grade class on a field trip. At the time, he had a crush on a gruff, odd misfit named Maureen Grady, Mo for short. Most kids are assholes, so many called her Homo. They were touring the deck of a tall ship. Boring. So Mo and him ditched the tour and broke into the off-limits hull. In the dark, Mo told him she was going to steal his virginity. He tried to run, she pinned him down. He punched her, escaped, told the teachers. Mo told a story too. She was good at crying. Who do you think got sent to the psychologist, to the dean's office, to the counselor with the show me who touched you, where doll? Not Mo Grady. But he doesn't dwell on the past. Mo is the fuck up now. A twice-divorced paralegal with an OkCupid profile and a Pomeranian named Gosling. Obviously she'll be alone forever. He prefers to live in the moment. So he erases all thoughts of mowing logs onto Benji's Twitter, tweeting something about towny cunt and winter in Nantucket. Beck officially unfollows Benji, and she sends him a direct message. He is dead to her. Dead. Joe smiles and pats himself on the back. Benji is off in heaven now while Joe deals with a busted defroster in wet, icy snow. Living is harder than dying. He would give anything to eat pizza with Beck. He washes his hands in the gas station bathroom, and his face is hard to look at. Curtis and his goons marked him. A large, Halloweenish gash on his forehead, another on his cheek. He splashes cold water and goes on, just like Celine Dion's heart back in Bridgeport. He makes relatively good time to Little Compton, considering the snow in his face. His vision is blurry. He tries to watch the road with his left eye. The snow is still going when he reaches the outskirts. He's nervous. He doesn't do well in seaside havens with ice cream parlors and boat people. He slows down. The bald tires can't handle the snow, and the Buick sounds like Sloth from the Goonies. The road is stronger than the Buick. Shops are closed, lights out for the season, as if the entire population is holed up in Taylor Swift's mansion. But the animals are still loose. By the time he notices the deer bolting across the road and slams the brakes, it's too late. The Buick moans and rams the deer. They are one now, flesh and steel, a tornado car wreck spiraling across the road into the trees and through them. He loses time, loses equilibrium, closes his eyes. The smell of burnt rubber and flesh overtakes him. Everything. Then nothing. He wakes to silence. Pain, branches in his lap blocking his view, miracles abound in the Buick. He is alive. His Fagawi hat is on his head. His phone is intact. He was only out for 20 minutes. He says wow because it has to be said. All he sees are glass chips, bark, leaves, as if a tree ate the Buick. For a second, he fears there is no escape. He bleeds into his warm clothes, but that's nothing new. He is blessed again because nothing in this car is electronic. He unlocks the dented door and fights his way out of this gloriously analog American-made beast. He falls into red snow, deer blood, his blood. Yet he is alive. He checks his email. Beck hasn't tried him yet, but she will. He goes to Google Maps. They really are destined. His phone confirms he is 234 feet due west of Pete Salinger's home at 43 Plover's Way. But the climb back to the street is hard. Something bad happened to every part of his body when he hit that deer. He lifts his right foot and his left leg hums. He shifts weight to his right foot and his right rib cage bites. He falls into the snow and lets the coolness into his clothing. He tells himself patience. He crawls forward a few feet and notices two signs, a stop sign and a prissier white board for Huckins Neck Beach Club. No trespassing, members only, keep off rocks. No jumping or diving, no lifeguards, swim at own risk. Nature is on his side because these rules don't apply in winter. A tiny security booth is clearly closed. He goes on. Stronger than Celine Dion's heart. Staying low like a soldier easing out of a foxhole. His arms aren't as fucked up as his legs in midsection. He's fully sweating with chattering teeth. His right eye is a useless blob, but his left eye is unscathed, functioning. He recalculates on his phone, 224 feet away. He's only gone 10 fucking feet. His mouth is dry. He stuffs it with snow. At this rate, he'll get to her next summer. He closes his eyes. He can do anything. She misses him. The hardest part will be this walk. She could call at any moment. He digs his hands into the snowy dirt, gets traction, does a cheater's push-up from his knees, winces, stings, but he's up. He finds a limp that works, a zombie sidestep, like he's missing a conjoined twin. He checks his phone. The blue dot is on top of the red dot. He is here. 3 more steps, and he's reached the driveway. This isn't a cottage. It's a storybook mansion about an evil seaside queen who builds an unnecessarily long driveway ensconced in shrubbery, emptying into a 4-car garage. 2 stories, 3, if counting the widow's walk. The front yard is a clean, sparkling carpet of new snow. Lights flicker from inside, while stars hover above, hoping to get in. The quiet is immense. He expected to see, but the ocean sleeps too. He can hear snowflakes melting, branches tweaking. His breathing is too raspy, melting, branches tweaking. His breathing is too raspy. He steps backward instinctively. He hears a drop of his blood plop into the weak new snow. He can't leave tracks. Peach will think her stalker is back and call the National Guard. He doesn't want to scare Beck, so he heads east to case the neighbor's house. The neighbors don't share the Salingers' passion for landscaping. Overgrown with trees, snow not a clean sheet to disturb. This is a quiet most people will die never knowing. Then a shriek. Peach yells, "Beck!" He ducks. But from her screaming, he can tell Beck is heeding the call, running to the west wing. His chance. He bolts to the east-facing wall and looks inside the great room, what rich people call living rooms. Huge. A giant nautical blue sectional winds like a fat, loving snake. The coffee table is repurposed lobster traps welded together and topped with glass, aglow from flames crackling in the fireplace. When he hears Beck laugh, he is at last sure he's not dead. Smoke sails out of the chimney. No wonder Taylor Swift bought a house here. He can hear Elton John. Peach really is on vacation, replacing her morose, vaguely suicidal running ballad with the cheekier self-indulgence of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. He can smell marijuana. He crouches as Beck breezes into the room. The doctor pulls the curtain, introduces himself as Dr. K, tells Joe to call him that. Joe nods like a guy who sailed in Fagawi, gives his name as Spencer. Dr. K prods the wounds, asks who did this. Joe spins a story about getting jumped in Manhattan, leaving Lincoln Center. Nico asks who was playing. Joe shrugs, says they were just passing through, then winces to remind everyone he's the patient. He mentions the deer accident. Nico comments on the old Buick, asks what year. Joe winces again, signals he needs a minute. Nico and Dr. K fall into conversation about old cars and the warm front moving in, avoiding the question of why an uppity sailor is driving an ancient brown beast. Dr. K says Joe's ribs aren't cracked and his body wounds will heal, but his face is another story. He asks if Joe has ever had stitches. Joe shakes his head no. A pregnant nurse with heavy eye makeup brings 2 coffees and 2 danishes. Joe is starving. Nico takes the loot, chews, swallows Joe's Danish. The doctor holds a syringe, tells Joe to close his eyes, warns it will hurt. Beck isn't there to hold his hand. The shot in his forehead kills. Nico pats his back, tells him to breathe. The doctor jabs his cheek. Joe is told to wait for the anesthetic. The pregnant nurse flirts with Nico, asking how he's doing in Snotty Town, hinting she needs a tall cup of hot chocolate to keep her warm at night. Nico is amused. Joe suddenly likes it here. People are blunt about what they want. He whispers to Nico about more danishes. Instead of answering, Nico pulls the curtain, takes out a notepad. Joe wishes the medicine could numb his brain. Nico asks for an address. Joe makes one up. Then Nico wants to know what Joe was looking for, why he made a beeline for that house, why he didn't try the gas station. Joe says he was out of it, didn't know. Nico asks if he knows anyone in LC. Joe says he didn't even know he was in LC. He knows how to work a cop. His lower lip trembles. He says his mom just died. Nico pops his pen, closes the notepad, apologizes. Joe cries easily because he misses Beck and still doesn't know how to get back to her, and she still hasn't called. Nico gets him a Danish. When the doctor sews him up, Joe feels nothing. The seaside suits her. God, he misses her. She stands before the fireplace with legs apart as if about to be patted down, lit as the fire alive, in black leggings and that gray sweater from the day they had sex. When she bends slightly to warm her hands over the fire, he has an uncontrollable urge to jump through the window and enter her. But Peach plods in, ruins the scene, offers a glass of wine. Typical. Beck sips. Peach goes back to the kitchen. He wouldn't be surprised if there's a roofie in there. Beck misses him. He misses her. It hurts seeing her at that fire, giving her hands to the heat the way he gave his hand to fire, only different. He imagines pushing her into the red abyss and jumping in after her so they can burn together forever, a tree of life, light, sex. Peach plods in again, says dinner will be ready in an hour. She wants to play gin rummy. Is she 85? Beck obeys and joins her on the sectional. His hands are numb yet aching. It's too cold to stay here. He realizes he drove here with dreams, not plans. The dream, she texts, he pretends he's in New York and waits 3 hours, then drives down the driveway. She runs out before he even parks, bouncing with joy, offers dinner, steaks and potatoes. Then they go at it all night in an unrenovated bedroom. No plan, no backup plan. He didn't think things through. She's a good friend, polite and loving. Of course she needs time with Peach. And he's a serious mess. Pained, bleeding. His car is in the trees. He's not strong enough to walk back to town and break into a B&B. He crouches and makes his way back to the neighboring property. The front door is locked. The world is lit by moonlight on snow. He makes it around back without falling. There's a boathouse, unlocked. He sneaks inside, wraps himself in a tarp. His wounds come back to life in the warmth as if invisible dogs are biting him. He hurts, but he rises. She misses him. And that thought lifts him above the pain. He settles into the far left corner where the wind can't nip him so hard. A cop shines a flashlight in his face. He sees the gun and doesn't need a mirror to know he looks and smells like a zombie. The cop is jacked with a thundering baritone demanding his name. He coughs up blood before getting his last name out. The cop pockets his piece. Progress. He sits up. Progress. The cop, the most American man America ever made, dark-skinned in a white town with white snow, scans the Fagawi hat in his hands, as if there's a barcode in the Mount Gay rum logo. It must have fallen off while Joe was sleeping. The cop smiles, asks if he raced in Fagawi, calls him Spencer. Joe says a couple of times, he's bleeding, a deer is dead, he's squatting, his car is steaming in the woods, and this motherfucker wants to talk about sailing. The cop hands back the hat, asks if he's a friend of the Salingers, noticed some activity there. Did he get lost? Joe will die if he hears the name Salinger again. He shakes his head and just says he's lost. The cop asks where he's trying to go. The questions unnerve him. His ribs twinge. He winces. The cop is concerned, offers a hand. Joe takes it. He admits honestly he doesn't even know where he is. His GPS crapped out, he got lost, he's a wreck. The cop confirms that is his Buick in the woods. Joe says yeah. Fuck. The cop calls him Spencer again, asks if he had anything to drink tonight. Joe says no, sir. Anything to smoke? No, but suggests asking the deer that rammed him out of nowhere. The cop smiles. He radios about ER wait times. They have to get out of there now. Beck is close, mere footsteps away. For all Joe knows, she's already awake, rubbing sleep from her eyes, soothing paranoid Peach. What if Peach saw the cop car? What if the cop used his lights, called for backup? What if Beck is out there giving a statement? He vomits all over the tarp. The cop, telling him to let it out, calling him Spence, says they'll get an ambulance soon. But ambulances are bright and loud. Joe has to be strong for Beck's sake. He manages to get up, says not necessary. The cop says fine, but he's taking him to the hospital. Joe will go anywhere to get away from Beck. The cop helps him hobble outside. The trees obscure the view of Peach's house. Even if Beck stood at the great room window, she couldn't see him. Officer Nico, cool name, didn't leave his lights on. Cool dude. His cop car is a hybrid, only an LC. They drive. Relief. Nico is a good man, friendly, distracting him with tales of his football days at URI. He loves it out here. He's from Hartford. He comes to life regaling Joe with stories about nut jobs who come up this way hoping to get a look at Taylor Swift, as if she's going to go out with some stalker. Joe agrees. Nico tells him to try and get some shut-eye. They have a bit of a drive. Joe admits it's nice to have someone take care of him, someone who wants him to get enough sleep. He can relax in here. Doors locked, heat on, partition solid. Soon he's out cold, dreaming of Beck in an old, billowy Dickensian dress. Charlton Memorial Hospital in Fall River is only 20 miles away, but those miles might as well be light years. The place is depraved, loud, and smelly, the anti-Little Compton. When Officer Nico opens the car door, a wall of cigarette smoke hits Joe. A dozen degenerate junkies loiter, trying to score oxy. Joe wants to ask Nico why he didn't take him to the hospital where summer people go, but what's the point? They're here. The guy ahead has a bloody knife protruding from his back pocket, claiming a car door accident. A fourth grader would know he's lying, yet he begs a nurse named Sue for just one oxy. Sue is tough. Get coffee, go to a meeting, fuck off. Joe is no junkie lowlife, and Nico has pull, so they're ushered into a room immediately. Nico used to work in this town, but left because it's been chewed up and spit out by heroin and oxycodone. Joe must be glaring at the desperados in the waiting room, because Sue sneers about too much glamour for him. Her thick accent makes Joe feel bad for the words coming out of her mouth. Nico chuckles, says the kid's not from around here. Sue deadpans no shit, asks for a license. Joe lies that he got mugged. In Manhattan, he adds in his most refined voice. Sue rolls her eyes. 30 minutes later, Nico drives Joe back to the lot. The scene has escalated, a tailgating party of junkies, a guy trying to break into a Mazda with a crowbar. Nico yells for respect. Joe accepts his fate. Nico offers to drive him to the train station. Joe pats his lower leg, says he has an emergency credit card stashed. Nico thinks that's good, thinking. He assures Joe that Leroy will tow the Buick and won't upcharge. Joe thanks him, shakes his hand firmly. Nico drops him at the train station, almost as bad as the hospital. Joe sits inside until Nico is gone, then walks outside, unzips his interior pocket, pulls out his wallet. He can't believe they all believed his bullshit about it being stolen. He looks at the doomed souls and understands why. He hails a cab, tells the driver LC, Little Compton. The driver huffs and sneers at Joe's Fagalia hat. Joe wakes up in a different boathouse, a good half-mile down the beach from Peach's home. The warm front arrived. It's like summer. 50 and sunny feels amazing after bleeding in 12-degree wind chill. Nobody found him this time. He walks out, hunkers down in the tall grass dunes. Beck and Peach are dots on the horizon, stretching about to go running. His phone is dead. If Beck wrote begging him to come, he wouldn't know. He watches the girls take off down the sand, runs through the dunes to duck in case. When he reaches Peach's house, his cut throbs again. The back door is open, as he hoped. Beck isn't afraid here. Everything in the Salinger house is nice. There's a drawer full of iPhone chargers. Joe plugs in his phone, makes coffee in the Keurig, burns his tongue. He's tracked wet sludge all over the floor. He uses a dish rag because, of course, they don't have paper towels, saving the world. He scrubs, hating Peach. She's dominant and clingy, rude to disinvite Lynn and Channa. He unplugs his phone, 10% charged, still no text from Beck. He pockets the charger, goes upstairs. All 6 bedrooms are in mint, guest-ready condition. Peach is a pathological sicko. Joe is nothing like her. He always gives Beck space. The bedding is rock star. Beck slept here last night. It smells like her. He picks up the leggings she tossed on the floor, takes in her scent. His face is calmed in the warmth. He wraps the leggings around his neck, tight, gets hard for her, comes easily with her wrapped around him. There are countless Ralph Lauren towels. The Salingers won't miss one. He cleans up, coffee still hot, kicks back. He rummages through Beck's duffel bag, lines up her panties and bras. He has lost himself in her. Then Beck and Peach are back in the house, downstairs in the kitchen, kicking off sneakers, laughing or crying. He can't tell which. He can't go down the back stairs. The floorboards creak. He hears Beck's voice. He hates old houses. Big brother watching. A guy can't move without being found out. He takes 4 giant steps into the hallway, coffee still in hand, tiptoes into the master bedroom almost directly above the kitchen. He crouches in the cedar closet. Once again, he is closeted while Beck and Peach are free. He is sure Beck is crying, not laughing. He has to take a leak. There's no choice. He pisses in the mug. Peach must be hugging Beck because Joe hears her kicking the wall in the mudroom, that architectural staple of excessively wealthy white people, a space exclusively for taking off boots. She kicks and grunts, complaining that no matter what she does, her boots get grimy, like winter wants her or something. She's trying to make Beck laugh, but Beck doesn't think she's funny. Peach tells her to stop crying. Beck is sobbing. Joe is trying to piss quietly into a coffee cup. Peach isn't good at soothing Beck. He would do better. He wants to know what's wrong. If Beck had reached out like she wanted to, he would be the one hugging her. Her crying is so loud that he feels safe leaving the closet and going to the door. Beck demands that Peach read something again. Peach sighs and reads, "Dear friends of Benji." Beck whimpers about his poor mom. Peach continues, "With great sadness, they inform that their son Benji is presumed dead." Beck interrupts, "Shouldn't they be looking for him?" Peach is annoyed, reads over her. His boat Courage was found wrecked off Brant Point. Benji battled addiction. He recently informed friends he was on Nantucket. Beck says that fucking tweet. Peach says she hates drugs. Joe goes to the Nantucket Inquirer and Mirror website. An old photo of sober Benji in a suit alongside a picture of his destroyed boat. No witnesses saw Benji on Nantucket, but his parents confirm he withdrew money in New Haven, and this wouldn't be the first time their son fell prey to his demons. The harbor master confirms the boat missing. Joe confirms he had nothing to do with this. Winter on Nantucket can be violent. Benji's mother tells the Mirror at least he died doing what he loves. Joe doesn't know if she means heroin or sailing. He's never felt so lucky. Peach blows her nose. Beck is still crying. Peach suggests they run away to Turks and Caicos. She's done it before. Why can't they? Pack a bag, or better yet, don't pack. Beck says she has school. Peach says screw school. Joe hears a zipper, then Peach moaning about getting out of sweaty Gore-Tex. Beck gives a half-hearted laugh, more kicking as the striptease continues. Peach says her spandex are glued to her legs. She has to peel them off because they itch so bad she'll explode. Joe might throw up. Beck is quiet. Peach hopes it's cool that she's changing right here. She gets so sick of going upstairs for littlest things. She asks if it can be any hotter. Beck says it's fine. Joe hears her pulling spandex off. She walks out and returns. Beck says, "Wow." Peach says her dad is obsessed with robes. The Ritz makes the best ones. They have a zillion in every house. Does Beck want one? Beck wants one. Changes in the bathroom. When she returns, Peach gushes about how good the robe is. Beck says it's amazing, and she's not one of those girls who calls everything amazing. Peach announces she's making kale smoothies, says she would lock Beck up here and throw away the key if she could. The loud blender is Joe's savior. Like a ninja, he flies down the hall, down the back servant stairwell that leads to the hallway between kitchen and great room. Saloon-style doors block this stairway. Who wants to look at a servant? He can see everything from here. Both girls in matching giant robes flop onto the couch, put scotch and smoothie on the lobster trap coffee table. Peach nudges Beck's foot with her own, tells her not to be sad. Beck says she shouldn't be sad. Benji treated her like shit. Peach says it's not her fault. Boys can't help it. They're intimidated by girls like them. Beck says she doesn't think he was ever intimidated. Peach sweeps her feet off the table, plants them on the floor, rubs her hands together, announces Beck needs a massage. Beck laughs, but Peach is serious. She moves onto the floor, kneels, rubs Beck's feet. Beck moans she likes it, tells Peach she's good at this. Peach smiles, continues up the calves. Joe can't tell who pulls Beck's legs apart, but they are apart. Peach works on lower thighs. Beck relaxes, exhales, arms flop. Peach moves up her thighs. Beck moans. Peach sits up, gets between Beck's legs, parts the bathrobe. Beck's body is naked underneath, her nipples are popped. Peach rubs her hips. Beck says no. Peach tells her to be quiet. Beck is quiet. Peach kisses her left breast, holds the other firm. Beck protests. Peach quiets her. Beck obeys. Peach kisses her neck, moves a hand down. Beck isn't fighting. She's taking it. She's tipsy from whatever Peach gave her, heartsick for Joe, shocked over Benji. Peach is supposed to be her friend. Moments ago, Beck was a wreck, sobbing. What kind of friend responds by taking advantage and sucking her earlobe? Beck hasn't touched Peach. Her body is open, but Joe doesn't think she's even in there right now. She's somewhere deep in her head. Then Beck is back. Her whole body flinches, legs snap. Peach pulls back. Beck is on her feet, closing her robe, saying she's sorry. Peach says forget it, drinks kale smoothie from the pitcher, announces she's going to shower. Beck says they should talk. Peach gripes. Did Beck ever think this is possibly why guys can't deal with her? Just let it be. They don't have to analyze every stupid thing. She marches off with her smoothie, raises the volume on Elton John when Beck calls out. A door slams. Beck cries. How dare Peach lay this on her? She passes through the kitchen, fortunately not by the servant staircase, returns with her phone. Joe is shaking. Call him, Beck. Call him. But she dials another number. His phone doesn't vibrate. She leaves a message for Channa. She knows Channa is pissed, but she needs help. Benji's dead. Peach is upstairs crying. She never should have come. She doesn't know what to do. Please call. Beck goes upstairs, pounds on the door, begs Peach to come out, apologizes until her voice is raspy. Peach ignores her. She is vile, has Beck trapped, and she doesn't even know it. Joe pushes through the saloon-style doors and leaves. It's a shame this beach is wasted on people like Peach. All these waterfront mansions are empty despite the unseasonably warm weather. None of these second home owners drive to LC to pay their respects. Joe is a grateful beachcomber. Yesterday he followed the tracks Beck and Peach left down to the jetty. A great place to hide, to wait. Scattered boulders, a weathered wooden walkway ending in sand. He dug a foxhole beneath the walkway, warmer here than in either boathouse, though hard to compare given how cold it was the night of his accident. The sun is coming up. It won't be long now. Soon Peach will be here alone. Candace would love it here. The last time Joe saw a sunrise on a beach was with her. Brighton Beach. As it got brighter, she tried harder to break up with him. He asked her to walk to the water. She did. Cruel. A nicer girl would have said no and left him to cry alone. But she wanted to see him at his worst. She said she was leaving him. It wasn't his fault. She followed him to the water's edge. It wasn't his fault he picked her up, held her down, watched her pass on. She wanted to be there or she wouldn't have gone down with him. She knew she was killing him and knew he wasn't the type to go down without a fight. Joe doesn't blame Peach for being miserable, the same way he doesn't blame Candace for wanting to escape her family. What a shame to be so angered by what you don't have that you treat what you do have like nothing. Peach isn't grateful to have an extra home in a place where the biggest danger is Taylor Swift. She's like Candace, who wasn't grateful for her voice, her talent. Joe has a little time, walks to the shore. He likes how the water comes and erases his steps. He thinks of that middle school poem about the man walking on the beach not being alone because Jesus is carrying him. He smiles. For years he thought it was the other way around. He doesn't even leave one set of footprints. He admits he's grumpy. Last food he ate was that Danish. He crosses over the walkway built by some family with something against walking on white sand, returns to his foxhole, waits. At last, Peach emerges on the patio, a hot red speck in the distance. She stretches, trots down the walkway. With each second, Joe can hear her more clearly. Her breathing, feet pounding, Elton John blasting from her phone. She passes him. He leaps from his foxhole like a jack-in-the-box, runs after her. She doesn't hear him, fearless on this beach. He grabs her ponytail. Before she can scream, he rams her into the sand, straddles her back. She struggles, kicking, but her mouth is in the sand. Elton won't stop singing. Joe picks up the rock in his pocket. Peach squirms her head to the side. Her eyes are more beautiful than Joe realized. She recognizes him and spits the single word "you." She might be the strongest woman he has ever known. Even as her last words are spoken, she keeps struggling, gurgling. Her skin flares red. All that exercise instilled a superhuman strength, a lung capacity that boggles his mind. He doesn't blame her for fighting. Raised by bigoted, hateful monsters, she never celebrated her life. That's why she musters the strength, those legs still quivering, to maximize her last moments. Her fingertips reach for his arm, but it's too late. Her eyeballs sail north. Everyone can learn from an untimely, tragic death. What a danger, blaming other people for your problems. What a waste of a life. Had she disowned her family, moved to a sunny foreign haven, been a bartender or Pilates instructor, she could have settled down with a like-minded girl. Nonetheless, fuck her parents. Don't make a baby if you're not capable of unconditional love. She is fading. Elton John is louder than the waves. Joe doesn't hear Beck anymore. He owes Peach a little help. He hits her head with the rock. She is quiet at last. He flips her over, shaking. She is gone, at peace. Elton sings about almost having hooks in him. Joe feels roped and tied alone with dead, heavy Peach. He tries to focus on moving her, then panics. What if Beck decides to run? What if Officer Nico runs on this beach? He has to move fast. He loads her pockets with rocks in case she doesn't disappear, has to collect more, because this jacket has many pockets. He needs to calm down. He closes his eyes, sees Candace's open eyes in the mucky dreck of Brighton Beach. He opens his eyes, takes Peach's phone from the armband, cuts off Elton. He lifts her body. Peach is so clothed, Candace was nearly naked. Summer drunk girls drown, it happens. Her family accepts she's never coming home. Joe walks toward the water. Winter, sad girls walk into the water to die. It happens. He no longer keeps off rocks. He carries Peach onto the jetty. The rocks are smooth and dry. He is steady. Peach is heavy because of the rocks in her pockets, because of the weight of her misery. He counts to 3 and drops her into the ocean. The waves welcome her, the way Brighton Beach embraced Candace. He starts an email from Peach to Beck, knowing exactly what to say. She needs to go away. Lately, when she runs, it's like Virginia Woolf is running with her, quoting how unpleasant it is to be locked out, but worse to be locked in, waiting for someone who isn't coming. Enjoy the cottage. I love you, Beckalicious. Bye, Peaches. Joe's body is slick with sweat, muscles aching. He cracks a smile. He understands what Peach meant about her spandex. He'd love to peel off his clothes right now. They do itch. He checks on Beck before leaving. Less than an hour since he sent the email. She appears to be handling it all with aplomb, blasting Bowie, trying on Peach's clothes in the great room while dancing, calling Lynn, Channa, her mother, pigging out. She is happy. She tells Lynn what she told her mother and Channa. This isn't her fault. Peach ran away every other month in college. Who wouldn't with that kind of money? Also, she thinks it's for the best. Peach seemed almost happy that Benji was dead. Lynn says, forget Benji. Being dead doesn't make him a good guy. Has Beck talked to Joe? Beck says no, but she wants to. That's all Joe needs. He leaves. He walks up the deserted street into town. Nico's guys at the body shop are super friendly. They love the summer weather surprise. The brown beast is already good to go. Repairs cost $400. He's glad he came prepared. New England isn't lucky for him, so he took an advance on his salary before heading out. Roads are clear. Peach's phone has a lot of good music. Maybe his luck in New England is changing. Almost home, he remembers the mug of his DNA in the cottage. He hits the brakes hard, but he doesn't have to worry. People with second homes get off on giving keys to maids, carpenters, interior designers. He's not going to worry about a mug of dried-up piss. Not after all the good he just did. Besides, this is about Beck. Her Twitter confirms she's already on the way back to Bank Street. It will take time for her to open, slowly, petal by petal, as spring opens. But she will open. Peach can't drag her down anymore. She's free. Peach was never going to loosen her grip. Beck will be a whole new person without that pressure. Peach can rest now. Beck can relax. When that first whiff of spring hits the air, she will pass a bookstore or a horse-drawn carriage and find herself blushing, ripe with want. And she'll reach out to Joe. His phone is not broken. He has called it from the shop several times a day for days. Beck is not off the grid. She is in New York, living, writing, tweeting about new snow at night, being romantic. There is no logical or romantic reason that she has not called or emailed since returning from LC. It's been 23 minutes and 13 days since Peach left the picture. The wound on his face is stubborn but progressing. He's less of a monster every day. Precious time is passing. He can't figure her out. She's not emailing any new guys, not emailing friends about anything romantic, but she's writing about guys. The last story she wrote. A girl, Beck obviously, who goes to the doctor and learns she has a penis stuck inside her. She calls every guy she's ever been with to see if he's still got his penis. The list is grossly long, an exaggeration, it has to be, and they all still have dicks. Finally, she admits there's one guy she didn't call because he's married with children. She doesn't want to give him his dick. She wants him to leave his wife and come get it. Blythe's critique. No real ending, no climax, no point. She's not presuming this is based on something real, but if so, maybe put it in a drawer until there's distance from the emotion. Joe is concerned. Beck has been seeing this Dr. Nikki twice a week since she got back. Then she writes this thinly veiled story about fucking a married guy. Of course, Joe called to schedule an appointment with him. How else can he make sure Nikki isn't taking advantage of her? He's not the only one concerned. Channa asks why she just went to therapy, how she even affords it. Beck says new priorities. No boozing, no shopping, just writing, journaling, growing. Channa reminds her that Dr. Nikki is Dr. Nikki. But today is a good day. The elevator hits the 12th floor. Joe steps into the hallway and finds the door to the waiting room open, as Dr. Nikki said it would be. He's a little early for his appointment. Good, because he has time to review his new identity. Dan Fox, son of Paula, Fox and Dan Brown. Occupation, coffee shop manager. Disorder, OCD. He knows a shit ton about OCD from reading. He feels good already. He likes this waiting room. Baby blue walls, baby blue sofa. The building is in his favorite neighborhood, the Upper West Side. Maybe there's nothing going on between Beck and Dr. Nikki. Maybe he's just really good at what he does. In just 2 weeks, Beck has figured out a lot about herself. Jo knows because Nikki gives her homework, a letter to herself every day. She writes, "Dear Beck, you only know how to push or pull when it comes to guys. Admit it, own it, fix it. Another, you reel in men and lose interest when you have them. You don't wear a bra, so guys will look at your nipples. Wear a bra." Nikki sees what you're doing. This is good. Be seen. Another, intimacy terrifies you. Why are you so afraid? You can only get off when you're role-playing. Why can't you be yourself? Nikki knows you and accepts you. So will others. The camera stays tight on Dan Fox as he reads back his own words. Letters to a woman named Beck. Daily assignments from a therapist called Dr. Nikki. Each note forces him to admit patterns. Pushing and pulling men, using sexuality for attention, terror of intimacy, the need for role-playing to reach release, the suspicion that his absent father still rules his heart. One letter argues that love doesn't wait for healing. Healing happens inside love. Another reframes him as an island terrified of being populated. He acknowledges resentment toward his mother, who he believes envies him. Finally, he commands himself to stop chasing the uninterested and learn to want those who actually stay. He tells himself these emails have pulled him through a dry spell. Now he understands. Beck didn't leave because the sex failed. She left because she has her own damage. He imagines a month from now, deeper into therapy, having written enough letters, lying beside her on a late Sunday morning, sharing their homework in bed. The office door swings open. Cucumber-scented air hits him. Dr. Nikki Angevine is not what Dan expected. Young, early 40s at most, wearing Vans. His thick hair gelled flat. Framed classic rock albums cover the beige walls. The therapist fusses with his computer, apologizes, and Dan says it's fine. Blue eyes, full of what looks like unshed tears, study him. Dan can't place the man's ethnicity. Nikki settles into a leather chair, lifts a glass pitcher of cucumber water, offers a drink. Dan accepts. One sip, and he's stunned. This tastes impossibly good. Nikki explains his notebook policy. Minimal note-taking, preferring to keep everything in his head. He points to his temple and grins. Dan instantly reads him as either a serial killer or the nicest man alive. No middle ground. Those chemically whitened teeth pop against a drawn, sad face. The therapist opens with blunt permission. Let's figure out what the fuck is wrong with you. Against expectations, Dan finds him easy to talk to. This feels less like a medical office and more like a middle-aged dude's college dorm room. A fleeting fantasy passes. If they were in school, Dan could stay behind, hack Nikki's computer, dig up files on Beck. But they're adults. Nikki asks who hurt him. Dan reports the ski trip crash that was the LC accident. Then the mugging after coffee shop closing, Curtis and his crew. The questions turn personal. Does Dan have a girlfriend? Dan says yes, easily. He could have one, so it's fine. He insists she's terrific. The real problem is OCD. Nikki asks for the obsession. Dan notices the framed albums and uses mirroring. He claims psychotic fixation on a random Honey Drippers video. Nikki loves that band, guesses Sea of Love, and Dan confirms. New best friend. He explains he can't stop watching, thinking about, wishing to live inside that video, lost interest in everything else. Nikki asks if his lady is losing patience. Dan says no, he's the one losing patience. When Nikki dismisses the title doctor, admitting only a master's degree, Dan wants to ask why Beck calls him Dr. Nikki but can't. Nikki offers his own background freely. 45, a pothead and failed bass player with a master's in psych. A natural bullshit artist who discovered he actually likes helping. Dan tries out his first name. Nikki, strange in his mouth. They trade hometowns. Queens for Nikki, Bed-Stuy for Dan. Therapy, Dan realizes, is just talking. Maybe Beck really is trying to grow. Maybe someday he could be a shrink himself, frame his favorite books on a beige wall. Time to wrap up. Homework awaits. Nikki introduces a metaphor. Dan lives in a house. Only apartment so far, but he nods. There's a mouse in that house. The video. Good news. It's just a mouse. Small, not strong like Dan. He has arms, hands, dexterity. He can reach the doorknob, lay down traps. Life gets dark inside your head, Nikki says, pointing to his own skull. That's when the mice come. You listen to them scramble, eat your food, shit on your floor, so dark you forget the doorknob exists. What they do here is turn on the lights, set the traps, open the door, get the broom, shoo that mouse out. Sometimes you don't even need to shoo. Sometimes you kill it. Not this time, Dan thinks. It's doable, Nikki says, but not instant. Dan asks if Nikki ever worked construction, common ground in their neighborhoods. A couple of summers back in the day, Dan eagerly matches the answer and feels like a loser copycat, but Nikki smiles. Dan thinks of recent weeks, nights on the floor against the wall, Beck's underwear in his hands, staring at the hole he made because of her and covered because of her. He tells Nikki he needs to find that doorknob. Nikki offers an alternate metaphor. The video as a zit. Pop it, gone forever. No scars if you take care of your skin. Dan objects. Aren't you not supposed to pop zits? Nikki calls that bullshit. Glances at the clock and asks if Dan likes Thursdays. Walking out, Dan feels transformed. 50 minutes with Nikki in the world looks different. Like 3D glasses or a joint or fucking the shit out of Beck. High but straight, he heads to the park. For the first time in a long time, he watches the Sea of Love video. The girl with Bowie blonde hair strikes him as kind of cute. Therapy is already working. Watching the trippy offbeat video makes him happy. A feeling he hasn't had in a while. Best of all, the fear is gone. Beck isn't sleeping with Nikki. It's just transference, something he knows from the Prince of Tides. Nikki has a master's. Nikki is the man. He'd never break the doctor-patient dynamic, even if he's not a real doctor. He walks to the subway, descends the stairs. He likes life now. New patience fills him. He can wait for Beck to call. He's strong enough to give her time. He forgot to check her email. Her phone feels heavier than this morning. Without being told, he writes himself a note. Dear Joe, you have a mouse in your house, and when she's ready, you will kiss her and she will turn into the girl of your dreams. Be patient, be open. He signs it. Dan Fox. He hasn't felt this close to Beck in 2 weeks. He loves therapy. He does. During his next session, Dan tells Nikki about the post-appointment high. Nikki reassures him it's normal, just a new perspective, like driving upstate to the woods not for fresh air, but for a fresh way of seeing. Third session. They discuss the video. Beck. Nikki introduces the cat strategy. A former neighbor rented out her cat. Anyone with mice borrowed it. Mice smell a cat. They flee. Dan understands. Watch something else. Stop watching the video. Silence falls between them. Nikki says processing takes time. Dan imagines a life without Beck. Dating other girls feels unimaginable. Maybe walks, basketball, a dark bar, falling asleep without her phone in his hand, without the device pressing into his flesh. His fingers sting from obsessively checking her email. He's tired. Beck is a lot to handle. Nikki senses when processing ends. He suggests journaling on the cat strategy over the week. Dan leaves the office, and suddenly the world is full of women. He'd almost forgotten. On the subway platform, college girls in tight jeans with Kindles, old women clutching vegetable bags, middle-aged housewives hauling Macy's and Forever 21 bags, a tiny blonde in scrubs, so small she makes Beck look like a jolly green giant, catches him staring. She smiles. She asks if she knows him. No. She walks toward him, not away. She smells like ham sandwiches and rubbing alcohol. He likes her breasts. She demands why he was staring. He admits he doesn't know, guesses he must just like looking at her. The train arrives. Her beady green eyes lock onto his. Random women board and exit. They stare like animals in heat. Thin eyebrows, long painted fingernails. Nothing like Beck's, which is good. He could never love this girl. Practice on her, though. She asks who beat up his face. Accident, he says. She sneers at that excuse. He admits he got jumped. She accuses him of lying before even knowing her name. He says he just felt like lying. She threatens not to date liars. He says that sucks for her. She asks what the hell is happening. He reframes it. If this conversation happened in a dark bar with both of them drunk, it'd be perfectly normal. Her name is Karen Minty. She bites her glossy lip, gets in his face, fires back a joke about grandmothers and balls. He recognizes immediately that she's decided to have sex with him. Easier to read than Beck. The perfect cat. One obligatory drink at a crowded NYU bar with American beer and buckets. She loves it. He chooses the next spot, Botanica Bar on Houston. She's impressed. She drinks Greyhounds and rambles. Leonardo DiCaprio drinks these hospital food sucks because they want empty beds to save money. She had a feeling she'd meet someone tonight. She burps, points at the bandage on his hand. He forgot it was there. Burn from the candle, pick scab, then Curtis beat him, then the car crash while looking for Beck. A pattern. Nikki says life is patterns. Karen grabs his hand like it belongs to her. Strong. She whispers in his ear to save his energy. She yanks off the bandage, kisses him before he can wince. Her lips are strong. His hand stops hurting. They get on a train, neither knowing which direction. Miraculously empty. She licks the bruised place on his face where Curtis hit him. Her tongue is sharper than Beck's. He tears off her scrubs, a thong underneath. They go at it on the subway at 4 a.m. When she comes, she screams ownership, digs her claws into his back, eyes rolling. Her legs vibrate around him afterward. He holds her tight, wishing she were Beck. She sticks her pointed tongue down his throat, pulls back, says she loves him, then bursts out laughing, wraps herself in his coat, tells him to see his face. Just fucking with him. He says he knows. Most girls go insane for a few minutes after sex. She gets defensive. She doesn't even know him. He agrees. She curls into him, not away. He watches their reflection in the window, flickering tunnel lights. He'll sleep tonight for the first time in a long time. She'll make him an egg sandwich and a blowjob in the morning. He can tell. She does love him. He's the best patient ever. He's found a stray cat. Next day. He arrives at the shop hungover as hell, full of that egg sandwich. A bad idea. Karen meant well, but was probably still drunk cooking. He told her it was a nice time. She said she'd come by. He didn't encourage her. Ethan is early again up his ass, asking if he's sick or just had too much sauce. Only Ethan calls it sauce. Dan unlocks the door and wishes he were Nikki so he wouldn't have to deal with this. He sends Ethan to Fiction to find staff pics, turns on the music. First song, You Are Too Beautiful from Hannah and her sisters. He slams it off. It hits him. He cheated on Beck, cheated on them. His head pounds. The doorbell chimes. Karen Minty walks in holding 2 hot cups from Starbucks. She shrugs about not knowing how they take coffee, so she got everything. Plants a heavy paper bag on the counter. Ethan bounds over. Karen is scary friendly right away, says Joe told her all about him. Dan has no memory of how drunk he was. Ethan practically drools with joy. Karen asks how Joe takes coffee. Dan says he's fine. She rolls her eyes, winks, calls to Ethan. He trips over himself running back. Ethan reports. Joe is black, 2 sugars. Ethan is cream, and stevia or Truvia or Splenda or brown sugar packets, but never equal. Karen stares deep into Dan's eyes the whole time. She thinks she'll bring him coffee for the rest of her life. He loves Beck, not her. Oh, fuck. She's one of those girls. She smiles hard, winks her thanks at Ethan. There's no way around it. He didn't just pet this cat. He adopted it. Being with Karen proves shockingly effective at pushing Beck farther away. Dan tries to see the upside. He gets to practice being a boyfriend, which should benefit his future with Beck. Still, guilt gnaws at him while caressing Karen's ass in bed, folding her thongs at the laundromat, sending her mother handwritten thank you notes after Sunday dinner. It's wrong to betray Beck, but every day he finds a way to visit her photos in his phone. He's faithful in his own mind. 7 weeks into life with Karen, 11 weeks into therapy, Nikki sees good progress. Dan reads Beck's emails. Still no booze, no shopping. Now that he sees Dr. Nikki, he completely understands why the man makes her want to focus. Nikki comments on how much happier Dan looks. Dan agrees he feels happier. Things are great with Karen, technically. Nikki laughed when he first heard about her. A girl is a much more effective cat than a YouTube video. Nikki grins, recalls that after he met his wife, he didn't stop smiling for 2 years. Dan blurts that they're not getting married. Nikki gives a knowing look. Dan clarifies. She's just not the one for him. Nikki asks if he's afraid of marriage. Not at all. He'd marry Beck in a heartbeat. So what's wrong with Karen? She's nothing, meaning nothing is wrong with her. Nikki raises his eyebrows at the word nothing, says ouch. Dan groans a correction. Regardless, time's up. Homework. A list of 10 things he likes about Karen. The cat helps keep the mouse away. Thinking about the cat is better than thinking about the mouse. Dan uses the doc joke again. He tries the homework on the ride home, but keeps thinking about Beck. Days later, he sits on the couch watching Karen's favorite show, The King of Queens. She laughs at a joke that wouldn't make Beck smile. Dan loves Beck because she doesn't laugh easily. Karen picks her thong out of her ass. Dan loves Beck for her healthy cotton panties. Karen declares her love for Kevin James. Dan lies and agrees. He loves Beck because she doesn't love Kevin James. A Burger King commercial comes on. Karen loves commercials. She flips off the TV, asks if BK fries suck. He plays along. But he loves Beck because even after 100 years of marriage, she'd never ask his opinion on BK fries. She'd never say BK. If she talked about fries, there'd be significance, a story. Beck is an onion. Karen is a maraschino cherry. Onions are more complicated. Karen's head rests on his lap. She asks if he's all right. He's thinking about his homework. Karen dismisses therapy as a waste of money. At the hospital, all the fuck-ups are shrinks, cheaters, liars, crazier than their patients. Dan defends Nikki. She insists they're cheaters and liars. Beck never repeats herself because she's creative. Karen pinches his nipple, demands he look at her. She calls him perfect. Nobody's perfect, he says like a teacher. He has a little OCD. Karen jokes he's OCD on her pussy. Beck would never say anything so crass. He pets Karen, watches Kevin James, and misses Beck so much he feels sick. He has to go. He stands. Where's the fire? He's going to the store. She asks for company, cash, clings to his seat cushion. He refuses everything, grabs his keys and coat, tells her to stay put. He runs down the stairs and stops. He could do anything to Karen and she'd stay. Her mother is knitting him a sweater. Her father wants him on his boat. He sits on the stoop, tries the list. Number 1. Karen grew up with 3 brothers, so she's mellow. FedEx fucks up a delivery, he can put her on a subway, send her uptown, and she'll drag a box of books back up the stairs to the shop. She'll unload, price, stack without complaint. She wants to be asked like a brat trying to be good on Christmas Eve. He could even ask her to Swiffer. Number 2. Karen likes to clean. She grew up in a pigsty, she says. Only way shit gets clean is if she cleans it. Number 3. Karen likes to cook, and she's good at it. Real family food. Lasagna that tastes good 5 days later cold. The runner's body he had while tracking Pete Salinger is mostly still there because Karen likes to cook, eat, clean, and fuck. All with him forever. He found a plastic recipe box belonging to her mother. He texted her about it. She wrote back that she's cooking a hell of a lot more in his kitchen than her own. Anything he wants, she can make. Ethan thinks her mother should do a cookbook. Number 4. Karen is a good fuck. Beck likes to talk shit about Blythe, tease. Karen just likes to ride dick. She's been fucked a lot. Doesn't bother him. He's the best she's ever had, her words. Number 5. Karen knows Ethan is good people. One bad double date with Blythe. Blythe mocked Karen's greyhounds. Next day, Ethan apologized. Karen popped in, told Ethan that Blythe is super smart and wicked pretty. When Ethan went to the bathroom, Karen admitted she thought Blythe was a cunt. Ethan should be with a nice girl, but nice guys always get with bitches. Give him time. Karen is truly a nurse. Days ago, Ethan asked in complete seriousness if Dan plans to propose. 2 months, Dan says. Ethan proposed to his ex Shelley after 6 weeks. Look how that turned out, Dan says. When you know, you know. Dan doesn't know. Ethan warns he better start thinking about knowing, because she definitely knows. Number 6 is blank. No use. Maybe Dan Fox loves Karen Minty, but he doesn't. He loves Beck. Her depth, her letters to herself. He's wrong to lead Karen on. She comes on too strong. Otherwise, why would Ethan and Nikki mention marriage at less than 2 months? Here she comes, bounding down the stairs, screaming, "Boo!" He flinches, even though he knew. She laughs, says he scares easily, sits beside him, leans on his shoulder. She doesn't scare at all. Her brothers tried to fuck with her so much she lost all fear. Nice night. Kids playing. Spring coming. She yawns, asks about enchiladas. He says yes. She pulls him close for a hard, bossy kiss, then leads him back upstairs. First enchiladas, then flashcards. Number 7. Karen has a great ass. 8. She makes great enchiladas. 9. She mixes sexual favor cards in with her nursing school flashcards. So randomly, he'll pull a card that says, "Take my top off." Karen likes to fuck. Afterward, he looks at the list and realizes he left off number 6. Karen knows what she wants. She wants to be a phlebotomist. Doesn't complain about homework. She's a great fucking stick. When you're laid up with fucked veins and a dumb tramp messes up your meds, the most important thing is a great stick, not a great doctor. She wants to be the stick heard round the world. She doesn't tweet about being a nurse. She prefers life. There's a simplicity to her that's good for him. His cheeks flush, belly full, dick the stick heard round the world. Just ask Karen. He wakes up wanting to do his life, but he also wakes up thinking about Beck. He finishes reading his list to Nikki. Silence. Dan grows impatient and asks, "What's up, Doc?" Dan finishes reading his list aloud. Nikki says nothing at first. Dan grows impatient and asks, "What's up?" Nikki turns the question back. Dan insists he did his homework. Now it's Nikki's turn. They stare at each other. Nikki leans in and asks directly, "Does Karen know Dan isn't in love with her?" Dan can't lie. She doesn't know. Nikki tells him lies don't pave the way to joy. Nearly 50 years on the planet have taught him that without crazy Van Morrison-level love from the start, there's no shot at going the distance. Love is a marathon, not a sprint. Dan blurts out a question about Nikki's own wife. Nikki answers quickly, no, he doesn't love her now. But he did. On the way home, depressed, Dan checks Beck's email. She's RSVP'd yes to a birthday party at an upscale bowling alley for assholes. He knows she won't go. She never goes anywhere anymore except to Nikki's. But Karen will go with him and sit until he says it's time to leave. At the hipster bar near the lanes, they don't belong. The party guests discuss Lena Dunham's wardrobe, vintage suspenders, campus dance at Brown. Karen chews her straw, plays a jewel game on her phone. Beck doesn't show. Karen loves him. He can't love her back. Life would be easier if he could become a King of Queens fan. He can't. Beck would understand. It's like her letter to herself that day. An extraordinary girl can't have an ordinary life. Don't judge yourself. Love yourself. Dan has read enough and seen enough movies to know Nikki fucked up by mentioning his wife. He's not surprised when Nikki says they need to talk. Nikki accepts full responsibility for the breach, for crossing the patient-therapist boundary. Dan has never seen him look worse. Nikki is such a good person. Like Mr. Mooney before he got angry, Dan can't stand hearing him cut himself down and pleads with him to stop. Nikki might be laughing and crying at once, a juggler. He offers Dan a referral. Dan says he doesn't need one because he's better. He tells Nikki the mouse is dead. Nikki sounds somehow jealous, or just sad. Dan praises the mouse cat theory as genius. He doesn't mention wanting to cover himself in cheese and peanut butter to lure the mouse back. Nikki says he's happy for Dan. He worked hard, did his homework. Figuring out what makes you happy is a journey. Being obsessed didn't make you happy. And Dan acted on that knowledge, rose above it. Nikki wishes everyone were as smart. Dan sits thinking about Beck, his beloved mouse. She might never show up again, could be gone, could be seeing someone, but he knows this. He wants the possibility of Beck more than the reality of Karen Minty. Nikki says he's also happy the cat worked out. When Dan first came in, he looked like a prisoner. Dan felt like one. But then he got himself a cat. Amen, Dan says, picturing Karen on all fours with Beck's little body hanging from her mouth. Nikki mentions watching the Honey Drippers video right before the session. He understands the obsession, Trippy, the Speedo, the jacket on the hanger. They laugh. Nikki's sadness is like a fever in his eyes and mouth. His phone buzzes. He has to check it. Shit hitting the fan at home. Now that he's broken the doctor-patient dynamic, he can overshare again. He promises to be back in 5 minutes and closes the door. Immediately, Dan looks at the computer. He wanted inside it the first time he stepped into this room. Beck lives in there somewhere. The temptation to find the sea of love overwhelms him. She might as well be calling from inside the hard drive. He runs over, taps the spacebar, dives in. The screensaver shows Nikki with his wife and daughters in front of Nikki's Pizza in Chestertown. Guilt hits him. He's violating trust. The family looks innocent, lined up on a rainy day. There's something pathetic about a grown man forcing that photo. He feels for the guy. But he wants Beck. He minimizes the Honey Drippers video. Nikki really was looking at it, and searches the hard drive. Nikki doesn't write about sessions. He dictates thoughts into his iPhone and downloads MP3s. A folder labeled G-Beck contains multiple audio files. That Van Morrison feeling Nikki talked about floods through Dan. He sends himself the folder, deletes the email from Nikki's sent folder, empties the trash. He made it. No, he didn't. He fucked up. Nikki returns with a disappointed smile, apologizing. This is his fault. He told Dan the video was there and then left. He's losing it. Dan breathes. He made it after all. He says Nikki isn't losing it. Nikki looks weak, voice unsteady, offers the referral again. Dan takes it, shakes his hand, and leaves. He feels sad for Nikki, but nothing can touch his excitement over the files. G. Beck. In the elevator, he does something he never does. He prays. He prays Nikki finds someone who can give him that Van Morrison feeling, so his bleached teeth won't seem so laughably out of place on his drawn, sad-faced face. The elevator dumps him in the lobby. Danny Fox is dead. He steps outside, stumbles on a crack in the sidewalk. A black hole opens in his mind. He could keep eating Karen's eggs and Karen's pussy. He could start over with Nikki's referral, try to live without Beck. He could. But cats bore him. He'd rather listen to tapes of Nikki talking about Beck than have intercourse with Karen Minty. If Van Morrison isn't crazy, neither is he. He writes himself a note. Dear Joe, you are not a cat person. You want a mouse. Love, Joe. Dan needs headphones immediately. Has to know what Nikki said about Beck. He buys a pair at a deli, muttering an insult at the slow cashier. Tearing into the sealed package on the street, he screams in frustration. People back away. He ducks into an alley, cracks the plastic, throws away the instructions, and can't plug them into his phone fast enough. Running down the subway stairs, swiping his card, he hits play on the first MP3 as he sits across from a blind, black man who smiles for no reason. Nikki's voice begins. Day 1. Beck. Female, early to mid-20s, hypersexualized, boundary issues, father issues, claims to want help with men but doesn't seem to notice his wedding ring, only mode of communication is seduction. Crosses her legs, wears flimsy shirts without a bra, attention-seeking. Asks directly about transference, severe narcissistic disorder. Insists on calling him Dr. Nicky despite his corrections. Repeatedly asks if he's married and about his sex life to avoid her own. Tells him she slept with her therapist in college. Possible borderline, predatory, masochistic tendencies. The blind man stares. He's blind, can't actually see, so Dan can't get mad. He skips ahead. Marcia was a nightmare this morning. Mac overslept. Amy has the flu. Marcia is incompetent as a mother. He almost canceled, but found himself soothed by knowing he'd see Beck. He looks forward to their time, counts down, thinks about what he'll wear. She makes his life bearable. Today, she presents in sweatpants and a formless top, messy hair, shiny skin. He feels she dressed down for him, more intimate than dressing up. Goals: she wants sexual confidence. He finds this amusing because she is sex. Dan pauses. He wants the blind man to stop smiling. Wants the whole world to stop. He fast forwards. She claims he's opened her up. She's taken a break from men. Realized things about her father, her love life, all after a few sessions because he's the most amazing doctor she's ever had. He repeats, he's not a doctor. Is it terrible that he loves when she calls him Dr. Nicky? He tells her there's no magic cure. She shakes him off. She says he lit up something inside her. that talking to him is the time of her life. She's presenting more sexually, knee socks and skirts. He thinks she knows he's falling for her, and he thinks she's falling for him. He thinks about her too much. Sometimes he worries she knows. He should stop therapy but can't. He's tired of Marcia and the broken washing machine. Beck is a reprieve. Dan wishes for someone to punch. Not a blind man. He presses play. He knows he should give her a referral and send her away. Anger makes him nearly deaf. Nikki had no problem giving him a referral. Fine to kick Dan Fox to the curb, but Beck gets to stay. He presses play again. Her journaling is productive. She's receptive to his suggestion that she needs a relationship to address her issues. She repeatedly tells him they have a connection. He doesn't encourage her, but this connection is all he thinks about. Why is he so willing to accept failure in his work, yet unwilling to accept it when a very intelligent patient calls him a genius? Maybe he did cure her in weeks. Has his self-esteem tumbled so far he no longer thinks that's possible just because he bought the wrong washing machine? He loves her. He's after her. The blind man stands, pokes around, still smiling. They're all hunters. Dan skips ahead. He tells Diane he's starting to have dreams about Beck. Diane tells him to stop treatment, what a good therapist would say. But he can't. Beck is opening up to him, trusts him enough to tell him about the green pillow she uses to masturbate. Her father left, asked her mother to mail him his green neck pillow. The passive mother agreed, but Beck had already stolen it. In his fantasy, she comes to him in his office, asks to sit on his lap. He says no, but she won't be stopped. She straddles him. He fantasizes about her all the time now. The bad washing machine is actually good. There's a lock on the laundry room, and he can jerk off in there thinking about Beck without getting caught. When he's inside her, in his mind, she calls him a rock star, a cock star. He hasn't felt this alive in years. Staying with Marcia feels like cheating on Beck. He's more detached from his family every day. The ugly truth, he would rather have Beck. At some point, the blind man exited. Dan missed his stop. The cheap headphones jam his ears. He yanks them out, hurls them at the window. People stare. They can fuck off. The train stops. He's first out the door. He can't get angrier. He feels like a sucker, wants to tear his own head off. He told Nikki things he's never told anyone. He rounds the corner and finds Karen sitting on his stoop with a picnic basket. Cats are supposed to be smarter than this. Colder. She surprises him with a picnic. He still can't believe Karen exists. He wants to go inside and throw typewriters at walls until they cave in. Mice collateral damage. But she's here with an actual picnic basket, something he's only seen in cartoons and books. He smells garlic, rosemary, the noxema she's rubbed on her face since childhood. It's over. If she knew what a sucker he is, that he paid a married dickwad to try to fuck the love of his life, she wouldn't want this picnic. He needs her to go away. None of this is her fault. It's Nikki's. He tells her he's not hungry. She reaches for him. He pulls away. She asks what the fuck. He's not Joe. He's Dan Fox. And he shouts at her to take a fucking hint. That's it. She's on her feet, shivering. She tells him to fuck himself. He calls that intelligent. She attacks his intelligence, asks if he thinks she's some doormat piece of shit rag doll he can bang as he pleases. He says yes, without missing a beat. Exactly what she is. It's true. He's wrong about everyone. Beck is a whore, Nikki is a prick, and sweet Karen, the cum dumpster, boils over with repressed rage. Or sadness. She's quivering. The basket makes her forearm tremble. He's a fucking asshole. She's a phlebotomist who loves him. If Nikki wasn't in love with Beck, none of this would happen. But Nikki does want her. That chicken smells delicious. He's a fool. She tells him to sit down. He lets her help him onto the stoop. How could Nikki do this to Karen? She's a hard worker. The basket is full. Last month she lugged a vacuum cleaner here, vacuumed beneath the sofa in tiny horse shorts and a half shirt. Found dirty places he didn't know existed. She had said he didn't want mice, otherwise she wouldn't want to come over anymore. Nobody ever turned a vacuum cleaner into roses, a beating heart. Like everything bad, this is Nikki's fault. He told Dan to get a cat. Karen would stay forever, pump out kids when he wanted them, work double so they could go to Florida once a year. All of it is here in a picnic basket. The rosemary smells like heaven. But she's never heard of Paula Fox or Magnolia or tried to bang her married shrink. She's not different, not hot like them. She follows the rules, doesn't dare touch the hole in his wall. That's for the super to fix. She respects boundaries. Fuck Nikki for wasting her time and breaking her heart. She asks why he's mad at her. She thought he'd think a picnic was cool. It's gorgeous out. He says her name. She knows he's dumping her. She leaps off the stoop, running, crying, gone. He'll never see her again. He takes the basket upstairs, spreads it out in his minty fresh apartment. He gorges on chicken, potatoes, cauliflower and cream sauce, wine straight from the bottle. He eats like it's the Last Supper, because it is. He buried Dan Fox today. Now he has to take care of Nikki. No way around it. He listens to Nikki's recordings all night. Nikki took advantage of Beck in the safest place in the world. He's in her head, a mouse in her house, and he's clearly tricked her into thinking she loves him. They can't be together with Nikki controlling her thoughts. Dr. Nikki is a greedy, married pig. And he was wrong about Dan. Dan doesn't have a mouse in his house. He has a fucking pig. Dan doesn't remember the last time he was this close to a school. PS 87 on 78th Street has a slogan, "One family under the sun." He spent early morning on the steps of the American Museum of Natural History, drinking coffee, learning about Nikki, waiting for families to get out of bed. The journey to the school was shockingly easy, thanks to Nikki's sister-in-law, Jackie. He found her on the Yelp page for Nikki's Pizza, where she posted countless photos of their extended family gorging on pizza. Jackie's Yelp account led to her Facebook page, full of check-ins at the cabins upstate, at Nikki's Pizza, and most importantly, at PS 87, best school in the city. He owes her. He knows everything about Nikki now. He's dressed like a runner. You can't loiter undisturbed at a school. He's out of shape, hasn't run since Peach. He's been jogging in circles since 4:30 in the morning, listening to Nikki's perv diaries to stay focused. He runs laps around the block, passing the school repeatedly. Finally, it pays off. Nikki walks down the street. Dan used to feel sorry for him, hunched over, eyes on the ground. Now Nikki just looks evil. His hunchback seems like punishment for his sins. A father should watch out for his daughter, but Nikki hangs his head. His daughters are older now. He holds younger Amy's hand, calls for Mac to slow down. Dan jogs in place, wearing sunglasses and headphones. On the Upper West Side, everyone welcomes a jogger. Nikki walks the kids into the school. Dan notices how parents go inside with their children now. Nobody held his hand back in the day. A mother glares at him. He waves, smiles, normal enough that she waves back, assuming she's forgotten his name from the PTA or the gym. Dan wills Nikki to leave. Jogging in place isn't like jogging in circles. They have work to do. Beck is supposed to see Nikki tomorrow afternoon at 1, and Dan has decided that's not happening. Nikki is living proof that idle hands are the horny, cheating devil's playground. After dropping his daughters, he took the long way home, talked on the phone, to Beck, and disappeared into his building. Dan didn't see anyone buzz him, so no patience. 3 hours later, Nikki and his wife Marcia emerged squawking about the washing machine. They've been arguing about that malfunctioning machine for months. Dan follows them. If Nikki had balls, he'd leave her. Dan isn't mad at Beck for falling for him. The more he listens to the tapes, the more he sees Nikki as a very talented, very sick manipulator. He didn't see through the bullshit himself, so he can't blame her. It's almost sweet that they both got swindled. They're alike. Marcia is nothing like Beck. Boorish, loud. She teaches psychology at various colleges. Thick-legged martyr with a yoga mat over her shoulder. Yoga isn't doing the trick. She wears a stop breast cancer visor, her hair in a low, sad ponytail. An unhappy woman, she crosses her arms when passing homeless people, as if they'd ever approach her. Dan could feel sorry for Nikki, but facts are facts. At some point, he proposed to Marcia. Watching him trot alongside her is depressing. She does all the talking. Birthday parties, pediatricians, kiddie yoga classes, vitamins to buy, babysitters to fire. Nikki hunches more with every block. When Dan finally kills him, he'll be putting him out of his misery. All that power in the beige room disappears when Nikki exits his playroom. Nikki wants to cross the street. Marcia yanks his arm, snaps about the green light. They cross when it's safe and enter a nondescript townhouse. Dan Googles the address. Couples therapy. 52 minutes later, they emerge deflated. They walk in silence to a gym, hug family style, and Marcia disappears into her yoga refuge. Dan follows Nikki, who stands straighter with each block. Nikki goes to West Sider Books, emerges an hour later standing fully upright with 3 used records. No books. Dan follows him to Urban Outfitters. Nikki tries on t-shirts, Shazam songs, leaves without buying anything. Then off to school, picking up his daughters and walking them home. The younger one chatters happily. The older one is morose and silent. People have to be careful, or they end up with lives they didn't want. Dan hangs around Nikki's building, like he's waiting for a running buddy. Marcia arrives with a friend whose clothing is equally drab. Marcia sighs. She sighs a lot, and reports that Nikki said he'd sooner kill himself than leave his children. She told him children do better with happy parents than married parents, that there's no stigma to divorce anymore. The friend nods. Marcia continues. Nikki said it's easy for her to be cavalier because her parents were happily married. His children will never deal with a divorce. The friend suggests starting a match profile for Nikki as a joke. They laugh, make plans to get their families together. Marcia plods up to the home she doesn't want, to the man she doesn't love. Now Dan truly understands why Nikki became a shrink. He needed someone to talk to because he married the wrong woman. He gave up on his music, but he didn't know he was giving up on love. Dan starts feeling sorry for him again. He's a pushover. He ducks into the subway, watches nurses bitch about work, thinks of Karen and how miserable she must be. What a relief to arrive back in his own neighborhood. Killing Nikki will be difficult, but necessary. Beck is obsessed with him, a mouse in her house. Dan almost freaks out when he sees a giant cop on his stoop blocking the front door. His brain freezes. The cop is looking for him. Nightstick out, not fucking around, he asks if that's Joe. It takes everything Dan has to walk toward the man when all he wants is to run. The cop orders him over. The few kids playing don't even react, just another day. Dan asks if he can help. The cop grabs him by the collar, yanks him close. His breath is raw onions. He calls Dan a little fuck. Dan closes his eyes, waits to die. The cop tightens his grip, spits at him, then lets go. Dan doesn't wipe his face. The cop slams his stick into the cement, warns him to respect the uniform. If he wasn't wearing it, he'd kick Dan's ass and throw his bones in the dumpster. Dan stammers an apology. The cop shakes his head, then mentions his sister Karen, a fucking saint, beautiful inside and out. Dan is a pansy with no right, sister. Dan can breathe again. He begs forgiveness, says she was too good for him. The cop doesn't buy it. He raises a stick. Dan cowers. Doesn't want to die. Can't leave Beck like this. The cop slams the stick at Dan's feet, tells him to stand up, grabs him by the throat, then lets go and smashes the concrete one last time before storming away. This too is on Nicky. He pushed Dan toward Karen and then made him push her away. Karen's brother has a good stick. No wonder she wants to be a phlebotomist. Taking care of Nicky will be easier than Dan thought. The man is a do-gooder. Once a week, he takes the train to a part of Queens still overrun with crack and crime to counsel addicts trying to get sober. Tonight, he's going to become a cautionary tale for all the Upper West Side assholes who think they can atone for their sins with 4 hours a week. Tonight, Nicky will be mugged by drug addicts. Dan takes a swig of Jack and opens a self-help book called When Bad Things Happen to Good People. Nicky's friends will give his wife that book when he's found dead in Queens. His death will look like a tragedy. His daughters will grow up without a father. His wife will probably have a replacement in weeks. No suspects, no confusion, no malfeasance. A straight-up mugging. Wrong place, wrong time. Marcia's friends will hover with coffee cakes and wine, telling her how sorry they are. But Dan knows she'll be thanking the Lord for her gain. It's time. Nicky emerges from the sober house. Looks both ways like a good little white boy. He hangs his head and starts down the street. His wife must have laundered his Vans. They're especially bright and white tonight. He's a mouse in Beck's house. Dan wishes she didn't want him. But of course she does. Nicky is like the father she never had, and she wants to break up his family. That's natural, the cycle of abuse. It was Nicky's job to help her overcome that desire. But Nicky didn't do his job. He's a pig. There's no happy ending here. If Dan lets him live, Beck will eventually get what she thinks she wants. Nicky will fuck her in the beige room, cry to his wife, beg for a divorce, go to Beck. Because he's right, she is sex. And the second he becomes available, no ring, no more teeth whitening, she won't want him. He's leading her down the path to hell. He was supposed to keep his distance and didn't. She was supposed to call Dan. She misses him and didn't. Dan knows her so well. She's charisma, she's sick, a magnet for weak, spinless people like Peach, like Benji, like Nicky. He picks up his pace, clenching his new nightstick, bought at the Army-Navy store after the bullshit with Officer Minty. He's gaining on Nicky. One fell swoop. Then a vibration in his pocket. He ducks into an alley. Nicky will turn around if he hears the phone. Dan can't make it stop. Can't breathe. Hands shaking. He looks at the screen. It's Beck. She's calling him. At last, she's decided to act on her feelings. Her name looks beautiful on his phone, shining in the dark above her picture in the white bikini. He stares at her, aglow. He smiles. She surprises him, delights him. She misses him. He tries to slow his heart. Nicky is already blocks away. He brings the phone to his head and speaks. She asks if he can hear her, her voice soft as her skin. He loses his voice, coughs. He was just about to kill Nicky with a nightstick. He's dizzy. She sounds tipsy when she repeats the question. He blames a bad signal, says he's waiting for a train. Forward as a dictator, she demands he come over. Right now. He's never been so sure of anything. He answers yes. He ends the call, can't believe her timing. He needs a minute, she called. He ditches the nightstick in a trash heap. His hands still sore from gripping it, his heart hurting from whiplash. She called. She's back. He's calmer now, walking. He'll get out of here and get to her. For all Nicky's idiocy, maybe he's good at what he does after all. Clearly Beck is in a better place, she called Dan, not Nicky. He hops in a cab, too happy for the subway. He wonders what she's wearing. He leaves the self-help book in the back seat. He doesn't need it anymore. He has her. Their IKEA pillow, still tagged, sits under her table on the floor. He holds her in his arms while she cries. Drunk. He doesn't ask questions. He won't let her and her pillow get him down. She feels as good as he remembers, better. Her place is a mess. That makes him believe she really has been growing. There are curtains now. Progress. She's almost out of tears. He strokes her head, stares at their pillow, breathes in her scent and the rotting apples on the counter. He can't stop smiling. The harder she cries, the broader he grins. Finally, she has nothing left. She stops, whispers an apology. He jokes about sending her a dry cleaning bill. Karen Minty would laugh too hard. Beck just smiles. She doesn't remember the last time she laughed. He tells her it was just about 2 seconds ago. She stretches, twists, flops her arms, looks at him. She thinks he must find her nuts. Not at all. She points out that they get together, and then she disappears off the radar. He jokes about being on a top-secret FBI mission in the south of France. She's not in the mood for dumb jokes. He loves her for being so honest, so present. All the hard work was worth it. She says she kind of does wish he were in the FBI. He doesn't like where this is going. She quivers. Peach is dead. Dan feels exasperation in her voice. This isn't supposed to happen. Peach is in Turks and Caicos. They found her body in Rhode Island. Impossible. He put tons of rocks in her pockets. She must have been $1.50 when he walked her onto that jetty. He did his job. Did he zip her pockets? Yes. Nothing is made well anymore. Plastic zippers, probably disintegrated. Beck can't believe it. Rhode Island. Dan talked to too many people in that state. Officer Nico, Dr. K, the junkies, the guy at the garage. What if they all got together? What if they know? The mug of piss flashes through his mind. Peach's family has a place in Rhode Island. Beck thought she took off. Peach sent a melodramatic email, but that's Peach. Beck didn't think she was serious. Dan says Jesus, wondering if Beck would visit him in prison or be afraid. Beck figured Peach took off because she does that sometimes. For the past few months, Beck hasn't heard from her. But those old friends you can go ages without talking to and then everything's fine. She buries her head in her phone. School stuff, she says, then continues. Peach didn't disappear. She committed suicide. Dan thinks praise Jesus. Beck finishes her root beer, heads to the kitchen for vodka and dirty glasses. She doesn't know where to begin. Dan tells her at the beginning. She sits next to him. They won't kiss for a long time, but he missed the nearness of her, the anticipation of her words, her voice. She was in Little Compton, Rhode Island, with Peach. Peach was depressed, but so was Beck. Remember Benji, her druggy ex? He died. That was always possible because he's crazy. Benji. Diaz, then Peach Diaz. She's Death Girl. Dan loves her for making this about herself, for giving herself a name. He tells her she's not Death Girl, she just knows some troubled people. She cuts him off. 2 friends dead in months. She thinks the universe is punishing her for being a liar. She lies and says her father is dead, and now her friends are dying. He tells her to let it out, but says it's not her fault. She insists like hell it isn't. He tells her to talk to him. He's here. She considers telling him about the massage session with Peach and decides against it. Instead, she explains that Peach left for her morning run, but this time filled her pockets with rocks. It's Beck's fault. She was the last one to see her alive. She should have known. Dan was the last one to see Peach alive, but never mind that. He tells Beck she can't blame herself. Peach was depressed. Beck was a damn good friend. This has nothing to do with her. She motions for him to stop talking. He pours vodka into dirty glasses. She digs her phone out of the sofa and scrolls to find the email Peach wrote, the one Dan wrote. He realizes he's not a suspect anymore and can't help thinking it's kind of hot, hearing his words come out of her mouth. She finishes reading, mentions Virginia Woolf, says she should have known and did nothing. He says you can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved. She argues that Peach did want to be saved. She just couldn't do it. Couldn't do what? Beck gulps, pulls her hair into a high bun, says this has to stay here for obvious reasons, but he has to know Peach tried to fuck her. Dan says, oh, man. Yeah, she's opening up, petal by petal. It's happening. Beck lies again, claims she pushed Peach off right away. Dan knows she can't resist, from stealing Monopoly cash when other players leave the room. She's a cheater to the bone, a renovator. He admires her. She never stops making improvements on life. Charisma. Vision. Someday maybe they'll have a beat-up farmhouse, and she'll paint walls until she finds the right shade of yellow. He'll tease her, but love the way she looks with paint on her face. That's where her real art happens. She needs a live audience. Him, not a shrink, not a computer. He asks how Peach took the rejection. Not well, he swears. Beck says it's not the first time this has happened. He swears again. She's too embarrassed or too drunk to look at him, asks if he's horrified. He rests his hand on her knee. He's not horrified that her best friend was in love with her. He doesn't blame Peach. She comes at him hard and whole, sloppy, groping. She tears off her top, her hot hands under his shirt still marked by her tears. Her kisses wet and hungry. She bites his lip. Blood, sweetness, saltiness. She has his belt off in no time, a professional under the influence. This time when he fucks her, he is the mouse in her house. She can't get rid of him. She hates how much she wants him, how he owns her when he's inside her, how she'll never want anything but him. Nicky who? Her emotions all become one. Tears for Peach, her cunt throbbing for him, her tits humming because of him. All of her exists solely because of him. He fucks the Peach out of her, the Benji, the Nicky. He is the only man in the world. This time, he wakes up first. He goes into her bathroom, into her tub, and pisses all over the shower floor, marking his place, his home, her. He takes the IKEA pillow from under the table, rips off the tag, brings it back to bed. Half asleep, she purrs his name when he slips it under her chin. When they get out of bed, they know they're together now. Not about whether they'll go to breakfast, just where. They sit across from each other at a diner for 6 hours, unable to get enough. He finally pulls away to take a leak. While he's gone, she emails Lynn and Shanna with holy fuck excitement about Joe. When he returns, they start all over again. Their first 8 days together are the best of his life. She has plush Ritz-Carlton robes. Tells an elaborate story about stealing them on spring break. He loves that she loves to tell stories. He knows she actually stole them from Peach's place. He doesn't tell. They live in these robes. She entertains him. Day 2. Lounging in robes. She declares the rule of the robes. In her apartment, he's allowed to be naked or in a robe. He asks what happens if he doesn't comply. She saunters up and growls that he doesn't want to know. He promises to abide. He likes her all charged up, adult. Her therapy worked. Daddy issues gone. With him, she's a woman, not a little girl. No more emails to herself. She has him to talk to. Van Morrison doesn't know shit about love. They're inventing love in Ritz-Carlton robes, with all-night conversations, with moments of silence that she calls the opposite of awkward. They live on each other, don't need sleep. By day 5, they have more private jokes than Ethan and Blythe. They watch Pitch Perfect on Netflix. She calls it her favorite but doesn't own the DVD. Fascinating. She pauses, curls into him, tells him he's the best. He teases her about loving the movie. She giggles, snorts, they wrestle. By the championship, they're in bed fucking. She loves him more than anything. Tells him he's smarter than the guys in her grad program in college. They read one of Blythe's stories together. He calls it solipsistic. She agrees. Next morning, he wakes first. She's been up earlier, left a trail of breadcrumbs, like a child in the best way. The trail leads to the kitchen, where the dictionary is open to solipsistic, the word smeared with chocolate icing from a half-eaten cake. He loves her for listening unabashedly. She doesn't want him to leave for work. Can Ethan cover? He reminds her she should have thought of that when she fixed Ethan up with Blythe. She groans, blocks the door, lets her robe fall open. He's breaking the rule of the robe. She mauls him. Eventually he leaves. The day crawls. They text so much his thumbs fall off. He wants to bring her all the books in the world, but settles on one of his favorites she's never read, In the Lake of the Woods. She takes it with tender hands, kisses him, says she knew she was waiting to read this book for a reason, like someday someone would give it to her. He's glad she waited. Day 7. They invent fake Scrabble. No real words allowed. She comes up with calibrate. He spells punk classical. She wins, brags hopped up on the win. She loves to win. He's not a sore loser. They'll be as good in 40 years as they are now. Day 9, he catches her using his toothbrush. She blushes, rinses, claims a mistake. He sees through her. She bites her lip, covers her eyes, admits she likes using his toothbrush because she likes having him inside her, weird and gross. He doesn't speak. He pulls her panties off and gives it to her right there in his bathroom. Day 10. She's never felt less single in her life. Day 11. He admits he was singing a pitch-perfect song in the shop and didn't stop even when people laughed. "You're inside of me," he says. She drops to her knees, hungry. Day 14. He's lost track, not sure if it's day 14 or 15. She squeezes his hand as they walk, says that's because every day is the only day. She's never been so present. He kisses the top of her head, calls her his articulate little bunny. He never loses track of time, thinks he might be into her. Day 17. Rain. Robes in her bed. She highlights favorite parts of In the Lake of the Woods and reads them aloud. At work, he barely gets anything done because she won't leave him alone for 5 minutes without texting. Sometimes about nothing. Crooked fingers on her right hand. Sometimes no words, just intense close-up photos of her favorite places on her body. She never makes him wonder. She writes back while he's writing back. Nobody's ever known him this well. Nobody has ever cared. When he tells a story, she has questions, rapt. Ethan says the first few days of any relationship are intense. Ethan doesn't understand this is not a relationship. She calls it an everything-ship. Dan buys cake mix, a disposable pan, frosting, icing tubes. He bakes a cake and writes on top. Everything-ship. A meeting of the minds, bodies, and souls. He carries that cake down blocks, through the subway, upstairs and streets to her door. She squeals, takes a million pictures. Then bed, cake, sex, old home movies of her family on Nantucket, more cake, more sex. This is the only everything ship he's ever had. He's on the ladder at work. Ethan, passing him unpopular books to hide on high shelves. Ethan says he can't expect it to stay this good. Dan is quick, confident, bold. He knows it won't stay this good. Ethan says, "Phew." Dan finishes, "It's only going to get better." Ethan goes to help a customer. The what-ifs crawl into Dan's ear like Shel Silverstein. He texts her a single word. "Hi." He trembles, sweats. What if Ethan is right? What if she doesn't write back? What if she doesn't miss him anymore? She texts back immediately. "I love you." He could fall off the ladder and crack open his skull. It wouldn't matter. Like Elliot says in Hannah, he has his answer. His answer is her. He holds on to proof, a saved screenshot of her saying she loves him. But ever since that night, the closeness has fractured into isolated dots, like standing too near a pointless painting. She's still his girlfriend. And yet, her replies slow down. When she does answer, the reasons arrive apologetic and thin. Class, a call with a friend, a worried question about whether he hates her. He tries every angle: casual dinner invitations, playful teasing, outright declarations of love, but no message lands. The moment he hits send, the waiting resets. His mind drifts to another man's apartment, to suspicions he can't fully believe. Because he still has her old phone, he still checks her email, her Facebook. She loves him. One day he'll force her to admit her mother still pays for a lost phone, but for now he can't shut down his only window into her world. When fear of her drifting creeps in, and it always does, he holds that old device and wills her back. Crazy, maybe, but he swears it helps. Relationships go through this, but frustration is allowed. Her word is sorry. His is no. Where did their everything ship go? His friend Ethan tells him not to worry. According to Ethan's girlfriend, Blythe, the focal character's girlfriend, is apparently writing near pornographic material in class. Ethan's crude phrasing. But that reassurance rings hollow. Ethan doesn't wonder where his next meal comes from. That relationship seems stronger now than his own. He notices the small erasures. His toothbrush stays dry at her place. She no longer wants to watch his favorite movie together. Claims she just saw part of it on a train. Pizza gets turned down because she had it for lunch. Once he would have known her lunch in real time. Sex is postponed. Just let her finish a paragraph. Just give her a few minutes after bad falafel. Just wait, because the robes are in the laundromat washer. He leaves her 2 books with handwritten inscriptions, never mentioning them. 4 days pass. Both remain on the counter, unmarked, unread, unloved. He feels like an intruder. He texts her about a mark on her thigh. She replies with a bad signal excuse. He tells her to do her thing. He'll catch her later. No response follows. He spirals into silent fury. She's not bad-mouthing him to her friends. She's not cheating. He would know through his access to her accounts. He knows she has little schoolwork. And setting up Ethan with Blythe was a mistake. Ethan comes into work bragging about their fun, and he can't even get a reply when he tries to discuss that odd couple. Her absence hurts. She's not mad at him. He knows her moods, and she's not actively happy with him either. He asks about their robes. She kisses him, tells him they are beyond robes, wraps herself around him. But what does that actually mean? He still wakes up to her initiating oral sex at least weekly. She still sends random affectionate notes, a dictionary word paired with a compliment about his body. She raves about him to her mother. Different from past boyfriends, on her level, technically mismatched in life circumstances, but somehow working. Her mother can't wait to meet him. He closes his eyes and sees a summer in Nantucket. One night, he asks about it while she has cramps. She giggles. He burns. It wasn't funny. She quickly apologizes. Explains that locals say on Nantucket, not in. He can't think of a comeback. She asks him to run to the store for painkillers. He goes, but the curtains are open, and he sees her open her laptop and start replying to an email. He knows he shouldn't check her accounts now that they're together, but it's a cold, long walk. He refreshes her outbox. Nothing. Drafts? Nothing. Impossible, he saw her writing. He buys the Advil, heads home, decides to confront her, But when he uses the key she gave him weeks ago, she's not in the apartment. He panics, calls her name. Then the shower turns on. She's there, wet his. She tells him to get in. They have intense sex, robe up afterward, and he forgets about the missing email, convincing himself she must have deleted it. The next morning, she's already gone. He texts about how fantastic the night was, how he woke up thinking of her in the shower. She replies with a minimal good. He asks when to come over. Then it arrives, the single letter K, the most dreaded, withholding response possible from someone who claims to love language and him. He asks Ethan to cover his shift. Ethan can't. He spends the day losing patience with customers, closes early, calls her voicemail. He leaves a message asking when she can come over. At home, her final response comes. There is something worse than K. A long story bailout. A promise to call tomorrow with kisses. He cries. He watches her favorite movie alone, singing along. He never wanted to know the name of a fictional a cappella group from a romantic comedy. But love did this to him. Afterward, he masturbates in the shower like an unhappy married man. Then cries harder. He's not even married to her yet. He keeps telling people he's happy for them. Lately, that's Ethan every day. Today, Blythe wants to move in together. He says the right lines, means them, but suddenly life feels like a race he's losing. He wants a board game reversal. Their ladder, the other couple shoot. He throws a small jab. Is Ethan sure about moving to a different neighborhood? Ethan shrugs it off. He can't help one-upping, claiming he never spends nights at his own place anymore, always at hers. Dangerous to put that out into the universe. Minutes later, she emails, "Can they do his place tonight instead? Her apartment is a disaster." He tells Ethan he has to step outside. He calls her. No answer. She never answers anymore. He paces, panics, leans against the shop's glass front. He's scared for them. When they move in together, and they will, he'll have to choose between her and the box of her souvenirs. He keeps hidden in a hole he carved into his crumbling plaster wall. He knows he's being a lunatic. No girl would climb into a wall for that box. He tells himself to breathe. His phone buzzes. She can't talk, running late. He asks where she is. Here. She smiles, surprising him at the shop. He throws his arms around her. She kisses back with no tongue, school mode. She can't stay. He offers coffee. Instead, she holds out her palm, asks for his keys, and everything Ship shouldn't hesitate. He does. She says she'll get home before him, calls his place home. He hands over the keys, another no-tongue kiss. She hugs goodbye. She's gone with his keys. Back inside, Ethan is chuckling. He asks if they should flip a coin. Why? Because Blythe just called. The girls have the day off school due to a bomb threat. She holds out an open palm asking for his keys. And in everything Ship, he shouldn't hesitate. But he does. She tells him to think about it. She'll get home before him anyway. She called his place home. He hands them over. She kisses him again, no tongue. He asks about her class. Yes, she has it soon, she says. Then hugs goodbye and disappears with his keys. Back inside the shop, Ethan is chuckling. He asks if they should flip a coin. Why? Because Blythe just called. The girls have the day off due to a bomb threat. He pretends he already knew. Then says no need to draw straws. She has a friend in town. Tells Ethan to get out, have fun. Alone, he texts her. Hey, you got a second? 10 minutes pass? Nothing. He puts a sign in the window, back in 10, and goes down to the cage. He paces. Why didn't she tell him class was canceled? Why didn't the bomb threat bring them together? He's never been so scared, and he wishes a certain other man weren't a bad guy, because he could really use someone to talk to. He trudges upstairs, broken, sad, tears the sign off, unlocks the door. Still no response. He slumps into the register chair, his head a bomb about to detonate. Then a girl walks in. A customer. Giant chestnut eyes, a SUNY purchased sweatshirt, short skirt, knee socks, sneakers, frisky. He checks his phone. Nothing. She waves. He responds appropriately. Still no response on the phone. He puts on music. She sings along. He checks again. Nothing. He lowers the volume. She sings louder, as good as any singer from her favorite movie. She pokes her head out from the stacks. He hits pause. She asks if she was singing out loud. He says she's fine. Was he closing up? No. She smiles, thanks him, disappears. He checks his phone. Still nothing. He moves around the counter for a better look at her legs. A different song starts, Ethan's Shuffle. He scrambles to change it. She laughs, tells him to leave it. She crosses the aisle holding a Bukowski book. He swallows, checks his phone. Nothing. She approaches the register with a stack of books, casual as a milk run. He can't check his phone now. She deserves full attention. She sets the books down, Bukowski on top. She explains she's not one of those girls who buys Bukowski just to seem like one. He says he never judges anyone. She jokes that all her hard work was wasted. He scans the Bukowski, calls it one of the fucking best. She agrees, lost her copy in a move, can't sleep without that book in her possession. He says he oddly understands. Since when does he say oddly so much? He lowers the music, scans another book he's never read. She offers to come back and tell him about it. He says he'll be here. She claps when he rings up her final purchase, Great Expectations. He shares the universe's joke, a Dickens festival in December. She asks what happens there. Face painting, flutes, costumes, cupcakes, he says. She gets it. That's why terrorists hate them. He doesn't edit himself. That's why God made terrorists. She asks if he believes in God, then decides there has to be one. Only God would create something as awesome as Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. She hands him a puppy-covered visa. He runs his finger over the raised letters. Her name is John Haviland. Her cheeks redden. She hopes he doesn't need ID. She misplaced it. He runs the card. She exhales, calls him a rock. He shouldn't care. He has her, but he prees. What year at purchase? She admits she hunts thrift stores for random college shirts. A social experiment to see how the world treats her based on what school she's representing. He tears off the slip. She signs fast, messy. He's never bagged books so slowly. He blurts his name. She hesitates. Says she's Amy Adam. No S. Grabs the bag, thanks him, and flees. He wants to run outside and take her home to his girlfriend. He wants her to know this girl came on to him, talked about God. He runs to the door. Gone. The phone rings. A bank. A recent transaction. The card was stolen. He doesn't rat her out, but the call kills his buzz. That's what he gets for flirting. He checks his phone. Still no response from her. And somehow that absence feels like permission to be bad. He searches online for Amy Adam, almost as a dare for her to respond. Nearly impossible because of the actress. Ethan texts a photo from Coney Island. He doesn't respond. He takes his time getting home, not needing to check for a response, because if she were responding, it would interrupt his fruitless searches. Variations of her name, the sweatshirt, Facebook, the college. He walks home, plods up the stairs, checks his phone, still nothing. Then he hears something inside his apartment. She's here. Pumpkin smell. She's been baking, singing, off-key, and he loves her for it. He was wrong to doubt. He knocks twice. She cries out for him to wait. She opens the door. Wow. She brought the robes. She's in hers, naked underneath, and baked a pie, pumpkin underneath. She gives him 25 seconds to get naked or robed. He picks her up. She kisses him. She responds. Proud of her surprise, she admits her building was off limits due to roaches and exterminators. She turned a bad thing into a good thing. He eats her pie. He eats her. When he gets up in the middle of the night to brush his teeth, his toothbrush is wet with her saliva. He whispers an apology. He means it. Something in that pie, canned, she laughs, did something for them. The next morning, he wakes her with a kiss. She beams, asking if he remembers when she baked him a pie. He mimics her line back. She loves it. They take their time. She's full of new ideas for his hands. He loves her lack of shyness, how she tells him what she wants. Her imagination should be bottled. He's never had her like this. They collapse. Wow, he says. Yeah, she says. She asks if he wants leftover pie. He asks where she learned to fuck like that. She blushes, perfect, pulls on a t-shirt, then runs back to smother him with kisses. He feels like the luckiest man. While she microwaves pie, he erases his phone's search history. She'd never snoop. She respects his privacy, trusts him. But he doesn't want his phone tarnished with that other girl's name. She sings out from the kitchen that she started one of the stories in the book he gave her. She's reading his books, after all. He likes the sound of her in his kitchen so much he can't wait. He gets out of bed naked, walks in, picks her up, sets her on the counter, spreads her legs. Nothing stops her from extolling his tongue and lips. Not street noise, not the microwave hum, not upstairs fighting, not the beep. When he has her in his mouth, she is his alone. She has never come this hard. He knows it, feels it. Something ferocious and far away inside her has let him in at last. She strokes his ears, thanks him. He pulls her off the counter. They settle on the couch with pie and the book. She reads a sentence she likes. He interrupts. Does she want to stay here again tonight? She hesitates 1 second, then smiles. Sure. They shower together behind the yellow police tape. He washes her hair. She kisses his chest. They get dressed. The future is now. He asks what she thinks about moving in here. She smiles, stops buttoning her silk blouse, walks across the room. The sun follows her. She gazes up. He kisses her. She whispers it's only her first year of her MFA. She needs that to be her focus. Not the answer he wanted, but good enough. They finish dressing. He says he understands she's not ready, but she's welcome to bring her computer here and write any time. She's moved. She hugs him, calls it sweet, but says her computer is old and clunky. He wishes he could get her a new one of those MacBook Airs. She says he doesn't need to get her anything. She's not greedy. She's content. Those MacBook Airs are crazy expensive. Besides, when she's here, the last thing she wants to do is write, so her clunky old computer works out fine. He kisses her. He knows to let her walk out on her own. She turns back and blows him a kiss. Twice. When she's gone, he flops on the couch, messes around on his computer. He looks at MacBook Airs and college courses. She's a writer. That's her life. He loves the bookstore, but business will never be what it was. He wants to buy her that laptop, feels overwhelmed in a good way. He emails her, feeling close. Is it time for her to come back yet? She doesn't reply, but he's not worried anymore. He knows her too well. She's jotting ideas on her phone, writing because she's inspired, content, because of him. A slow day in the shop suits him. He has time to make plans, plant seeds. He signs up for a Q&A at NYU about part-time student life. He doesn't know what he'd study, but he wants to work hard for her, for them. He makes a reservation at a fancy bar for next week. She probably doesn't realize it's almost 6 months since they met. He's going to go for broke. Set up a candlelit table in the basement cage. They'll fuck in there. Then she'll get her present, a dress he just bought online from Victoria's Secret. Those emails kept reminding her about her shopping cart. He found the item number, searched the inventory. She showed it to her friends. Thinks it's too hot. One friend said, "Get it. Why not?" Another said, "Not in red and wear tights." The first argued the whole point of a slutty dress is that it's slutty. She told them to calm down, said she could never pull it off, but she can and she will. The dress arrives tomorrow. Hard to hide it, to wait, because he knows she'll look great. If she's too shy to wear it out, he'll understand. FedEx arrives. New James Patterson books. And something for him, too. He'd almost forgotten he ordered a DVD of her favorite movie. She only watches the download, but you should own what you love. He should wait for their anniversary, but she's coming over tonight and she made him a pie. No way he's waiting. He stashes the DVD in his bag, tears into the box of books. He puts on music. For once he's in the mood for his friend's playlist, and maybe this is what happiness means. He makes adjustments in popular fiction to make room for Patterson, the same way he'll make room for her when she moves in. He's happy, the juices are flowing. Another idea for their anniversary. Before the bar, they'll go to Macy's and head back to a dressing room. She won't believe the way he went out of his way. Maybe afterward, they'll get tattoos only they can see. Everything ship would look hot in small black letters high on her inner thigh. He better calm down, or he'll have to hang a sign and take 5 in the basement. The day soars into night. He can't believe it's time to close up. His senses are alive. She does that to him now, not that other man. He walks this block every day, but today it looks freshly washed, even though street cleaning is Tuesday and it's Friday. Teenagers talk about weekend plans. He was lonely in high school, but not anymore. He can't resist texting her. Be home soon. She replies right away. K. Even the dreaded K doesn't bum him out. Nothing to worry about anymore. He's never felt so at peace on a train tunneling toward home, toward her. He takes his time walking up the stairs onto the street. He wants life to move slowly so he can anticipate her with all his heart, greet her, fuck her, miss her. He sounds like a greeting card, but he deserves this joy. His whole life, he's never felt at home. Every year, his dad brought home a Christmas tree, and his mom got angry and dragged it onto the sidewalk. Everyone at school knew, the weirdos who tossed their tree out before Christmas. He planned for Hanukkah, but his dad would yell at his mother. She didn't even own a menorah. Since when was she so Jewish? He survived winters without presents in red and green or blue and silver. Thanksgivings without turkey. His dad preferred beef. He's waited. He reaches his stoop. The wait is over. He unlocks the front door. The key sticks because he gave her his keys and the spare is rusty. He gets the mail, bills, coupons, climbs the steps, remembering when they led to a different woman. He thinks of something he loves about her with each step, does his homework even though he doesn't need therapy anymore. She sees beyond his background, knows you don't need college to be smart. She loves him in her own way, toothbrush, robe. She isn't afraid to tell him how much she loves being with him. She wakes up happy when she wakes up with him. She can't cook, and neither can he. Good, because they get to learn together. She looked up solipsistic that night. Now her dictionary is marked with words that came out of his mouth. When she orgasms, she clings with her entire body. Her whole body is a response. She has the capacity to be genuinely happy for other people, takes pride in setting up his friend with her friend. She remembers everything he said or nothing, and it's always good either way. Sometimes she says she's so crazy about him, she goes deaf when he talks. He can't wait anymore. He runs up the last steps, swings open the door, hard as a rock holding the DVD, but nothing matters. The tapestry covering the hole in the wall is on the floor. She looks at him with new eyes. She's holding a pair of her panties. She quivers with fear, like he's a horror movie, a Rottweiler, a rejection letter. He takes a step toward her and tries her name. She says no. Twice. She's the one who snooped in his wall, yet she acts like he's the only one with problems. She wants to leave him. She's afraid of the box of Beck. Judgmental, nasty. She stands in front of the hole behind his sofa, his special private place, and the box is on the sofa, partially shredded because she tore into it like a sewer rat. One good thing, in her haste, she left her phone on the coffee table. He grabs it while she burrows through the box. She holds up a used tampon. He points out it's in plastic. She orders him not to fucking move. A lot of guys would be pissed, but not him. He knows she's out of her mind. She's angry he stole her Mardi Gras beads, but she didn't even know they were missing until now. She's mad he helped her scour her apartment for her Chanel sunglasses last week when he clearly knew they were in this box. Honestly, she's better off without those obnoxious glasses. They're for people like a girl he hates. She looks silly in them. She changes the subject, holds up her yearbook. He says it's perfectly fine. She calls it hers. He didn't go to her high school. It's her book from her life, her friends, her home. He says her name. She sounds selfish, but he'll be patient. She points at him and says no again. She can't be held responsible. She keeps looking at the fire escape like that's a possibility. She's talking crazy, saying she'd leave him after all that pie, all that talk about moving in. He tries to reach her. Calm down. She's not climbing out the window or running down the stairs when she's out of her mind like this. Round and round. 1 minute she's afraid. 1 minute she's going to kill him. 1 minute she thinks he's going to kill her. 1 minute she thinks he's going to kill her. 1 minute she's the victim of his evil doing, and 1 minute he's the victim. She snarls, calls him a fucking sicko. He knows she doesn't mean it. If she were truly afraid, she'd seriously try to escape. But he knows her. She's pleased with her discovery. She likes attention and devotion, and that box is proof he's attentive, devoted. If it contained another woman's things, she'd have broken her neck getting out. She'll get on his side. He just has to be patient. She's in shock. She screams again. His head pounds. He worries about the neighbors. He snaps. He tells her to shut the fuck up already. Does he hear her calling him names? How does he think he feels walking in and finding her in his wall? Does that feel good? Does he like being spied on? She sneers that he has a box of her shit. She's leaving. He says nobody's making any decisions right now. Let's be honest. He could just as easily say he's done with her for snooping. She stammers that he's crazy. Can't believe this is happening to her. More dramatics, chattering teeth, pulling at her hair. He pleads with her to calm down, sit on the sofa. Her cheeks get red. She gets up on her tiptoes and calls him a string of mashed-together insults. Psycho, lunatic, nutjob, freak, asshole, sicko, creep. It's fine. He knows she doesn't mean it. She gawks, brandishing his hat, saying she doesn't even want to know where it came from. He admits it's a long story. She calls him a fucking sicko again. He remembers last month, around this time, she got violent over a moldy burrito he'd thrown out. The next day, she got her period and apologized on his cheek, insisting she wasn't crazy. She promised that when she gets nasty like that, she feels like she's standing outside herself, knows she's being terrible and irrational but can't stop it. Serious PMS issues, she'd said. He forgave her and hasn't thought about that moment until now. Anyone walking in would think she's nuts, would try to protect him, ask her to lower her voice as she assaults him with accusations. Pervert, sicko, stalker, hoarder, psycho. He doesn't respond. She asks if he's deaf. He says she knows he's not. She screams again. He never screams at her. When she doesn't text back right away, he lets it go. Now it's her turn to let it go. It's not like he stole anything she needs. Who looks at their high school yearbook? She's moving on. He never once saw her look at it. She doesn't miss those people. A lot of girls would apologize for invading his privacy. Instead, she's ungrateful. still calling him depraved, twisted, a panty-hoarding creep. He decides she will settle down. He pretends she's a lion at the zoo. He's the zookeeper, guarding the door, praying he doesn't have to use his fists, but if he does, she'll recover probably. For now, his job is to stand by and wait. She'll wear herself out soon enough, the same way she wears herself out on his dick. She asks how long this has been going on. He says there's no need to raise her voice. She obeys, uses an indoor voice, repeats the question. He admits he was quite taken with her when they met. She flirted, they had a connection, and he didn't want to spring himself on her, ask her right there. So he waited. She crosses her arms, taps her foot, says, "Uh-huh." He continues. He learned about her, was enchanted, still is. There's nothing in that box for her to be afraid of. She looks at the box, then at him. He feels inadequately prepared for his job as zookeeper. He wants her to see it all, the depth of his passion, the power of his grasp, the certainty of his love. But she's PMCing, probably still scared from being in the wall, and every once in a while she mumbles about missing that asshole friend of hers. He tells her to go ahead. There's no turning back. She can't put her panties back in the box. Literally and figuratively, the box is scratched and torn. She's wrecked it. This isn't what he imagined. He wants to lead her away from the splayed box. But as a zookeeper, he knows to keep a safe distance. She burrows through his things, her things, she thinks, and finds his masterpiece, the Book of Beck. She should be flattered that a stand-up guy like him, smarter than most, is creating a tribute to her. He says it's not done. He's going to have it bound. She says his name, her stories. He says they're all there. They are fine now, he thinks. Any second she'll run across the room and hug him. He's wrong. Her mouth contorts. She barks that this is her email. He says it's a tribute. She accuses him of hacking her fucking email. He snaps that he didn't hack anything. She let him down again. She could have told her mother to cancel her fucking phone. That's on her. She closes the book, drops it in the box. The sun sets. He steps toward her. She flinches, hateful, and here they go again. New names: murderer, killer, liar. He remains tough, focused like a zookeeper must when animals turn violent. He says calmly, "She doesn't mean that." She calls him a twisted fucking stalker, tells him he doesn't know what she means. He denies it twice. He chases her, deflects her barbs, blocks her when she comes at him. So easy to grab both her wrists. She's so little, he's so strong. He forces her onto the sofa. She can't fight. When she promises to be good, which she always does, he lets go and returns to his post at the door. She pants, asks what's wrong with him. He says he loves her. She says this isn't love. This is sick. He says this is their everything ship. She says he needs help. He's a sicko. He thinks about her crimes. She says he should be locked up. This is all bad. She doesn't close the refrigerator all the way. Twice they've had to toss all the food. She calls him sick, says sick people need help. He thinks he's healthy. She's a trollop who threw herself at another man, incapable of admitting she's jealous of his friend's girlfriend. She begs to call doctors. Let her help him. He doesn't need doctors. She lies, even now looking for a weapon. She tries to return worn clothes. She lets him go to voicemail. She's not always attentive with her razor. Her thighs are often coated in red bumps that don't feel good against his clean legs. She says he needs to let her go now. He thinks she needs to stop judging him. She's a slob. Leaves used tampons in the trash. Doesn't take garbage out enough. Last month, her apartment reeked of moon blood. She still masturbates, even though she has access to his cock. That silk blouse she's wearing, she looks slutty. He thought so this morning. But in an everything ship, you let things roll off. She announces she's leaving. He says calmly she doesn't want to do that right now. People always regret what they do in emotional moments. She doesn't even try to get past him. She respects his strength. But she looks around, runs into his bedroom, reaches onto a shelf, picks up a book, throws it at him. She demands her phone. He promises it's in good hands, pulls it from his pocket. She left it on the table. She calls him a sick fuck, groans. She's a slob, and slobs suffer. He tells her to stop imagining things. He would be a great zookeeper, slowly closing in as she works into a tizzy. She threatens to scream. The neighbors will come, they'll know. He doesn't mean it, but says it. He'll kill her if she screams. It's over. She yelps, springs at him. He doesn't like her right now. She makes him do terrible things. Hold her down, clap his hand over her mouth, twist her arms, bear down on her. This is their bed. She kicks. He warns her one scream, and it's over. She just kicks. He tells her to stop fighting. She squirms, but he's stronger. She's a danger to herself, to the world. She doesn't know what she's saying. She needs him now more than ever. Eventually, her anger transforms into sadness. Muffled blubbering heats his palm. He doesn't loosen his grip. He warns she'll wind up with vocal nodes like her favorite movie character if she keeps yelling. She stops. He proposes she blink her eyes if she promises not to scream anymore. Then he'll take his hand away. She blinks. He's a man of his word. He removes his hand. Hoarse, she apologizes, flashes her eyes, says they can talk about this. He laughs. Ha! She thinks they're going to talk in the middle of a PMS explosion? Her mood swings are psychotic. She begs, "Please, Joe, please." He loves the sound of her voice. That would have been his number 10. She has a beautiful voice, but she was lying. She kicks again, trying to escape. The worst part of being a zookeeper is when he has to save the animal from its emotions, its wild, illogical nature. She kicks, screams, bites. Her small body is no match for his. He counts to 3, gives her the chance to shut up. She doesn't. After 3, he takes her little head in his hand, and smashes it against the wall. She's going to be so sorry, too, when she calms down and realizes what she made him do. Lonely in the silence, he kisses her forehead. Clearly, she has problems. Her menstrual cycle issues are just the tip. What kind of girl climbs into a wall? She can't accept his love when she's this messed up. She's got one hell of a way of asking for help. He moves fast. She won't be asleep long. He packs supplies, slings his messenger bag, lifts her, carries her down the stairs, hails a cab. The driver sizes her up, asks which hospital. But they're not going to the hospital, they're going to his shop. This is New York. The driver doesn't ask questions. Animals know you don't fuck with a zookeeper. She won't be happy waking up alone in the cage. But he's done his best. He left her root beer, water, pretzels, crayons, a notepad. She can't say he starved her or deprived her. She's safe. He even brought the shop's laptop downstairs, put her favorite movie on with speakers outside the cage. She's seen it enough to know the plot. The female lead does terrible things to the male lead, rebuffs him, mocks him, bites his head off, won't let him get close. But in the end, she makes a bold public proclamation of love through song, and he forgives her. He is going to forgive her too. He kisses her goodbye, locks the basement doors, texts his employee that a pipe burst. No need to come in for a few days. The miracle of love. He's still not angry. He feels sorry for her. It must be hard carrying all that anger. He doesn't have that kind of anger. She was so vicious. He wishes he could reach inside and suck the venom out. He unlocks her place and proves his forgiveness. He takes out the trash. It reeks of bananas and womanhood. Maybe this is her way of punishing him for his mistakes. His hands on a woman from his past. His thoughts of the girl from the shop. He flops onto her couch. Something jabs him. He jams his hand between the cushions and pulls out his copy of Love Story. He doesn't remember her asking to borrow it. It's soiled with coffee, tobacco shreds, a gum wrapper, ink stains, sand. How did sand get there? And he's still not angry. He loves her, his little piggy. He flips through the book wondering why she stole it, why she tarnished it with a phone number for a rice cooker she'll never buy. He would have given her anything. He stares at the blank television, wondering if this is his fault too. Was he stingy? Did he miss a hint? He goes to the kitchen to clean the book. She's out of paper towels. He remembers a favorite night here. Weeks ago, eons ago. A great day despite both being busy. He joked about arriving at 7 sharp and expecting dinner on the table, the joke being she can't cook. But when he climbed her steps, she saw him from the window and didn't make him buzz. She ran to the door, grabbed his hand, told him to close his eyes. He did. She led him to the sofa. He opened his eyes. There she was, in her robe, holding a paper plate with a sweet potato sliced down the middle and molded into a heart. She welcomed him home. He fucked her like the glorious animal she was. She told the long story of buying the sweet potato. The first was rotten. She had to go back, poking holes, gutting it, splaying the skin like a biology frog. He laughed and said now all he saw was a frog. She was serious, soft. No, that's her heart. They ordered Chinese. Now he's here alone. He uses one of her tank tops to wipe down the book. She won't be knocked out long. Time to get to work. He needs her computer. He goes to her bedroom, takes it off the nightstand, sits at the foot of the bed he built. Immediately, he's on his feet. Under the tangled sheets, something hard and flat. A MacBook Air. She doesn't have a MacBook Air. He doesn't like it. He takes it out of her room, doesn't want that thing in the bed he built. He needs a drink, opens the freezer, their vodka, and something else, gin. Since when does she drink gin and own a MacBook Air? He takes the vodka to the living room, sits on her filthy couch, takes a swig. Maybe her father got it. Maybe her mother. Maybe a friend left it. Maybe he should grow a set and open it. How bad can it be? He's imaginative. He pictures a lot of scenarios. But what he finds blows his mind. A screensaver photo of her and the other man. A selfie. Both naked in his bed. The one he brought back on the ferry. The bed he built for her. For them. He goes to the kitchen. Pours the gin down the sink over all the dirty dishes. Fuck the computer. Fuck that, man. But when he re-enters the living room, the computer is still on the coffee table. If computers could smirk, this flimsy piece of shit would be smirking. He has to calm down. Maybe he's jumping to conclusions. Maybe this computer is old, a mistake from long ago. But the home page is a Gmail account she opened a couple of weeks ago, right before he met the girl from the shop, when she got quiet, when he got suspicious. She opened it for that man. She is a bitch. She told him she thought her boyfriend might be reading her email. He reads. The other man wrote that her boyfriend can't read what he doesn't know exists. She agreed, called him terrible but right. He asked if she liked her new toy. She said it was too much, a whole computer, with laughter misspelled. He told her to stop. She dared him to make her. That's all he needs to see. Over 400 emails between them. That middle-aged hunchback has been defiling her, taking advantage, letting her pay him to fuck her. When he felt her pulling away, she was, in fact, pulling away. All those apologies for being late, tired, overwhelmed, busy, in class, full. She was either sleeping with that man, talking about it, or writing to him. He opens the photos, one thumbnail. The other man stands over his bed holding her naked calf, laughing, wearing his hat that she was going to return to the store. He admits it hurts. But he can't put all the blame on her. He's the one who fucked up and let her down. He knew something was wrong. He had instincts and ignored them. Now she's locked in a cage because of him. He had the opportunity to take the mouse out of her house and didn't. No wonder she couldn't stop screaming. She has every right to be mad at him for failing to protect her from this lecherous, sneaker-clad semi-doctor. He sends her friends a note from her secret account. Things got ugly with that man. She's so afraid he'll find out. She's so behind on writing, running away for a few days to write. Love to them. He can't have her classmates worrying, so he switches to her legitimate email and reaches out to her friend. He writes that her notes were incredible. She sent a story somewhere. They want it. She has so much writing to do. Good luck with workshop, dinner when she's done, her choice, on her. He takes out her phone, opens her Twitter app, and posts. Social media vacation starts now. He has memorized the treacherous emails between her and the other man. He had to know them to prepare an exam for her. Cold, calm, he puts them before his own selfish rage and writes questions on a yellow legal pad bought at a deli on the way to the shop. He carries his heavy messenger bag of computers to the bottom of the stairs and tries to calm her down. She is shrieking. He tells her that's enough. She looks like hell. Hair wrecked, been crying. She asks what he's trying to do to her. He says he's here, it's okay. She sees the computer he set up and shrieks again, clapping her hands over her ears. He realizes he forgot to hit play. The intro screen has been repeating since she woke up, which appears to have been a long time ago. He hits mute, asks how that is. She blubbers, whimpers, a mess, but nods. He thinks. He tells her to walk to the sliding drawer where he deposits 2 flashcards. She asks what the fuck this is. He taps the drawer, explains she needs to take the 2 cards. One reads yes, one reads no. She's not walking, not listening. He points. She obeys, pleads that she overreacted. He tells her to pick up the cards. The sooner they start, the sooner she gets fed. She picks them up. She sits on the bench facing him. She ate some pretzels, drank most of the water. Good girl. He announces this is an oral exam. She laughs. He's rooting for her to succeed, so he looks the other way. Each question, true or false. After each, she'll have the chance to back up her answer. She asks if he's kidding. He ignores her, blubbering. He looks at his legal pad and begins. True or false, she's having an affair with her therapist. She snaps false. He presses again, deliberately leaving out the word doctor. She hangs her head and says false again. He asks if she's sure about that. Finally, she opens up petal by petal, pulling her hair behind her ear. It's complicated, she says. He says nothing is complicated. It is or it isn't. She's on her feet, rattling, pulling her hair, growling, screaming for help, afraid for her life. He drops his legal pad, walks to the cage, tells her he loves her, and the last thing he wants to do is kill her. She begs to be let out. Soon, he says, returning to his station. He repeats the question. She groans, kicks, stabs the air with the yes card. Correct, he says, making a check mark. She's on her feet again, then falling to her knees like an orphan. She begs him not to lose it over the other man. It was a mistake, she was crazy, and it's over. One stupid night. He knows it wasn't one stupid night. Time to move on. Next question, he announces, and this is hard for him. True or false? He has a lot going for him. She guffaws and answers true fast. Are you kidding? She's always telling him how smart he is, funnier and smarter than everyone she knows, amazing and real. He was afraid she'd say that. He reaches into his messenger bag for the other man's computer. She sees it, growls, kicks, stomps, pounds her fists, acting like a 5-year-old. He waits for the tantrum to end. He knows she loves him, knows she didn't mean these things, but they can't move forward without full disclosure. She went into his wall. He had no choice but to go into hers. He reads an email she sent yesterday to that man. She's trying to end things with him, but he has so little going for him, and she's definitely the best thing that ever happened to him. And it's hard. Sometimes in the middle of the night, she wakes up thinking she doesn't want to be a stepmother. Oh, and could he bring back a certain book? Thanks. He closes the computer, shows no emotion. As test administrator, he must maintain professional emotional distance. A dense quiet settles, like the rare books are listening, breathing, waiting. She admits she's a shit textbook damaged goods. He always looks at her like she's amazing, and she doesn't know why because she's not. She was going to get his book back. She was. He wants to kiss her, hold her, tell her he loves her, but he doesn't. He asks, true or false, she doesn't want to be with that man anymore. True, she says, sitting in the chair, spreading her legs, hanging her head, then lifting it. 100% totally, finally true. He opens the computer, takes a deep breath. Moving on to reading comprehension. He'll read something that man wrote to her, then she'll tell him what it means. She stares, silent. He takes silence as understanding. He reads aloud. So the man thinks he just told his wife about her. It's a little late for her to say she's reluctant to be a stepmother. This isn't a game. He's coming over. He has nowhere to go. She wants him out. All this is happening, and she asks about a book. He closes the computer, gives her 2 minutes to tell him what the letter means to her. He wants to tell her the answer badly, but can't. He starts the stopwatch. The answer is so obvious. She's supposed to say she wants to report that man to the authorities, have his license taken away. She's supposed to say she wants his wife to kick him out, wants him to die homeless and alone. Then she's supposed to realize she doesn't really want that she feels nothing for him, that all she wants is him. But 59 seconds pass, and she hasn't said a word. She claps her hands, says the jig is up. To sing Sanji. She fell hard for a married guy. She's a horrible person. She's 24. A lot of girls have shitty dads. No excuse. Wrong answer. That man really did a number on her. She's trying. He sees that. He opens the computer and announces the next question. Reading comprehension of the last exchange. She wrote that she's so sorry that she really believes she will never love anyone the way she loves that man. She leaps up, objects, begs him to stop. He raises a hand. He reads what she wrote about getting wet just thinking about him. That never happening for her before. She interjects that she said that to every guy ever. That's what guys like to hear. He can't think that's the truth. He loses focus. Reacts. Well, she never said that to him. Because he's different, she says he wouldn't buy into her bullshit. Charming. But he has a test to administer. She doesn't want to get by on her good looks, but on her wits. He continues reading her letter. She feels like that man loves his wife more than he knows. Feels like she might love him. She interrupts again. She does love him. She does. He ignores her. He reads the response. The man asks if she wants to know how he feels. She's a selfish fucking cunt. Good luck to her. She's going to need it, seeing that she hasn't any morals. He closes the computer, returns it to his bag, picks up his yellow pad. She has 3 minutes to convey the meaning of her last communication with that man. He gives extra time because she's a good listener and has been through hell. That man should fry for what he did. And he failed her when he let that man go. No surprise, she was so demented. She lied about her place being exterminated. She needed to get away from that computer and the asshole who gave it to her. Of course she was climbing into his walls. Literally, poor thing. She's still thinking, pacing. He's praying. He wants her to give the correct answer. She doesn't recognize her voice in those emails. She feels born again after less than 8 hours in the cage. She never got wet seeing that hunchbacked megalomaniac. She loves him and begs his forgiveness. All he wants is to forgive her. 34 seconds and 2 minutes since he started the stopwatch. She looks up. The funny thing is, she says, the first time she went to see that man, he wanted to know what was wrong with her. Let's figure out what the fuck is wrong with you. She laughs lightly. That man used the same line on him. Bastard, she goes on. She told that man her head felt like a house with a mouse inside, and that's why she's so anxious all the time. He doesn't get it. He says, oh, he should have killed that man the first day he walked into his office. She continues. That man didn't get it until she told him the only thing that made her forget the mouse was hooking up. He looks at the muted movie menu. She is nothing like the character in that film. Anyway, she says, continuing to break his heart. She told that man she loves to be wanted, loves new things, and she told him that too. He thought she meant crap from IKEA. She looks away. She talks about her problems like a movie watched in the middle of the night, clinical, detached. She's been this way for a while, long before they met. She calls herself a stalker. She's pictured the same wedding, the song My Sweet Lord, with a million different guys, including him. So she did want to marry him, he says. She is his love, his sweet Lord. She growls. He doesn't get it. She's not like that. He thinks she's wrong. She says therapy is a joke. You can't get a mouse out of a house, she says. Not unless you blow up the fucking house. He slides the legal pad into his bag and puts 2 cherry pie bars in the drawer for her. She loves to talk about herself, even in a cage. He plays her movie and walks upstairs, ignoring her calls to stay. He can't stay. He has to prepare the second segment of the tests. He hustles to Popular Fiction, picks up 2 copies of a famous thriller, and jogs downstairs. She's tearing into a bar, eyes glued to the screen. He did good. He pulls the drawer out and tosses a copy inside. She asks if he's kidding. He points to his own copy. He's going to read it too. Why? Because it's the only book he can think of that neither of them has ever read. They need to share an experience to move forward. She flips through it. Deep confidence, sexual prowess, bullheaded pride in the soft, hungry magnet between her legs. She's not afraid of him, of anyone. Men love her. She knows it. No man can ever be a mouse in her house because someone will always watch over her. A hot clerk, a horny shrink. She believes she's special. In the cage, she feels loved, not trapped. Just like him. There's a mouse in their house now. The author of this thriller. They're hooked almost immediately. They travel well together, to the Louvre, following clues. She lies on her belly, kicks up and down when something exciting happens, which is often. He's on his side on the other side of the cage, just as hooked. They take breaks to discuss secret societies and wish the protagonists were real. He finds film clips online for them to devour when eyes and fingers need rest. She's never felt so compelled to read. He admits the same. They read late into the night. She wakes him the next day by sliding the drawer back and forth, squealing that she's dying over here. They need coffee. He bolts up the stairs, through the shop, down the street. She's not just passing the test, she's acing it. Long line, but she deserves her fancy salted caramel drink. Their book club is the best. The night before, she'd asked if it's twisted that she can relate to a particular character, a zealot. She admitted that when she found out a certain friend was dead, she was more angry for herself than sad for her. That friend was obsessed with her, and she couldn't even remember her birthday. He said she was the church, and the friend was the zealot. He reminded her of their first conversation in the bookstore when she teased he was a preacher, and he said he was a church. She said, wow, twice. He smiles at nothing and everything as he walks back with her drink. They're a dream couple. What happens after the movie couple finally kiss? When he reaches the bottom of the stairs, she claps but is puzzled. That tall cup is too tall for the drawer. He knows. He loves her for living in here, for not fighting. She asks how he'll get it to her. He shows her the low, wide mug he bought for that purpose. She says, wow, again. She said that word more in the past day than in the past 24 weeks. She calls him a genius and asks him to tell again how he got someone else to come to the shop. They have coffee on opposite sides of the cage. When he finishes the story, she shakes her head and says, wow. Then she points out a detail about a former tweet, a grammatical quirk about the island. He grins and calls her by the female protagonist's name. She calls him Professor. He asks if she wants a break. Perfect, she says. He plays a charity song. She laughs, asks why he chose it. He explains they improve upon the world in this basement. She's serious, knows what he means, agrees. He's never been this connected to another human being. The hours fly. The thriller leads to a conversation about costumes, then hats. He blushes. She realizes he knows about a certain hat she let the other man wear. She closes her book, hugs her knees, truly, totally sad. She says that must have been horrible for him. He says it doesn't look good on the other man either. She calls herself a phony. He says she's not. She calls him a nobleman, figuring her out, while she's so inept she can't even properly hide a hat, let alone a disgusting, cheap, shitty fling. Disgusting! Cheap! Shitty! Fling! He smiles. He tells her she gives it her all. She just has to be more careful who she gives it to. She agrees, says no one is more dedicated, more intense than him. Except for her, he says. She smiles, winks. They read. Quiet, sucked into the book the same way. Both fall asleep. He wakes first, lets her rest, goes upstairs to stretch. His friend has texted congratulations. Her friend told him she's getting published in a famous magazine. Amazing. Let's meet for a drink. He feels happy for his friend. He goes to the fiction section and finds a classic by Dickens. He's dizzy. He anticipates their future. The day he tells her about following her to the festival. She will say, wow, again. Less than an hour later, she leafs through that same book. Wow. So he really did know what her half-siblings look like. He admits he bought a beard just in case. She tosses the book in the drawer, calls him a genius. He pulls the drawer out, asks if she's ready. She grins. She thought he'd never ask. They settle into their spots. It feels like holding hands and running off the dock, holding breath as they jump back into the deep, consuming water of the thriller. These are the happiest moments of his life. Looking up at her, waiting for her to feel his eyes as she gives him what he wants. He tells her his page number. She says she's farther ahead. He should take a break and let her catch up. She remarks again that he's both a fast and thorough reader. Special because most people, men especially, are just one or the other. They cry when the protagonists reach the chalice. They know what's to come. She puts her hand on the drawer. He puts his hand on the drawer. The drawer is designed to keep their hands apart, but he feels her pulse. She sniffles. She doesn't want it to end. He says this feels like the end of a certain novel. The problem with books is they seduce you, spread their legs, pull you inside. You go deep, leave your possessions and ties at the door, like it inside, don't want for those ties, and then the book evaporates. You turn the page and there's nothing. They're both crying, happy for the protagonist, jet-lagged from travel. At times they were so in the book that she was the female lead descendant of Christ, and he was the male lead, savior of her. Now they're easing back into their bodies. She yawns, he yawns, her back cracks, they laugh. She asks how long it's been. 3 days, almost 4. She says, wow. He knows. She says they should celebrate. How so? She lies, says she could go for some ice cream. That book is the greatest in the world. Someday when they live together, they'll have a shelf, brand new, not used, with nothing on it except their copies, nestled together, merged forever by the supernatural force of their love. He runs out for ice cream. Bobby Short sings in his head. He is her prince on air to the deli and back. He bounds down the stairs with the vanilla she wanted. She's simple again. 3 weeks ago, she would have wanted some fancy gelato. When he reaches the bottom, she's different. Naked. He says her name. She commands him low to come over, bring the ice cream. He obeys. Her right hand moves over her collarbone onto her breast. Another demand. Give her dessert. He tears at the bag. The spoon falls. Fuck it. Tears off the lid and plastic lining. Ice cream soft, his dick hard. He knows why that singer felt like a racehorse. 1 second. Tick-tock, she purrs. He plays the song on the computer. She likes it, commands it on repeat. He obeys, returns to the drawer. She kneels before the cage, nipples hard. She asks if he can pull the drawer out to make an open window. He can. She tells him to take off his pants. He does. She reaches both hands through the open space. He picks up the ice cream, approaches. She touches herself. Her finger emerges wet, glistening. He knows to bring the pint closer. The ice cream melts hotter because of their heat. She immerses her other hand between her legs, doesn't let go of his eyes. Both hands covered in her juices. She dips those wet fingers into the melting vanilla, teases him. She says she wants his mouth. He gives it. Her fingers fill his mouth. Her other fingers touch skillfully, mysteriously. His dick. Her hands are that book. His body is hers. He sucks the life out of her fingers. She prees them from his mouth. He looks down. She's in the vanilla, digging deep. Her vanilla hand joins her other hand on his hard cock. Cool and hot and hard to her soft. Her hands dance, lead him to her mouth. She swallows him. He moans. They are the world. Barely room for the 3 of them. When he opens his eyes, she's staring wide, whole. He needs all of her. She wants all of him. She knows all his secrets. Her mouth has teeth. She takes him out, holds him in her hands, looks up pleading. She tells him to fuck him. He doesn't consciously decide to trust her. His body takes over. He can't unlock the cage fast enough. She rubs her hands over her body, waits. He jams the key into the lock, misses her touch, enters her space. She doesn't run away. She runs at him, lust. He locks his hand around her neck, injects his tongue into her mouth. She takes it. She scratches him. He could kill her, and she knows it. Her nipples harder than ever. Her pussy never felt this sweet, this tight. Just vanilla. They could go on like this forever. She orgasms, truly, exploding, an exorcism and an exclamation point. She speaks in tongues. He owns her. He's in her. He loosens his grip, explodes, and she owns him. Her back arches. He has taken her places better than any city or island or that other man's beige room. He has taken her to France, to the chalice, to the moon. She ceases to move. A smile rolls over her entire body. She's a lily pad, sun-stroked and floating, rooted to the floor of the lake. Him, dark, above her. The cage door is wide open. He's half naked. He'd never catch her if she ran upstairs. If she grabbed his empty dick, kicked, tried to make a run for it, she would make it. The basement doors are unlocked. The front door is locked. She didn't work here long enough to learn where he stashes the key. Still, she could risk it all, run naked into the shop, scream for help. Someone would help her. Someone would come for him. None of that is happening. Her body can't tell lies. Her goosebumps tell the truth. She licks her lips, looks up, purrs his name, and wow. At some point, he stops pretending to be asleep and allows himself to watch her sleep. They live in a new world. He kisses her, stretches, needs to wash up. He walks out of the cage. He doesn't lock her in. They don't lock doors in this new world. He leaves the cage door ajar, does the same for the soundproof basement door and the vestibule into the shop. They are free. He carries both copies of the book like a kid with a new toy. Upstairs, he's genuinely surprised to find the books where they were before they started reading. They survived the earthquake of their orgasm. The closed sign is where it was. The bathroom is just as it was before he fucked her to life. He flips the switch. The tiny bathroom fills with halogen light and the loud, shitty fan she nagged him to replace. Even the fan makes him smile because of her. He will replace it. She's right. It's too noisy, so old it can't serve any function. A safety hazard when he's alone because one switch controls light and fan. You can't have light without noise. Can't hear anything above the whir. Dangerous. He flushes, turns on the water, looks in the mirror. He looks good, happy. Wonders if he should join Facebook so she can link her profile to his. He should get on that before she has to nag him. Adds it to the list in his head. He lets the water run hot over his hands. He doesn't know if he can really join Facebook for her. He read somewhere that kids now are so dishonest, there's a game called Truth. You go to someone's wall, write "Truth is," and reveal something surprising and true. Sad and grotesque that she and her friends have become so accustomed to lies that truth has to be prefaced. But she's done with that now. Maybe before she deletes her profile, she'll make one last status update. She fucking loves that book. Big decisions to make. Will she move in with him? Will he move in with her? Will they stay in New York? Granted, he has this great job, but she'd do well in California. She doesn't know enough to be around New York writers. Now that they have each other, they can roam. He looks at his copy on top of hers. They look good together. This is right. He picks up the bar of soap, gets a good lather. Sad to wash off her and the vanilla ice cream, but excited to soil himself anew with her sweat, her cum, her juices, her saliva. The fan is loud. His dick is hard. He knows what he's going to do now. Wake her with his mouth, eat her alive. Good thing he keeps a toothbrush handy. It's dry. He smiles. The next time he brushes, the brush will be wet because she will have used it. He feels holy and dedicated like the zealot while he brushes his teeth, dampens his pits, sprays the cologne he bought to smell like the bartender. God, he knows her. He splashes water in his hair. He would shave, but he misses her too much. He needs to eat her, and needs to eat her now. He flicks the switch. Lights out. Fan slows. He doesn't open the door. Something is wrong. Silence cracked by terrible sounds. Feet pounding on floorboards. Her distressed voice crying for help. The front door resisting as she tugs. He grabs their books, creeps out of the bathroom. She's up front, pounding. 4 a.m. Fortunately, no one around to hear. Whoever called New York the city that never sleeps didn't work at this shop. He walks to the center, sees her at the front. Crazy hair, crazy limbs, wearing his mother's old t-shirt, pulling on the door with both hands. So lost in her mission, she doesn't hear him coming. Quiet as a cat. Soft, meaningful steps. He sets their books on the counter. She doesn't sense him, doesn't see his reflection. He was right. She couldn't find the key. He wraps his arms around her. She kicks. She screams at him to let go, calls him a sick fuck. Solid grip. Shame she's in a rage because he could really give it to her now. But she's an animal. Kick, kick, a handicapped monster. Why waste time flailing? She can't reach him. He carries her down the aisle, drags her behind the counter, slides them to the floor, stretches his legs, holds her on his lap. Even if someone passed by, they'd go unnoticed, protected by the counter. She fights, but he can hold her for the rest of his life if he has to. As always, her anger cools. Muscles relax. She becomes his new doll, Sad Beck. She doesn't talk, just cries. Doesn't fight. There's hope. He kisses her neck. She doesn't like it. Not a time for kisses, he understands. A lot to take in, a lot of change. Sun isn't coming up for a while. He rocks her, looks at her naked legs on top of his. This is what love looks like. She doesn't try to claw him anymore. They sit in silence so long, she must be ready to be good. He tests her. So, what are they going to do with her? The correct answer? Beg for forgiveness? Admit she freaked out waking up alone? Thought he abandoned her like her father did, like all men do? Then he promises to stay forever? She caresses his hands. He forgives her, lets her guide his hands to her center. He killed for her? He deserves her. She hasn't answered. He rephrases. What happens now? Correct answer. Love. She answers flat, almost unrecognizable. She disappears. No, he says. She presses her hands into his, devoid of sex, of passion. Tells him she doesn't care what he did to those other people. She gets it. One had a drug problem, the other had issues. He says that one was a liar, even made up bullshit about her bladder. She knows. She just loved that she loved her. He asks what she wants now. Correct answer? Me? She sighs. She doesn't want to be a writer. She wants to go to Los Angeles, be an actress. Maybe if she doesn't get jobs, maybe she'll write something for herself. It gets worse. She calls herself a very lazy girl. Her friend is right. Half the time her stories are diary entries. She has to search and replace names to turn pages into fiction. That's how bad she is. He says, not letting go. Wrong answers. She tells him he doesn't want her. He thinks she's this dreamy writer girl, but she's not. That other man has every right to hate her. She admits it. She didn't really want him. She just wanted him to leave his wife for her. Wanted to fuck up his kids. She knows how sick that sounds. He says she's not sick. She blurts that she saw him at her reading in Brooklyn. She knew he followed her. He holds her, kisses her head. They really are the same. The house and the mouse, she knows it. He thought so, hoped so. She squishes her toes into his pants. Says then he knows she'd never turn him in. She's the connector, the toxic one. This mess is her fault. She would never go to the police. He lets her out. She's gone. Forever. He gives her another chance. He doesn't want her gone forever. She says, come on, like a friend. No sex between them. He can find another girl to read that book with. He tells her to stop, to tell him she wants him. She says she'll walk out and never look back. Swears to God. He tells her to stop again. She doesn't. She swears she'll disappear like she doesn't even exist. Let her go, and he'll never see her again. She says his name. She failed. No gold star. He squeezes her neck to make the wrong answers go away. They fester in her bulging eyes, turn her cheeks red. He squeezes harder. The wrong answers must be choked out through the bubbles of saliva oozing from the corners of her gnawed mouth. She's a fucking idiot for thinking he wants her out of his life after all he's done. This isn't that movie. She doesn't want him over the other douchebags. He was wrong about her. She gasps his name. He says no. She whispers help. He is helping. She needs an exorcism, a rebirth. She has sinned, manipulated that man, led that friend on, stalked the other one. She's a monster, solipsistic to the bone, blasphemous because all she wants is herself. He squeezed too hard. She's gone quiet. He lets go, says her name, wants to hear her voice. Calls again. Nothing. Fuck. What has he done? He shakes her body. Can't hear her breathing. She said some stupid things. He does too sometimes. He forgives her. He slides her off his lap onto the floor, so still, all the good in her is beneath those eyelids, latent. He loves her for being so lovable. He's sorry. He can't hold her responsible for people going crazy over her. She has to wake up because he wants to give her love, crazy love. He pushes his hands into her tiny chest. She's breathing, he thinks. Must be. There cannot be nothing inside someone so lovely. They had an everything ship. Too robust, too full of life, bathrobe rules, orgasms, pies, to be gone. He hates himself and loves her. He kisses her. She doesn't kiss back. He begs her to come back, holds her little hands, looks into her little eyes. At the end of the play that movie was based on, a character gets hit by a car and dies. In the movie, you don't see it. He likes it better that way. She cannot be dead. She's not even 25, doesn't do drugs, safe, sweet, studious. He leans over so his ear touches her lips. When she breathes, he wants to hear it, taste it. He waits. 16 centuries, 8 light years. He pulls away. She's gone. He stands, grabs his hair, wants to pull it out. She can't run her fingers through it anymore. Maybe he's wrong. He gets back down, mashes his head into her hand, waits for her to touch him. Please. Her fingers don't move. He lifts his head. The silence feels official, hateful, personal, unlike the peaceful silence of the basement. She doesn't rise up to forgive him, to ward off the evil silence that weighs him down more every second she's mute. He looks at her. She doesn't look back. Her body is just parts now. She can't help him because she left him because she wanted to be gone forever. Her crimes are many. She stole his book. He picks up her copy of the thriller. Stunned, some pages have never been turned. He knows his way around a book. She skipped entire passages. Brainless phony. When she asked where he was, she was cheating. The most romantic time of his life was a hoax. He's so preoccupied exploring her book that he doesn't see her come back to life. But she does. She tricked him. She latches onto his ankle, pulls. He falls, drops her book, lands on his side. Hurts. She kicks him in the dick. Hurts. She's not gone forever. Possessed. Out of words. His groin aches. His side pounds. She's not his savior. She makes things worse. Alive, underhanded, kicking him when he's down. He screams in agony. She's toxic, satanic. Just a minute ago she was dead, he yells. She says nothing. She kicks. But he's non-toxic, bigger, braver. God gives him strength to recover from her nasty blows. He swats her legs. She collapses flat on her back. He mounts her. She tries to bite, can't. Tries to kick, can't. Tries to claw, but her wrists are locked in his hands. She can't do anything. She spits at his face. She's weaker now. He lets go of her arms, wraps his hands around her neck for real this time. She tries to hit him, but her little fists aren't what they once were. The bad in her outweighs the good. Her cheeks turn white. His cock throbs in pain. His hip bone pulsates. Her eyes bulge. She's disgusting. His mother's T-shirt, the one he wore the day she stalked him to his house, the one he's held on to his whole life, is a mess of cum and vanilla. She's torn it beyond repair. He tells her she was right. She kills people. She does. He squeezes her neck, thanks her for kicking him in the dick, tries to blink her saliva out of his eyelashes, thanks her for proving beyond reasonable doubt that she is bad. She doesn't want love or life. They never had a chance. She's commonplace and raw, gasping and gurgling, solipsistic with her fudgy, inconsiderate fingerprints ruining his books, his heart, his life. He asks, "What's that?" She has one word left. Help. And he does help her. He takes his right hand, reaches for her book, shoves it into his mouth, bites a few pages, yanks it away, tosses it, grabs the torn pages out of his mouth, wet with his saliva that she wanted so badly. His last words to her, "Open up." He shoves the pages into her mouth. Her pupils slip around, her back arches, the sound of her dying. Bones cracking. Where, he doesn't know. Tear ducts in emergency mode. The tear of death seeps out of her left eye onto her porcelain cheek. Her eyes fixate somewhere he's never traveled, gladly beyond any experience. Her eyes have their silence. She's no better than a doll now. Doesn't react as the pages in her mouth take the blood rising from her gullet. And all at once, he misses her. She missed him? He calls to her, seizes her tiny shoulders. She doesn't respond. She's as flawed as all the books in the store. She has ended and left him. Gone forever. She will never leave him in the dark again. He will never wait for a response from her again. Her light is out for good. He takes her in his arms. No. He wants to throw himself in front of a train. How could he have done this? He never made her pancakes. What the fuck is wrong with him? He can't breathe. She is his sweet lord. Different. Hot. She is. Were. He cries. At the end of her days, she claims she wasn't a writer, but he thinks she would appreciate the poetic symmetry of her burial. A long, lonely drive upstate, more than 4 hours outside the city. Tough going in the Buick, with her in the trunk on her green pillow, silent as a quiet beach town in winter. He drove past a pizza place named after that man and kept going. Found a diner. The extra homes of that man and his brother are nestled in a nearby private area just outside a small town. A pure township, old-fashioned, anchored to an antiquated way of life. He eats a grilled cheese because he has to. Burying her in the cold forest will be demanding, even though everyone in the diner remarks on the mild winter. So mild he wouldn't need a red hunting cap even if he still had one. He will not cry. Not here. Most in the diner are local. Those who aren't drove in for a car show. The waitress asks if he's here for it. He says yes. He checks his phone and has to go to the bathroom again because every time he checks, it's like she dies all over. Nobody, not even the rain, has such small hands. He cries quietly so as not to attract attention. Her death is a song on repeat. He splashes cold water on his face, tries not to think about the fact that he will never hear from her again. She is dead. He knows that man isn't stupid. He wouldn't bury her on his own property. But he would drive into the nearby woods off a certain lake drive, as he does now an hour after sunset. He sees a pink and white sign. An event, a wedding, is happening tonight at a camp at the end of the road. He will not be deterred. He veers off-road into blackness purer than the beaches and darker than the depths of her solipsistic soul. No ocean here to soften the starless blow of eternity. He brakes slowly. The couple getting married are the ones with bad timing, not him. The night is so empty, he can hear the wedding when he shuts off the Buick. He straps on night vision goggles, grabs his shovel, steps into darkness, tries not to listen as he shovels. But it's hard. The couple takes their first dance to a Clapton song as friends and family clap. He wonders what their wedding song would have been. He asks her. She doesn't answer. She is dead. He digs. He has never been and will never be as alone as he is while digging. Upstate New York clings to the cold like no other place. Only here would he have to listen to that song, shut off lights, and praise a loyal, beautiful girlfriend, as he, alone, sweats and shivers and prepares to put her into the dirt. Life goes on. So literally, he stabs his shovel into the bitter earth, bends to catch his breath, looks at her, wrapped in a wool blanket from a chain store, silenced in the open trunk. Breathing normally now, the revelers are doing a line dance. Would they have had a wedding like this? He supposes it would have been on the island because she's the one with a family. He would have invited his friend and his fiancée and his old boss. The boss wouldn't have come. But he would have transferred the title of the shop to the two of them. He knows it. He wants the wedding to stop, wants to scream at the top of his lungs, but he doesn't want to alarm her. But he can't alarm her. She is dead. He digs. The party goes on. Toasts, cheers. Stevie Wonder sings about his precious daughter. Isn't she lovely, made from love? They'll never have a daughter. He loses his temper, throws his shovel, crawls into the earth, lets the music beat the living fuck out of him. He can't fight it anymore. Joy at the far end of the woods has become monotonous. He can almost taste their vodka. He is the uninvited guest, out of sight, alone. What soothes him, allows him to keep digging, is the likelihood that the couple has a website, a registry. Knowing he will be able to find them, see them, is a comfort somehow. Neil Young sings for them, a song that hurts. Neil Young will never play for them on their wedding day. She doesn't hear him now. She is dead. He lifts her body out of the trunk, unwraps the area rug. She is still beautiful. He rests his head on her chest, tells her about the couple getting married. He will probably die alone under an insignificant moon, and she won't be there to mourn. She soars on to heaven. He has to summon the strength to set her precious corpse in the ground. The couple is surrounded by friends and family, but he alone lifts her petite body and makes her lie down in green pastures. A moment of silence would be nice. The couple is rude to be so loud, but he can't blame them. They can't see him, can't hear him. They're in their own world where good things happen a quarter mile and a million light years away. He kneels on the ground, recites the 23rd Psalm. He memorized it for this occasion. She is dead. There's no way to know what happens after the wedding. They won't have after life. He walks in the woods, looks at the world with inhuman night vision, sees what man was not built to see. He doesn't know if she will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. He lies on his back, listens to the party grow as quiet as the night, as death. They will get tired. Their party will end. If anyone was ever going to live eternally in the light, he thinks it would be her. He covers her with dirt, rocks, branches, leaves. She is so much more than a body. The walk back to the car is short. The drive away from the wedding and her body is long in the dark of night. He doesn't know that he'll ever make it home. Even when he does make it into his apartment, he remains unsure whether he will ever have a true home. He will never have her. She is buried by that lake, near that couple, somewhere he has never traveled, gladly beyond any experience. He doesn't open the shop the next day. He can't. She is dead. The mail he typically receives is boring. Bills, coupons, crap. But today, almost 3 months after her passing, he receives the first wedding invitation of his life via the postal service. The envelope is so big, the postman had to walk it upstairs and lean it against his door. He's not an expert, but it's a beauty. He's enamored with the triumphant romance of thick, embossed cardstock juxtaposed with delicate, gold italicized cursive. His friend and his fiancée are getting married and have invited him to their wedding in Austin, Texas. A lot happens in 3 months. A lot doesn't. The help wanted sign is still in the window. His friend got a corporate job. Marriage is expensive. But this invitation has altered his perspective. He hasn't felt this hopeful since leaving that man's office, since entering her. The future exists again because of this invitation. It necessitates marking dates on his calendar. Feels good to flip ahead through the calendar on his phone. Before this invitation arrived, addressed to him and guests, he was only flipping through months gone by, inventing anniversaries for their life that's gone. She, above all others, knows the importance of moving on. She likes new things, liked new things. Life is not a thriller novel. She is dead and not coming back. But life is better than that book because at long last, he has something to look forward to. A wedding. He has to decide between steak and fish. Genuinely torn. Has to make the decision within the next 41 days, according to the rules on the reply card. The bell chimes on this slow day that's neither summer nor fall. An unremarkable man in shorts asks about a Stephen King book. He points him to Fiction G.K. and thinks of the time he saw her in Fiction F.K. What a fool he was in the days after. He has rearranged the shop. He couldn't look at that section anymore. He genuinely believed reshaping the shelves would make it easier to live in the world without her. The world he built with his own 2 hands, the world that won't allow him to tell her that he knows she stole her robes from a dead friend. He still gets flashbacks, still cringes, he's eating again, but only because he hates fainting. Everything has been an exercise until now. He will always feel indebted to the postal service, to his friend, to his friend's fiancée. He will never again underestimate the power of anticipation. There is no better boost in the present than an invitation to the future. The loner buys the King book and leaves. He's going to need to buy a suit. Wonderful to have a project. He celebrates by visiting the wedding couple's online love nest. He feels like he's gotten to know them so well since that dreadful night in the woods. He wants to tell them about the invitation. He's become obsessed with them. But how could he not? They gathered in the woods to be married so that he could still believe in love. He loves them. He's watched their honeymoon slideshow hundreds of times. They were there for him. What timing! He used to play the slideshow and pretend that they're the ones on a honeymoon, but these days he's less bitter. He knows that not everyone gets to be that couple. Some people receive love, get married, and honeymoon in Cabo. Others do not. Some people read alone on the sofa. Some read together in bed. That's life. He will probably die alone. A woman from his past will probably die married. Lots of people love a certain television show. He's fine with his fate. It was his decision to spare her the pain of life. He let go of her. He forgives her. Not her fault. She carried her demons awkwardly in that big designer bag and those giant used robes from her dead friend's hotel. She was toxic, not vicious. The men who did leave her are thriving. One of them has a television show that doesn't suck. An online baby registry shows that her father is about to become a father again. Some people get it all. He thinks she would be happy to know her voice carries. He's the sole reader of the Book of Beck. He had her short stories bound at a shipping store. But millions have devoured the story of her life. Everyone knows about the twisted psychologist who murdered her. She never was published in a famous magazine, but she did make a famous newspaper. She changed him. He will not grow lonely like his old boss. He has his friend and that friend's fiancée. He has the girls they periodically foist upon him. The girls are always terrible, wan and patronizing, or shallow and simple. He's like a certain actor in a romantic comedy minus the love. Which isn't so bad when you realize that in real life, that actor is single. Like him. Not all animals are destined to pair off. Yes, he understands they're built for companionship. God gave them vocabularies. They need to speak, to listen. He fucks occasionally, girls from the internet, girls from the shop, but mostly he keeps to himself. No longer does he open petal by petal. She was right. She was not the girl he thought she was. The doorbell chimes. He looks up from a photo of the couple from the woods on paddleboards and sees a girl he knows, sort of. She wears a University of Pittsburgh tank top and jeans. Squirms. Waves. He wishes music was playing. She liked his music last time. She saw the sign in the window. Are they still hiring? Sometimes they forget to take down the sign. Sometimes it's bullshit. She apologizes for swearing. He forgot about the sign but did not forget about her. Her stolen credit card, her fraudulent academic attire, her large chestnut eyes. They are still hiring. She comes over, glances at his wedding invitation, says she loves that city. He asks how she's been, a silken maneuver on his part. He's the gentleman, assuming the role of the one who remembers, so she may be the lady remembered. She fawns, almost curtsies, flattered, happy. Staring at him, feels good in her eyes. She hands him a resume. She used to work at a little bookstore in another borough, but it didn't work out because of their short-sighted policies about what they call stealing. She grunts. Like she shouldn't bring books home and read them, and how do you even read a book without marking it up? She's loud. Excuse her if she's not one of these ultra-modern Kindle people, but she likes pens, paper, real pages she can rip and touch. She shakes her head. If you bought a book and found notes in the margins, who wouldn't love that? It's a bonus. She doesn't want him to answer. Blinks. She's sorry. She's going off, but it has to be said. She needs his acceptance. He smiles, says no apology necessary. Now it's her turn. Playful. She probably sounds like a lunatic. Do they hire lunatics? He tells her they only hire lunatics. She thinks he's funny. Lilting laugh. She likes it here with him. She will be his cashier and his girlfriend. The next time he's invited to a wedding, it will be addressed to him and her, and he won't have to worry about finding a guest. The other one is gone forever. And she is here. Now, the end. So here we are, at the end of the road. Thank you. Truly. For sitting with this story, for letting it unfold in front of you the way Caroline Kepnes once let it unfold in the dark of her own mind. She wasn't trying to write a phenomenon. She was trying to survive one. Her father was dying of cancer. Her mother needed surgery. She'd lost her voice, literally vocal cord damage that left her in silence. And somewhere in that silence, Joe Goldberg started talking. She needed someone to fill the void. So she gave him a bookstore, a woman named Beck, and a voice so charming it could make you forget what he was actually saying. She'd written for squeaky clean shows like Seventh Heaven and The Secret Life of the American Teenager. Before this, but the darkness had always been there, waiting. And when you landed in 2014, it didn't just arrive. It pressed itself against a reader's ear and whispered. Millions of copies later, the world was listening. And then came the adaptation. Greg Berlanti and Sarah Gamble developed it for television. First on Lifetime in 2018, then absorbed by Netflix, where it became something nobody expected. A phenomenon about a monster we couldn't stop watching. Here's what's interesting, though. The show and the book are not the same animal. In Kepnes's pages, Joe is darker, grimmer. His thoughts are longer, sharper, more unforgiving. There's no soft cutaway, no sympathetic glance from a camera, just you and his mind, unfiltered. The show, on the other hand, needed to be watched. So showrunners Sarah Gamble and Michael Foley made choices. They gave Joe moments of care, watching over Paco, protecting Ellie, that don't exist in the same way on the page. They created Love Quinn from scratch. The murderous chef with pink hair in the show. Book Love is an actress. Book 40 is the one with blood on his hands, disappearing for months at a time while his family searches. The show flipped the script entirely. And then there's Penn Badgley. When Kepnes first saw his audition, she knew, you can tell by the way someone holds a book if they don't actually read. And Penn looked like someone who did. But even he had limits. By season 3, he found himself kneeling on a thin mattress, the camera inches from his face, simulating sex with no one, while director Silvertree watched from behind the lens. He'd broken the fourth wall intentionally. And then he just humped his ass off. The crew started giggling. So did he. Because the absurdity of playing a romantic serial killer had finally caught up with the moment. Lee Toland Krieger directed the pilot. Years later, he came back to direct the series finale, a full-circle moment for a show that almost wasn't. Because here's the truth. No one tells you, when you first aired on Lifetime, it wasn't a hit. It was quiet, it was strange, and then Netflix picked it up, and millions of people suddenly started speaking the same dark language Kepnes had invented alone in her apartment. There are details hidden everywhere. In season 5, Henry reads The Three Musketeers, the same book Paco was reading in season 1. Penn's real-life wife, Domino Kirk, has a song playing in episode 8. The exterior of Mooney's bookstore is a real place, Lagos Bookstore in Manhattan, but they rebuilt the facade at the Brooklyn Navy Yard just so they could burn it down. That's the thing about adaptation. It's not translation. It's transformation. So if you haven't read the book yet, seek it out. Meet Joe where Kepnes first imagined him. On the page, unfiltered, his voice a little colder, a little crueler, a little more honest than the one on your screen. And if you enjoyed this retelling, consider subscribing. Not because algorithms demand it, but because stories like this deserve to be shared. Leave a comment, your interpretation, your disagreement, the detail you noticed that I missed. I read them, I appreciate them. Because here's what Kepnes understood before anyone else. We're all watching each other. We're all performing. And somewhere between the page and the screen, between the monster and the man, between your gaze and mine, the story never really ends. It just changes form and waits for the next pair of eyes.